start this lengthy spiel and we'll go from there. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first hearing of the Select Committee on Puppy Farming in New South Wales. The inquiry is examining the provisions of the Companion Animals Amendment to Puppy Farms Bill 2021 and matters associated with puppy farming in New South Wales. Before I commence, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people, who are the traditional custodians of the land that this meeting is taking place. And I would also like to pay respect to elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation, and extend that respect to other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be present today. Today we'll be hearing from a number of stakeholders, some of whom are already sitting at the table, including various pet industry representatives and animal welfare organisations. While we have many witnesses with us in person, some will also be appearing via video conferencing today, and I should just let the panel know that we have two members of the committee also participating via WebEx as well, Mr Fang and Mr Graham. I thank everyone for making the time to give evidence to this important inquiry. Before we commence, I will make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness, according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they may take the question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided back to the committee within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the wonderful committee staff. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I'll remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. As we have a number of witnesses in person and via video conference, it may be helpful to identify who questions are directed to and who is speaking. For those with hearing difficulties who are present in the room today, please note that the room is fitted with induction loops compatible with hearing aid systems that have telecoil receivers. And finally, could everyone please turn off their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? Thank you. So I now welcome our first witnesses. And could I have each witness, starting from my left, your right, state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation. And we'll start over here.
My name's...
And you'll just need to move the microphone. It assists the transcription Hansard immensely.
So my name's Dr. Imogen Tomlin-Game, and I'm here from WrightPaw. And what did you...
To take the oath or affirmation, which should be in front of you.
Which is in front of me. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Oliveris.
Hi there. My name's Nathan Oliveri. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at WrightPaw. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Dr. Kate Schoeffel. I am the Acting President of the Australian Association of Pet Dog Breeders. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence now to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, my name's Leanne Cole and I'm a committee member at the AAPDB, Australian Association of Pet Dog Breeders. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Crofts.
Deirdre Crofts. I'm the Animal Welfare and Community Liaison Officer with Dogs New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I'm Lynn Brand, President of Dogs New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
And Ms. Nelson?
My name's Julie Nelson. I'm the Managing Director of the Master Dog Breeders and Associates. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Now, the way we're going to proceed this morning is the committee members will ask questions, what we call a sort of a free-flowing format, and I'll evaluate each organisation with the opportunity to make a brief, no more than 2-minute opening statement. There'll be questioning, and at the end of the questioning, I'll allow each organisation about 1 minute just to wrap up at the end in case there's something that you feel may have been misconstrued or you feel hasn't been said that should be said. So essentially, we get 2 minutes at the beginning and a minute at the end. So I'll start with 2-minute opening statements. If you, by the way, you don't have to make an opening statement if you don't want to, but you are encouraged to do so. So I'll start over here again. Dr. Game.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to appear in front of the committee today. My name's Imogen. I'm the Chief Veterinary Officer at WrightPaw. WrightPaw is an Australian startup that verifies responsible dog breeders and helps the general public find puppies from a responsible source. We have over 400 breeders so far, and 1/3 of them are from New South Wales. We represent a wide variety of breeders, including members from all the other organisations who are here today, as well as breeders who are only registered with the Pet Registry. Every single one of our New South Wales breeders would be impacted by this bill. We have documented evidence that every single one of them are responsible breeders acting to the highest standards of animal welfare, vastly surpassing the state minimums. Almost every single one of them would be defined as a companion animal breeding business by this bill, and their breeding programs would be decimated. So briefly, just to outline some of WrightPaw's main concerns with this bill. Firstly, the definition of a companion animal breeding business is far too broad and will encompass virtually every breeder, not just breeders breeding for profit, and certainly not just puppy farms. Secondly, the rules that would be imposed on companion animal breeding businesses would prevent responsible breeding programs from continuing to operate and have no basis in science or animal welfare research. For example, this bill is effectively banning guardian homes, which are an undisputed positive for animal welfare. It overtly bans more than 10 breeding bitches, which is arbitrary and has no basis in animal welfare research. It would ban breeding of a bitch more than twice in her lifetime, which has no basis in veterinary literature. So overall, this bill in its current format amounts to banning almost all dog breeding rather than defining and targeting illegal puppy farms. The biggest problem with regulating puppy farming overall is actually finding and inspecting those puppy farms. This imposing unrealistically onerous measures on responsible and visible breeders will not help to find new puppy farms. It will only disenfranchise responsible breeders and drive more breeding under the radar and outside of membership organisations. This makes it harder for us to improve their standards and harder for the RSPCA to find true puppy farms. And more importantly, it makes it more difficult for puppy buyers, who are unknowingly the driving force behind the puppy farm market, to identify responsible breeders to purchase from. And our submission outlines our thoughts on the bill in more detail, and we'd be happy to consult further.
Thank you. And I gather that was a prepared opening statement?
Yes.
Hansard would love it if you were able to hand that up to the Secretariat and just assist them no end. The Australian Association of Pet Dog Breeders.
Thank you for the opportunity to address this inquiry on behalf of the Australian Association of Pet Dog Breeders. The AAPDB is one of 3 recognised breeder associations in New South Wales. Our breeders are committed to breeding good pets. We don't regulate what our breeders breed or only how they do it and what responsibilities they take for the puppies they breed. All of the breeders represented here, regardless of our motives, are all pet dog breeders who bring joy and companionship to more than 1/4 of all families in Australia, and we underpin an $8 billion contribution to the Australian economy. In the submissions to the inquiry, it's clear that while we don't agree on a lot of issues, we pet dog breeders are all united in wanting to see the end of illegal puppy farms. We all agree with the submissions from the rescue organisations, who want regulation of the random backyard breeders, whose puppies fuel our pounds. We all oppose the imposition of arbitrary limits to breeding dog numbers, and we're all united in opposing the Companion Animal Acts Amendments Bill. The Animal Justice Party has identified welfare issues which do need to be addressed, but this bill is simply designed to stop breeding for profit. It would do that very effectively, but it would also have a disastrous consequence for all breeders' ability to breed quality pets and for the average Australian family's ability to afford a family dog. The AAPDB believes that the New South Wales regulatory framework is uniquely situated to deal with all the valid concerns raised in the bill without the draconian measures it contains. We have the Companion Animal Registry. We can identify dog breeders at the point of sale with a breeder identification number. We have an enforceable code of practice for breeding cats and dogs, and we have the DPI RSPCA task force which can enforce this breeding code. This is potentially a great system. The AAPDB recommends a universal licensing system with compulsory breeder identification and an annual registration fee for all breeding dogs that would breed them in line with cat registration currently in New South Wales and could be used to fund the DPI RSPCA task force. We've identified a number of minor legislative changes which would prevent the loopholes which have been identified in the Victorian legislation. We fully support the RSPCA's submission, which recommends a thorough overhaul of the breeding code to address the legitimate welfare concerns that they've raised. And we also suggest how this could be achieved to avoid politicisation of the process. The AAPDB believes that every potential breeding dog in New South Wales should be traceable with a breeder identification number and deserves the protection of a strong and appropriate breeding code which is enforced by a well-resourced, appropriately qualified task force.
Thank you. And again, I gave that's a prepared opening statement. If we could hand that up and assist Hansard. Dogs New South Wales, your opening statement, brief opening statement.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity today to come here and appear. Dogs New South Wales welcomes the opportunity to provide our concerns to the above-mentioned bill, and we appreciate the premise behind the creation of the Companion Animals Amendment Bill of New South Wales. Therefore, Dogs New South Wales support best breeding practices of animal welfare in making every effort through our own code of ethics and practices to ensure the best breeding and welfare outcomes. Consequently, we do not support the type of breeding referred to in the bill as a puppy farm. The wording puppy farm suggests a breeding practice such as puppy mills, which is intensive breeding, where in this bill is the definition of a puppy farm. Dogs New South Wales do not find any area in this bill which addresses how to outlaw the rogue breeders who, it would appear, go under the radar. The points we raise against this bill are: the bill focuses on restricting numbers of animals of 2 breeding age females per property. Over this becomes a commercial entity. Mandatory desexing of males over the age of 6 years does nothing to improve conditions of animal welfare by the way of limiting numbers. Dogs New South Wales does not support this bill, as this amendment does not apply to the Companion Animals Act. In fact, it duplicates the POCTA document in many areas. This bill enables penalties without a right of appeal, excessive staffing ratio of 1 staff per 5 animals. Local council will have the power to reject applications for a small breeder who has more than 2 entire females requiring a DA for a commercial premise, therefore totally stamping out the ability for smaller breeders wishing to preserve and continue in breeding for genetics. Council officers will have the authority to seize all animals from those caring owners when they are not granted a DA approval for a commercial licence. This draconian bill will not outlaw the puppy farms, but will destroy the dedicated, small, selective breeder of companion animals not reared in large commercial facilities. Victorian law allows up to 10 breeding females, with Dogs Victoria self-auditing. However, local council in some areas are refusing to renew the annual permit, therefore advising they must remove any number of dogs over 2 on the premises. This bill will see the demise of our responsible breeder members, eliminating carefully bred companion animals from our society on the grounds that we have in place stringent breeding accreditation. We have approximately 9,500 members, and only 1/3 of these hold a breeder's prefix. Only 52% of Dogs New South Wales members breed only 1 litre per year, and only 1% of our breeder membership breed more than 2 litres per year. In 2019, Dogs New South Wales breeders accounted for 20,735 puppies born out of a total 134,387 by other breeders in New South Wales. We thank you for this invitation to present.
Okay, thank you. And again, if that was a prepared opening statement, if you could hand it up to the Secretariat, that would be great. Ms Nelson.
Mine's not prepared.
Okay. We'll listen intently anyway.
I think most of what I wanted to say is in our submission, but I think that the motivation behind the bill is great, except too late. I think that we really needed this sort of legislation go back 10 years ago. But in the year 2022, I see other things that are occurring in the dog world and in sales that give the ability for people to buy a well-bred puppy that doesn't fall to bits when they get it home. There's much greater concerns than what there is with puppy farming. So the minute that we say puppy farming, everybody breaks out in blisters and no one's really sure what it means. So we presume it means that these are people that are breeding dogs in substandard conditions, but the bill would make us believe that it's people who breed more than X amount of dogs. And I agree that people who have a higher number of dogs are at a greater risk of cutting corners and all of those kinds of things. But whether you're breeding a dog for profit or not, you can't sustain that activity indefinitely without at least getting some of that outlay back in order to be able to provide things for your dogs. I mean, there's sort of infrastructure that's required in order to be able to breed dogs, even a couple of dogs where you've got a requirement where you've got to separate boys from girls and, you know, what are we going to do with puppies, et cetera, et cetera. It takes money. And you can't, whether your motivation is to make a profit or not, it must be to be able to sustain what you're doing. If not, you see people, and there's a high number of people that come in, decide that they're going to buy a bitch for breeding, and they only last about 4 to 5 years. That's the highest fallout rate ever. It's old birds like us that stick around forever, that have, you know, plodded along, sometimes sort of going without ourselves in order to feed the dogs. Yep. So, okay, we're looking at whether or not we're going to stop people from breeding for a profit, but it's pretty hard to make a profit out of breeding dogs. Unless
Nelson,
you've got it.
We now need to get a question. So thank you for that. Thank you. Sorry to have to cut you off, but we do need to move on. So the opening round of questioning, or as we say, the opening of the batting will be Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to all of you for attending and for taking the time to write your submissions. The committee really appreciates it. I wanted to start just on something basic. I think if I could ask RightPaw, could you define for the committee what a guardian home is?
Yes, absolutely. So a guardian home is what is referred to in the bill as a breeding arrangement. So it's where a breeder would usually sell a dog to a family on with a contract, where it's normally they've usually paid a smaller fee for the dog, and the dog is not necessarily registered in the new owner's name yet. It might still be technically owned by the breeder. So it goes to live with another family, but will come back to the breeder for the purposes of breeding or having a couple of litters, and then eventually when they're done with breeding will get desexed and go back to that original family. So it's a way of a family purchasing a dog, but on terms with the breeder. It's going to be used for breeding, and then it will eventually go to live with them permanently. So it's a really nice way of dogs being able to be brought to have a family and be living in a home environment, and not having to be kept in a kennel, basically, in a large breeding facility.
Okay, so just to clarify, so the dog is bought as a puppy, normally?
Yes, usually.
Right?
Yeah.
But under an arrangement that the dog will then go back to the breeder to do a couple of breeding cycles, but the rest of the time will stay with the family.
Yes, exactly.
Is it always a couple of cycles, or is it more than that?
It would vary from situation to situation.
Okay.
So it would be very individual.
So we have these sort of guardian home arrangements, and then we have small breeders. And then do you see a difference between a small breeder and a hobbyist breeder? I just want us to get a grip on what these different terms mean to you.
No, not necessarily, I guess. I guess it depends on whether, I mean, you can define all of those terms in different ways, really. It's whether, I mean, some people would define hobbyist breeders as breeders who are not deliberately not breeding for profit, they're doing it as an interest.
Yep.
But whether even a breeder who may be breeding for profit, if they're only breeding a small number of dogs, it's probably, we would still regard as a small breeder.
Okay, and then we have the type of facility that I think has outraged the community, whereas where we have, up to 200 dogs in an outside area, not housed with a family, that is perhaps the dogs are being forced to breed up to 10 times or more. Are we all agreed that type of facility is not okay and not okay with the community? And so what we're trying to do here is to define what that not okay bit is for the purposes of the law. Does everybody agree with that we do want to make sure that those larger scale...
Can I make a comment?
Please do.
The puppy farms do not define the numbers. That's one of the problems with the whole puppy farm thing is when the RSPCA definition of a puppy farm says a substandard breeding establishment. That can be 3 dogs in the backyard. I mean, we need to regulate dog breeders across the board. And yes, it's important. I mean, obviously, 200 dogs. I don't think anybody here would feel would feel comfortable with that. But the number, it's how it's done that needs to be regulated, and there's lots of submissions if you look at the previous inquiries about from the welfare people saying dogs coming out of 2 or 3 dogs out of the backyard, they are a problem. And with the price of puppies now, people can make $50,000 or $60,000 a year out of their backyard, tax-free.
Yep.
So there's a big pressure to do.
And I guess
Miss Brand was going to answer too.
Sorry.
No.
Go ahead.
What? Okay.
All I'm saying is that it depends also on the way one interprets its guardian home, as we were talking, and I can see where this question was leading, because many of the puppy farms that we can't trace do sell multiple puppies out of every litter, all on what we call breeders' terms, and those females we know are recalled back 4, 5, 6 times to have a litter. Within our code of practice, which is quite strict, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So we just want to know how one is going to find a puppy farmer, how are you going to trace the puppy farmer when we have a code of ethics that we monitor, and we, I guess, don't consider ourselves part of a puppy farming organisation.
Thank you. So I guess from our perspective, we have this bill in front of us, but we also, as a committee, are looking at what amendments could be made, whether this is the right bill or not. These are the things that we're exploring. And so I guess what I'm trying to understand is if the community and yourselves view certain facilities as being unacceptable and things that we don't want to occur, whereas there are other types of small breeders and others who we perhaps as legislators want to say is okay, with subject to certain sort of codes of practice. Where is the line? And help us to define, I guess, what is okay and what is not okay. So can we agree that there is a certain sort of scale of puppy facility that is not okay in the eyes of the community? Yes, please.
Can I just make a comment there? Again, I think you're probably looking for numbers, and you can't define animal welfare on numbers alone. We abhor appalling situations where the dogs are not clean, they haven't got a clean environment, they are not well maintained, they never see a vet. These dogs are not microchipped. They're mostly not vaccinated. The big problem is, how do the enforcement bodies find them? They are operating under the radar now. This bill will drive further hobby breeders, small breeders, whatever, to pursue that if they want to seek the almighty dollar. They will just go under the radar. They may be microchipping, vaccinating, looking after their dogs well now, but they will not be able to get the council approval that you're looking for to define them. So it's going to exacerbate the problem. So we all agree that these appalling conditions that some of these breeding dogs live in is just not acceptable, and it does need to be addressed. But you have to find a way of how are the enforcement bodies going to enforce the robust legislation that is already in place?
So again, I think the point that you've raised there about numbers is really useful, because I don't think this is we just put a number in and that's the end of it. I think there are perhaps different levels of regulation for different sizes. But Ms. Nelson, you said in your opening statement that obviously there is a point where the sheer numbers increases the risk. In any circumstance, you would have to say that 100 dogs in one facility is too much, don't you think?
Too much. It increases the risk. But that doesn't mean to say that there wouldn't be a facility that was operating in a fashion that maybe, I've never seen one, by the way, but I would imagine that if we had an oversight there where the RSPCA went in more often and did what they've got to do, and that the facility was conducive to the best welfare for the dogs, I would imagine that that would be possible.
Okay.
But I think that that's still, I think the minute that you start talking profit over any other motivation, you've got high risk. But how do you work out what somebody's motivation is? How do you determine, whether or not we've got 20 dogs because we're doing X, Y, Z with them rather than wanting to make a heap of money? And making a heap of money is still possible as well as looking after the welfare of the dogs. So yes, it's higher risk, but I'm not going to count it out.
Okay, so maybe I'll ask the other panellists if they have a view, because my personal view is that if you've got 100 dogs, you're not looking after them. I view that as a factory rather than as opposed to the guardian home. But could I ask perhaps...
Yes, as an unashamed breeder for profit, okay? I put my kids through school, through difficult periods, through the drought, with my dogs. They saved our bacon on many occasions through our lives. I've been breeding dogs for 26 years, and I don't do it for fun, I do it for profit. I love it. It's the most rewarding job I've ever had, far better than being a vet. It's great, I love it. But in terms of numbers, you could have 200 dogs if you had 20 staff, if you had really good protocols, if you had the space for the dogs to get exercise, if you had protocols that said the dogs had to be socialised. I'm not saying that anybody should do that. I just think it is possible. Okay? If you do it well, you can have a number of dogs.
May I just add on that?
Please.
Can you just use the microphone, please?
The difficulty with this is, at the moment, we've got the breeders that are doing the right things, and then we've got the breeders that are doing the wrong things. And we can't define this, and we do not have enough power within the RSPCA. There's not enough people to police this. So the people who are doing the right thing are continually getting more and more legislations put on them, more and more rules being brought in, and we do everything we can to follow the code, to have our facilities up to standard, have our dogs up to standard, plenty of recreation time for the dogs. But the problem is we have, I don't want to say backyard breeders, I don't want to sound rude, but we have the breeders that aren't doing the wrong thing, and they're the ones who are bringing the heat down on the ones who are doing the right thing. So it's not the numbers, it's not a number game. It literally is the care and welfare of the animals, which is our utmost all the time.
But can I ask you then, because I think this is really important in terms of putting your position, in your view, if we had 200 dogs with, I don't know, 50 staff, say it was the best possible facility ever, tidy, clean. The dogs were getting food and water and exercise, but effectively they were kept within that facility for 10 years and were forced to breed twice a year.
They don't keep them for 10 years. It doesn't happen. So good breeders will have a adoption program for their retired stud dogs. We generally try and retire our dogs around the age of 5.
Okay, so 5 years in a facility where they're purely to breed.
No, so this is where there's the big misunderstanding. These facilities have playgrounds for the dogs socialise with other dogs, they socialise with people. It's not with dogs. Puppy farms, yes, they stick them in cages and they don't look after them, but a proper facility facilitates the needs and the welfare of the dogs. So they live happy lives while they're there, and then when they go from there, we want to see them then go and spend the next 5 to 7 years, 10 years of their lives in a family environment then. So it's important that we do the right things from the puppy through to the age of them retiring as a stud dog to then move on to their family homes afterwards. So we do the hard miles to try and do the right things with the dogs. But unfortunately, yes, we do have the element out there that aren't, and that's what's bringing it bad, making it bad for all of us.
And perhaps,
sorry, Mrs.
please.
Brand, you were...
I was just going to say this bill, in fact, is encouraging one to go out and have larger animals with the facility, because the bill is encouraging facilities for larger number of animals by being so restrictive on such a minor number of animals. By restricting 2 breeding animals to a premise, a person, like many of our members who show dogs, may have 2 entire females that may never have been bred from, and they may be 12 months of age, but that is included in this bill as an entire or fertile female, which has never been bred for. And under our code of ethics, it may never be bred from until it passes its health x-rays, etc., for breeding. So this bill, in fact, encourages people to go out and maybe put up a big facility that complies with the DPI, put in staff, put in concrete blocks, and breed as many litters as they can, and then let the females go to new homes.
Just one final question, and then I will hand over to my colleagues. I just want to clarify, though, do you think that the community is okay with hundreds of dogs being kept in one place purely for breeding? Do you think that reflects community expectations, regardless of the circumstances?
Publicly, no, but I didn't think we were here to discuss what the community wants. I thought we were here to discuss animal welfare issues. I don't know that publicly I was here to discuss community issues.
The community has views on animal welfare.
But that's not what we're here to discuss.
Well, it is.
Well,
Could I just make one other comment about that? I think it probably is true that the average person would find that very overwhelming and would assume that it was being done badly. I don't think there are many facilities of that size that I've also never come across one that's been doing well at that size, but it's not to say that it's probably theoretically possible, but more importantly, I think no matter what size facility you are, there's nothing currently in the New South Wales Code of Practice that discusses minimum socialisation requirements, and that's something that a lot of us have put in our submissions. That would be incredibly important, probably much more so than just regulating the numbers you're allowed to keep in one place, no matter what numbers you're keeping, regulating, mandating with the standard minimum socialisation requirements is probably far more will have far more influence on the welfare of the dogs, and I think that could also be communicated to the public as well, and they would probably also understand that. And that's probably a much more significant welfare concern.
okay, thank you. We're going to go to Emma Hurst.
Thanks. I've got sort of 3 aspects that have come up that I just want to ask a few follow-up questions on, based on the questions asked by Ms. Boyd. Dr. Cole, you mentioned that after, I think it was 5 years, the dogs are retired. Is that from breeding?
Yes, that's right.
And so, I mean, I don't believe that there's any kind of specific legislation that requires that, but would you, because I understand some of these puppy farms or large-scale breeders may be breeding from an animal for their entire lives.
Yeah.
Would you agree with some kind of a legislated cut-off on the years that an animal should be used for breeding for their welfare?
It depends on the animal. Like, I think it depends on the age of the animal, as in age, health. There's a lot of aspects involved. Generally, you know, we look after the health of the dog. So just for instance, just say you've got a girl and she's had 2 litters And you might say, okay, well, I think, she might go 2 years between litters. There are different aspects for every dog, but general rule of thumb, I think around the 5.5, 6 years old is a good age to try and be able to move them on and let them have their next chapter of their lives. And that's why it's very important in your breeding program to also have an adoption program in place for older dogs, because there's a lot of people in the community who are keen to get an older dog. They don't want a puppy, they want an older dog, so they're more than happy to come into the programs and take the dogs, and they're welcome to come meet the dogs, see if it's a good fit, and we go from there.
I just want to follow on from that question from Ms Hurst. So what about, a number of litters across a lifetime? So you don't sort of stipulate by a certain age, but across...
I'll let you go.
Can I answer that? Our association limits the number of litters that our dogs can have to 5.
Okay. That's
in line with Victoria. We've had that for 15 years. That's always been our upper limit. We don't say I think we say that they have to be retired by 8 years of age. The risk of setting an arbitrary age-related retirement age is that a lot of dogs have problems that don't appear. This is for those guys than for us who are crossbreeders, as a rule. But for people breeding purebred dogs, there are a lot of age-related conditions that don't appear until the dogs are 7 or 8 years old. And if you say you can't breed after 7 or 8 years, then you're going to be breeding dogs when you don't know whether they've got those problems. So it's better to keep the particularly say Cavaliers, heart disease comes in at 6 to 8 years of age. If you've got a 6 or 7 year old Cavalier that hasn't got heart disease, you really should be breeding from it because it's a very rare animal.
Okay.
And do you find...
Ms Crofts, and then...
Yes, I just want to make a comment on trying to come up with a mandatory age for retiring breeding females. The problem with that is we have giant breeds, and some of those breeds don't live past 5 or 6 years old. So if you're saying they can be bred for their entire adult life, that I think is unacceptable. Whereas your smaller breeds of dogs, your toy breeds, your silkies, chihuahuas, whatever, they can live to 15, 16. Now, I'm not advocating breeding a 15-year-old. I personally don't breed anything past 6 years of age. And we also, and it's legislated, you can't breed more than 2 litters every 2 years from your bitches. So Victoria does have the 5 litter maximum. I think we have 6. Yeah. I think 6. But they've got to be health checked as well by a vet.
But you can sort of see that we've got a problem here where there are some breeders that are outside of your organisations, which Absolutely. Are maybe still following a rule of 2 per year, but continually breeding for that animal's whole life. And do you see that could be problematic for anybody outside of one of these organisations?
Ms Show?
Can I just address that? Emma, I absolutely agree with you. We're none of us in any denial about needing to stop this sort of breeding. What we're saying is that the way to do it is through the code of practice. Our problem with the current legislation, we think it's great, except that the code of practice is not up to scratch. It doesn't address levels of breeding. If you put those in the law and fix them in the law, you have it's like hammering a gnat with a brick. You've got no way that you can move. With the code of practice, we can address 0 to 3 breeders, 3 to 10 breeders, more than 10 breeders. It just needs to be revised. That's our position. Not in any way questioning that you're not perfectly right on the things that you've identified.
And I just want to ask as well, because we talked a little bit about retiring some of these animals at the end of breeding. Just to clarify, as I would understand it, because these are sort of quite popular breeds that people are breeding, I'm assuming that some of those adult females, once they've finished their breeding life, would be fairly easy to rehome.
Yeah, general rule of thumb, and we make sure that they're health checked, they get desexed, everything's done. And yes, there's always people that are after the older dogs, which is really good.
Thank you. I just want to go back to some questions around the guardian homes and the breeding arrangements that were asked before. Now, RightPaw, you you've put in your submission that you actually support some kind of legal framework around these breeding arrangements and contracts. And it's an interesting issue because it's something that's new, and I think it does hold some promise to improve welfare where animals are actually living in these family homes. But the calls that we get in my office are often from people who have, bought a cheaper puppy, and then they've developed a bond with this animal, and then the legal contract has the animal as the legal property of the breeder, and then people have been required to take that animal back to breeding when a vet has said this animal shouldn't be used for further breeding, it could risk her life, and then there becomes these emotional attachments, and then there's these big fiery debates between breeders who then never return the dog, or people who have the dog and run away with the dog and move house or move state, and the breeder then doesn't know where the dog is. So there's potential for that to get messed up both ways. And this is something that's not legislated because it's such a new idea. What should that legislation look like to protect both people in that relationship and the animal?
I think to be honest, we probably don't have a watertight view of that currently. But I do completely agree that there probably just needs to be much more transparency over whether some of these contracts are legally binding or not. I think it probably, and having some sort of framework around it is useful for people really truly understanding what they're getting themselves into, because currently there is a lot of confusion over whether who owns the dog, who is what does the dog itself have independent rights outside of the fact that it's owned by someone, and they are, I know these issues are being taken to court occasionally, and I just don't think there is enough. There's not enough of there's not enough clarity for people in these situations at the moment. I don't necessarily think, I think certainly it's got to be fair on both parties, and you've still got, but if there is a contract, then both members of, both parties in that contract have their independent rights. I just think it definitely needs to be made more transparent over what people need to do. You've got some more? Yeah.
Certainly there are examples that attest to what you mentioned where, that has happened, but I think it is a rarity, and I think that a lot of great breeders are very transparent and educate their owners up front about going into an arrangement on breeders' terms to know what they're getting into, setting expectations, and a lot of great responsible breeders would ultimately build a relationship with those guardian homes over time, be very transparent and upfront, and create that community. So I do think it's probably an education piece. And again, great breeders would already be doing that. And I think it's the irresponsible breeders where they haven't built that trust and relationship with their guardian homes, haven't been upfront about what will happen and what, when the dogs will come back. So I think that's important too.
Mrs. Crofts, I think you were indicating you want to speak.
Guardian homes is nothing new. It's been going on for as long as dog breeding's been happening. So it's hundreds of years. In New South Wales, the legal owner of that microchip in that dog, that's the person that owns the dog. Contract law comes into play. Both parties should be fully aware of the agreement they're entering into, and very, very rarely is there any dispute about what's to happen with the dog as the terms go on for breeding. Some breeders just want one litter and then it's the guardian home's dog forever. Some, mostly not our organisation, it's other organisations, they will require more litters. But at the end of the day, everyone should be given the opportunity to seek independent legal advice before entering into a contract. And if they waive that right, well, then they're signing that saying that they understand what they're going into. So I don't think you can have a legislation that is going to override contract law.
I've got one more follow-up question from this morning's questions in regard to the oversight, and I know a lot of you mentioned, the enforcement and RSPCA funding, and the RSPCA's submission talked about the Puppy Farm Task Force. Now, they said that they visited 133 breeders, and I understand, obviously, they were also visiting smaller breeders, so I won't say that it was a Puppy Farm Task Force, but they certainly went and sort of oversaw a lot of breeders. They visited 133. Now, they report that 77% of those breeders weren't meeting minimum legal welfare requirements under the current legislation, which is quite shocking. Do you support the government continuing that funding going to the RSPCA so there is that level of oversight over breeding across the board? Because I know a couple of you seem to have sort of mentioned that need of oversight of that current legislation that's already in place. I might start with RightPaw and then go across.
Yep, so I think it's certainly our experience from talking to member breeders is I would be interested to see a breakdown, because they didn't put that in their submission, of what were the infringements of those individual breeders, because, for example, there are a lot of requirements around the heights of fencing and things like that people didn't, we know there are a lot of breeders out there who didn't really realise they were truly going to be pulled up on having 1.8 metre fences when they're breeding small breed dogs that can't jump those fences, or much lower fences. And so we know of individual breeders who have been in that situation where they've been pulled up and they've said, nope, you really truly have to put those fences in. And obviously that would mean that they were technically not meeting the requirements. So I definitely think that then we do support the more resourcing of inspections of breeding premises. We think that's only going to be a good thing, but it doesn't necessarily help. This bill doesn't necessarily help finding new puppy farms in itself. Inspecting breeders who are already there and pulling them up for small infringements that are actually nothing to do with animal welfare is not necessarily helpful.
Just so you know, one of the terms of reference of the committees is the impact of the Puppy Task Force.
Outside of the bill.
So, yeah.
I'd just like to comment on that. I think the Puppy Farm Task Force is finding most of those 77% or whatever it is, you'd find they're mostly paperwork, not putting the fences, recording, that sort of stuff. I think they have only confiscated about 150 dogs or something like that. I mean, and I'm not saying in that means that those 77% were doing a great job otherwise, because the limitations of the task force is great, but their limitations is that they are constrained by the code of practice, and the code of practice at the moment says you can keep a dog in a cage, literally in a cage, for 24 hours and 40 minutes every day.
Yep.
So, but then they say they've got to have an exercise area, and sure, they might be able to show them their exercise area on the day, but so that the code of practice needs to be.
And what do you think needs to change in regards to how long that animal can be contained for? Like if it's 20 minutes a day, what should the code look like?
If you're running a kennel like I do, you've got to obviously have your animals constrained. So my dogs are in small kennels at night, and then they go out and do a big run in the daytime. And then they go out and runs 4 dogs in the run. They all run around. They've got platforms. They've got toys. So they have exercise during the day. Just more exercise than your average backyard dog, because they've got somebody to play with and they've got a big space. I would certainly like to see something to make sure that dogs do get out there. So that means probably it's not so much limitation on the numbers of the dogs, but it's limitations on the numbers of the dogs for a particular area that you've got available. Not the size of your pen, but the size of your whole property. Show me that your dogs are going to get exercise. So how that is put into legislation, it's not possible. We need to look at it through the companion animals.
Mrs. Crofts or Mrs. Brand?
I'm just going to comment on the fact that we're talking about the people that are here today, and we're talking about the RSPCA who've been able to inspect facilities or premises where they know they exist. The problem is finding these areas of puppy farms where we don't know how they exist. And in my mind, the only way we can fully trace that is that mandatorily every single pet animal, cat or dog, must be microchipped. And that's not happening. So therefore, we're only looking at the animals that are visible, that are on the microchip registry, that the RSPCA can find out there's 10 puppies or 20 puppies that have come from that address. We'll go and inspect them. But we're talking about puppy farms. The people that we want to find are not sitting here today. The people that we want to find are out there under the radar, and we don't know how to find them. So how do we find them? Absolute mandatory microchipping on every animal that comes into a veterinary practice, because otherwise there's no paper trail, and without a paper trail we actually can't find out where that animal came from.
Ms Nelson, do you...
Yeah, look, I was one of the breeders that was first inspected by the RSPCA task force. Overall, I thought it was a great idea. I thought that they went onto properties and they educated our breeders, the ones that were a little bit backwards in, you know, their records and all of that kind of thing. They were given time to get it right, etc., etc. That whole statistic I would challenge. I think that I know that there was a reasonable number of our members that rang them and asked them to come and do the inspections. In my case, I would be one of those statistics, because the question was, where's the vet phone number? I said, it's there on the fridge. And he said, not good enough. And I had to move it 8 feet to put it on the outside window. Excuse me. Now, I don't believe that that was part of the code.
But sorry, did you get fined for that?
I didn't get fined.
Okay.
As far as I know, not one of our breeders did get fined.
So they just asked you to change it, which it seems somewhat...
I still
but you weren't
challenge
fined.
whether or not that was a requirement under the code then. It certainly isn't now. The code said that it must be accessible to staff and visitors, and it was. But the interpretation, not just in that instance but across the board, was pretty shocking. So what we've got is a lot of reports from our breeders who were saying we have to keep copies of all of our vaccination certificates for when we sell our puppies. That's not in the legislation either, but that was one of the things that they were coming back to check. So since then, we've done some work with the RSPCA, and they've agreed to change their forms so that when they pinged me for not complying with this particular sentence, that it would be written up as being more specific to move the vet phone number to a different place, because that way I could challenge it. If you're just saying this is this code, then it's everybody's saying, well, you know, what's going on. So a lot of it is you can cover it by the people that were being inspected being misunderstanding it, because sometimes they were recommendations and not blah, blah, blah. But the fact is, a lot of that you're seeing as statistics, with 77% of them that were not compliant, we need to know what they weren't compliant with, in my opinion.
We can ask them this afternoon.
There's a big sin, sin and a little sin.
Going to go to Mr Manasiak.
Thank you. Just a general question to all the panel members. The proposed bill that we're looking at as part of this inquiry has been explained as almost a direct facsimile or copy of the Victorian bill. I would just seek your opinion in terms of has the Victorian bill solved the problem of puppy farms? And if no, what has been the perverse outcomes of that bill in Victoria?
I would like to go there, because we are an applicable organisation in Victoria. The Master Dog Breeders is responsible under that legislation to ensure that our members that have got between 3 and 10 fertile females are compliant with the code. And since we became an applicable organisation, which was February last year, we see the underbelly of it, and we see that there are all of these dodgy businesses turning up that are providing whelping services that nobody knows who they are, nobody knows where they are. We've got people that are breeding, that are whelping puppies, selling puppies, etc., from 2-bedroom units, overcrowded, etc. But because they're not the owner of the dog and the dogs aren't on the breeder's property, nobody knows what's going on. This whole guardian home thing has got whole heaps of different twists on it. It's not just the way that it was described here. They're doing all manner of things in order to get around all of this legislation. So the biggest deal is probably the amount of fraud and scammers, where they're stealing numbers and identities and all that kind of thing, which I would say is the same problem across the board with New South Wales as well, where all we're doing is helping them verify the scammers. That whole process needs to be looked into, but the RSPCA have already said that we have not controlled puppy farmers. We've controlled large-scale breeders that are, that were like they were sort of 10 years ago. But there are still reports coming to us. We got one a couple of weeks ago of a factory in the Preston area. I haven't been able to get an address or any other details to pass on to the RSPCA yet, but we work pretty closely with the RSPCA down there and the local councils. And the local council interaction with the breeders is horrific, where we've got they're bullying them. The local laws are part of the problem, where the state law says this, but the local laws are saying other things. It's confusing, it's difficult, etc.
Dogs New South Wales, Ms Brand and Mrs Croft.
Yeah, look, I was recently down in Victoria and I spoke to quite a number of breeders down there about their model and how it's working, and across the board they were all of the opinion that it's not working. People down there, responsible breeders, are moving to different areas as they're seeking out local councils that are more accepting of dogs. We've got the approved organisation status down there with Dogs Victoria, so that their breeders, with 3 to 10 bitches, are told that they're okay. But their council is turning around, and when they're going to pay their annual registration, they're being told, pick 2 dogs and get rid of the rest. We're not going to let you have them. So they're moving to different council areas that are more accepting, and also puppy factories are still rife down there. They're absolutely flourishing because, again, they operate under the radar. They're not applying for their PER number or as a animal breeding business, which they're required to if they have more than 10 breeding females.
The biggest loophole of that whole schmozzle in Victoria is that the 1 to 3 dogs aren't registered. So you can say, oh, I've only got 3. I mean, we know of people with half a dozen golden retrievers in their backyard selling them for $5,500 each. They're probably making $120,000, and that woman was collecting the pension. I mean, it's that limit, that saying, oh no, 3 dogs are okay, is absolutely insane. Every dog in New South Wales needs to have a breeder identification number. Every single dog. If it's an entire dog, when you go and register your dog, even if you don't intend to breed it, but you haven't sexed it, you get a breeder identification number when you register your dog.
WrightPaw.
No, I think just to echo the statements that have been made already, I think particularly Ms Brand's comment from earlier, I think it's about surfacing the breeders that aren't doing the right thing, and the breeders that are here today and the organisations are the ones which are doing the right thing, being visible, being transparent, and this bill will unfairly target them rather than trying to surface the ones that aren't represented here. So I think just to echo the previous statement.
Thank you. We're now at the wrapping up stage, so I'm going to give each organisation about a minute to just, if there's anything you think you should have said that you haven't said, or if there's anything you think you may have not said well, here's a chance just to tidy up. So I'll start with Ms Nelson and go along with this, but it's literally a really short 1 minute.
As I said earlier, I think that that every single person that breeds or sells a dog in the state of New South Wales needs to be able to be identified.
Okay.
We need to know who they are, where they are, what they're doing, and that pet exchange, that pet registry is a system, if it's operating correctly, should be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. Dogs New South Wales?
Yes, exactly what I said in my statement before. Just a couple of areas in this bill. Number one, the scientific evidence relating to breeding and inbreeding, or numbers of litters per female, doesn't really stack up to good breeding and animal welfare. But again, traceability to find the actual puppy farmers is the most necessary option.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I think like everybody else here, we don't think this bill does the job, but we want to see the job done properly. So we want to see a good breeders code. We want to see individual identification of every entire dog in New South Wales, and we want to see guaranteed enforcement of that at every point of sale. So every pet shop, every newspaper advertisement has to have the breeder ID number, the microchip number of every puppy. And if you could do that, it's going to make it very difficult for anybody who's an illegal breeder to sell their dogs. They won't be able to find a way of selling them. So that's where we've got to target: identification and point of sale identification.
Thank you very much. RightPaw?
And we would just echo what everybody else has said today, but there are points in the code of practice that do need improving, especially around how long they're allowed to be kept in cages, and there's no socialisation practices involved in there, and identification of breeders is essential. So compulsory bin numbers and having those linked to every single puppy, whether it's a source number or a bin number or however it's defined, is the only way of identifying new puppy farms.
Okay. Thank you all very much for your attendance today. I don't think anyone took any questions on notice, so I don't need to read this last paragraph out. So, yeah, thank you very much for your attendance. And we'll now bring in the next lot of witnesses. And just for the committee members, we'll start the questions for the next panel with Mr. Fang.
Just to flag, I'll have a stack of supplementary questions.
Yeah, I've got heaps.
Because I didn't pretty much got half a question.
Yeah, I've got the same. Didn't get anything. Yep. So after Wes, I'll go back to you. I'll reverse the process.
All right. I'll try and be fair and not take up 3/4 of the time.
I had a call to charge.
Where's the next panel?
I'm not crying, I've got to do it now.
I think they're in the...
That's just what you need.
Tissue. Have they got tissues over there?
Oh, they never have any tissues.
We got now the Bulldogs.
Yes. But the Riverlands kennel people aren't here.
Yep.
Apology.
Thank you.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Coming a regular. Good morning.
Wow.
Found better parking this time.
You'll finish up with a VIP pass. Okay, good right. Just...
I'm an affirmation.
Yeah.
Morning. So there's no microphone for Mr. Carr. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll start off. Now, welcome our next witnesses. Could I just get each witness from my left, so your right, so Dr. Hedberg, to state your name, your position title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
My name is Dr. Karen Hedberg. I'm a veterinarian. I'm with representing the French Bulldog Club, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carr?
Yes, my name's John Carr. I'm a dog breeder and also a general person in the dog world. Comes from different perspectives. I swear an affirmation to say that what I will say to this committee will be the truth, and that the evidence that now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks, Mr. Carr. And Ms. Yun?
Yvonne Yun, Executive Member of the German Shepherd Dog Council Australia. I swear an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you. Now, the way this will work is that you will each be given the opportunity for about a brief 2-minute opening statement. If you go beyond the 2 minutes, I'm going to have to cut you off.
They said 2 to 3.
Okay, well, we'll see how that goes. I am the chair, though, Mr. Carr. And so after that, we'll then have questions from the panel members, and it's sort of a relatively free-flowing arrangement. And then at the end of this process, you'll each then get 1 minute to wrap up. So if there's anything that you think you haven't said that you would like to have said, or if you think you've said something that may have been misconstrued, you'll get a chance at the end to clean that up. So opening statements, we'll start with Dr. Hedberg again, on my left, on your right. So about 2 minutes.
I thank the committee for the opportunity to speak. We find the proposed amendments are not fit for purpose. These proposed changes will result in enormous disruption to responsible breeders, as well as adding considerable impost and costs onto councils and breeders trying to apply these proposed changes. There are already a significant number of acts that cover this area: POCTA, Codes of Practice, the Draft Animal Welfare Bill and the Companion Animals Act. None of these proposed changes will directly address the problem of puppy farms. Rather, it targets the easily found, the registered hobby breeders. There are several serious issues. Definition of a puppy farm. Nowhere is this clearly stated. If not defined, how can the proposed changes be applied? 2, the number of times a bitch may be bred is 2 litters. There is no scientific or welfare basis for this arbitrary figure. Who will keep the data on this? The unregistered will continue to breed every season regardless. Cannot breed if there's a hereditable defect is identified in a previous litter. What is the definition of a hereditable defect? Many conditions are deemed inherited, yet there may not be a definitive test that one can run. Where there are tests available, most registered breeders will do these in the effort not to produce any affected puppies. Equally not producing that exact mating, there may be no issues with the second litter. Again, who will assess such defects? How will penalties applied and on what basis? Cannot breed with a dog that is related by blood. How can one qualify related by blood? Within a breed, all dogs are ultimately related by blood. Again, in this area, the only ones that can be checked are the registered breeders, backyard breeders, etc. Rarely keep generational data, pedigrees, or health data. Again, who's going to be assessing this, and what qualifications will they need? Automatic desexing of males over 6 years. Again, it's an arbitrary age. Where is the science or welfare backing that up? The other areas of concerns are the licensing. The system is supposed to pay for the whole thing to run. Again, registered breeders will bear the brunt of the costs while the unregistered will stay hidden. Councils will have the power to issue licences, which from the Victorian experience has produced significant and wide variations. Staffing. The suggested staffing of 1 person per 5 animals in a registered companion animal breeding animal business is ludicrous. It's far higher than human nursing or teaching rates. It could make it a penalty to go out and leave more than 5 animals alone. Again, who's going to check this? Who wears the cost of enforcement?
Dr. Hedberg, have you got much more?
Just a very short one.
Okay.
In summary, we find this amendment bill to be against the public's interest. It will add considerable cost to the breeding and access to registered dogs and cats. It will actively push up puppy farms, push down puppy and kitten production by registered breeders, and indirectly promote puppy farms, as they will continue to stay under the radar. And registered breeders belonging to a recognised breeder association where they have to abide by a code of ethics should be granted exemptions.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Hedberg, I believe you've just read from a prepared opening statement. If you could hand that up to the committee secretariat, it will just help Hansard with the transcription of your statement. Thank you very much.
No
Mr. Carr.
I would like to begin by thanking the committee for allowing me to speak on these matters. I would like to express to the committee that I'm frightened by the legislation that has been created in New South Wales. It's a monster where the amount of red tape, laws, statutes and offences has become so huge that for any breeder it is intrusive and overwhelming. It takes away our liberties and joy we have from breeding dogs, destroys our privacy, and its enactment will cause many hobby breeders to simply stop breeding. In Victoria, too, fellow breeders are no longer breeding by choice because of the legislation and the policies introduced there. And this in turn affects the demand and thereby the price of puppies in New South Wales, as buyers for puppy now complete with buyers interstate. Good hobby breeding is an art where you need to run on several specimens, each of several lines, not only to build and share with others for the next generation, but because not everything works. Not all litters are big, and of the stock I run on that has potential, less than half are ever used for breeding. By restricting bitches to 2 litters and other controls you mentioned, you will completely destroy the art of good breeding. And by affecting the stock that a breeder can keep, you affect the pool of bloodlines both the breeder and others can draw from. This, I believe, will lead to the loss of good bloodlines and the breeds we have in this country. And as puppies become rarer, the price rises exponentially. And those people in low income brackets who want a puppy will be the most affected. So how do I propose we address puppy farms? Let's start with the goal line that we should be aiming for. The price of puppies is entirely market driven. By increasing the number of puppies, you substantially reduce their price, and by doing so, keeps in check many of the problems you are concerned about. It will no longer be fiscally rewarding to set up or operate a puppy breeding farm. As such, they will decline in number, and those people who continue will more likely be breed orientated than profit orientated. People will no longer have to buy puppies on contract when they can afford to and be able to choose a puppy that is not bound by one. There will be no business model, as the deductions and costs that will be claimable would outweigh the profit then made on a litter. Puppy buyers will be more sensitive about where their puppy comes from and be willing to complain about substandard breeding practices if they have a choice and can choose between breeders. And the market can decide what happens with pet shops. People will have more choices of where they buy their puppy from. So how do we achieve this goal line? I allege that the catalyst of why many of our puppy farms of concern exist today is a reduction in people being able to breed their dogs and produce puppies in a home environment. For ANKC purebred registered dogs, a breeder can tick a box on the pedigree or registered on a limited register without any due reason for the owner of the dog to never be able to use that dog for breeding an ANKC registered litter.
Mr. Carr, do you have much more?
I've got another page in a little bit.
Perhaps you should just table it, and then that way it becomes part of the record anyway.
If you seek to table that, it'll be circulated to the committee members and it'll go into the transcript as well. Would you like to do that?
I can, but I'd like to read it, if that's possible.
Well, okay, I'll let you do this, but can I just say, you're way over your 3 minutes already.
Oh, okay. Unfortunately, this is done routinely by many breeders who believe it is responsible to do so. We also have vets participating in the early desexing of baby puppies by breeders before selling them. There is now a substantial amount of evidence available online exposing such procedures as detrimental to dogs' development and health, and I printed out an article off the internet I'm submitting at the end of my talk as proof of this. And for dogs in the community, we have the unlawful push by our authorities to desex the impounding stray dogs they offer for sale. Our authorities never owned these dogs, never. Our authorities are just an instrument under the Act to enforce it, that's all. They are required to sell dogs, so before selling the dogs to the public, they sell the dogs to themselves, erasing certain provisions in the Act of doing so to desex it prior to them then selling it to the public. Welfare groups and organisations who push council into doing such actions need to be taught the truth so they can understand what is right. All this needs to be addressed. rest. And so by allowing people to breed again, the natural balance of puppies in the community will be restored, the prices will come down and the puppy farms you were concerned about will begin to disappear. This is the way I believe that has the public's stronger support, particularly if they've tried to buy a purebred puppy recently. In conclusion, one more thing. How can our authorities enforce laws over animal owners when they so blatantly ignore the animal laws themselves? How about enforcing sections 4 and 5 of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, where the unnecessary killing of an animal is an act of cruelty? Why has the law only been used in politically correct scenarios? Dogs and their lives are of political football in this state, with no authority willing to stand on another authority's toes. I have been told directly by the police that they will not pursue offences relating to our welfare authorities or councils, as they are the good guys. If you want to make animal legislation in New South Wales... Mr Carr,
how long have you got? You're now pushing 5 minutes.
All right, it's only a couple more lines.
Well, can I suggest that you table it? We need to move. There'll be no time for questions.
I mean, you're the chair, so...
Yeah. Can I ask that you table that and it'll be incorporated? The members will get to read it.
Okay.
And if you've got a prepared speech, can you hand the rest up? It assists Hansard. Thank you. Ms Yun.
Good morning. Honourable Chairperson and members of the committee. The GSDCA applauds any action that will improve the welfare of animals, recognising that the Companion Animals Act 1998 can claim great success in bringing about change. The Act was developed through a balanced and inclusive approach, recognising the rights of all, not just the objectives of a single group. Our organisations have contributed heavily and voluntarily to the current much improved welfare of animals in New South Wales. Yet despite these achievements, there are no exemptions in this amendment. It is improvement from both areas that have led to the present problem of puppy farming, a term the amendment is careful to avoid defining so that we are all branded with one stigma. Our success in regulating our breeding activities has led to the demand creating the puppy farmer model that dictates profit above all else. We argue that this amendment will lead to consequences such as worse outcomes for breeding animals with random matings based on available partners on the day, and females being bred every season until they reach the litter limit. They will then be disposed of as wastage. And this cycle will repeat. The turnover of females will be extreme, with intensive breeding without respite, and then a fate that no one knows in order to bring another in to replace them. Displacement and rapid relocation of the real puppy farmer rather than eradication. The incident that gave rise to this amendment is evidence of how the Victorian model does not work. We would expect a concentration of puppy farmers who have relocated to LGAs where they will operate under the radar in areas where the council does not have the resources to implement the amendment. And of course, they can always up and move. Local government will be burdened with yet another regulatory task that someone will have to pay for, and it will not be the ratepayer. And this is before the skills, diligence and integrity of the regulatory officers are considered. Homes will become a political weapon in the hands of some councils, where existing use will have no bearing and privacy becomes a casualty. But this is the breeder's home, and to continue, they will need to make life-changing decisions. The bad guys will simply pick up and move. These are merely some of our concerns elaborated, but others include the lack of inclusion and consultation in this proposal, the lack of definitions and clarity, the lack of regulations to accompany the amendments, the failure to outline an appeals process, the lack of oversight provisions, loss of personal freedom, and the natural justice that attach to this amendment.
Ms Chun, have you got much longer?
One para.
Okay.
This amendment has a singular view that ignores scientific evidence, shows no respect for achievement and improvement, and fails to provide a pathway for improved outcomes for animals. If enacted, we will believe it will undermine the very significant achievements of the Companion Animal Act 1998.
Thank you, Ms Yun. Now, obviously a prepared statement. If you are prepared to hand that up to assist with the Hansard transcription, that would be good. Thank you. Now, members, I'm going to start with Mr Fang, who's on the screen with questioning, but just be aware, so this session finishes at 11:15, so I'll wrap up questioning at about 10 past, so we give the witnesses a chance to wrap up. Mr Fang.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing today. I guess I'm just looking to get some feet around the puppy farms themselves. I'm a regional member, I live in Wagga Wagga, and I'm keen to know the majority of puppy farms, where are they located? Do you find them located in rural regional areas, or do you find them located in metropolitan areas such as around the Sydney area? And I guess the next part of that question is that the restrictions, the members who have issues with puppy farms, are you finding that they are located in the same areas where the puppy farms are, i.e. are those members who would say protest or object to puppy farms being in operation, are they typically metropolitan areas, or are they rural region?
May I speak to that?
Okay, so what we'll start with Ms. Ewan and we'll work across for each member.
Okay, so I, for my sins, Mr. Fang, work in local government, and I would suggest to you that there is a tendency for the high volume puppy farmer to locate outside of the metropolitan area, purely and simply because if you look at local government in, say, an LGA like Hilltop, they're lucky to have one inspector, and that inspector is basically tasked with looking to all things, inspecting running a pound, looking at livestock, doing all of the functions around that inspectorate. They may have to cover thousands of miles to get around their entire LGA. So, and traditionally, where local government's main focus is roads, rates and rubbish, very little money is generally set aside to do an adequate job in inspection. So it's our experience that the puppy farmer will in fact locate where he's least likely to be disturbed. He will do business out of car parks somewhere. So you'll never get to go to his property, you'll never see the breeding conditions, you'll buy your puppy online and he'll meet you in a car park because it's so much easier for you to do. So the problem is that they are more likely to be in rental properties, particularly if it's got a bit of a rural parcel of land to it. They can be out of public view, and if things get too tough, they just pick up and move. They have no bond to the property out of which they're operating. So effectively, they tend to be in rural or outer urban areas. I have here some photographs which I'll actually table where, you know, I happen to come from the Hawkesbury LGA. Driving around the Hawkesbury LGA on one weekend, I picked up 5 litters of puppies for roadside sale. Now, while some of those breeders might be doing the right thing, it becomes very easy in that situation for purchasers of puppies just on a whim. It becomes very easy for people to just turn over puppies and the sign disappears next week. So I would suggest to you that it's not particularly an urban issue. It's more likely to be a rural or semi-rural issue, and it's more likely to be where the puppy farmer knows he's not going to be subject to scrutiny.
Thanks, Ms. Shun. Mr. Carr?
I have nothing further to add, sorry.
Okay. Dr. Hedberg?
I would agree that it's mostly a rural or semi-rural area, and it's the fringe of the urban areas that you sometimes see quite a lot of people sort of, we're a bit further out, not as much control, and you start to see these puppy farms start to happen.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Wes. Mr. Banasiak.
Thank you. I'll just pick up on your opening statement, Mr. Carr, where you spoke about the bloodline issue and the importance of having enough dogs to improve and maintain those bloodlines. With the Victorian bill, which this bill is of a similar nature, almost a direct copy, have you seen or heard of those bloodlines being reduced in specific breeds because of the Victorian bill?
Very hard to judge on the Victorian bill because you've got people transferring dogs between New South Wales and Victoria. You have puppies going down from New South Wales to Victoria. In fact, I have more puppies from the previous few years going down to Victoria and South Australia than in New South Wales. So in terms of bloodlines and things like that, to me it's something very hard to gauge because you've got new blood going down there and things like that, and the transfer of dogs and what have you. Once you start touching each state, you will then reduce the pool of bloodlines. Once you start restricting breeders and more breeders, you will affect the bloodline. I can still breed with dogs interstate, but once other states clamp down, and Victoria and New South Wales are perhaps two of your biggest dog breeding states, then the impact on bloodlines will be more noticeable.
Can I ask Mr. Carr, what dogs do you breed?
St Bernard.
St Bernard, okay.
I might just go to you, Ms. Young, and this is something I asked in the other inquiry the other week that you were appearing on, and it's about those, obviously, your breed of dogs, the German Shepherds, they're used in police, they're used in border force.
Yes.
Where do you see the impact of this bill having on, I guess, the ability to actually service those police force and those border force with those dogs?
Okay, so if I might, I'll just go back to what I said previously, and that is that you breed specific bloodlines for specific reasons. What I breed as a German Shepherd breeder is a dog that I hope will be fit for purpose in the average family. The lines that the police, the prisons, the Air Force, all of those people are looking to are not necessarily going to be suited to the average family and the average owner. So effectively they have to have access to specific bloodlines that they hold a lot of them themselves, and they have their own breeding programs in some instances. I know New South Wales Police do. So I feel that if they were subject to this Act, their capacity to breed for themselves would be severely restricted, because there'd be no different to how many animals they could maintain, how many animals they could be breeding. And the situation would then be that they would be obliged, because the dog I breed is not suited to their work, they would be obliged to seek out those lines elsewhere, overseas. They'd have to import them. They would become far more expensive. And you'd be looking at a totally different temperament to the one I want to breed, and the one you want me to breed for the community, because they're hard dogs. They have to be. Yep. They're not going to back down.
And yeah, it was just important that we get that same answer sort of onto this inquiry. Just one final question before I pass back to the chair. Part of the bill, I think it's clause 61K, talks about a council may refuse or suspend an application if the applicant doesn't have sufficient qualifications. The way I read that would essentially impose a requirement on the council workers or councils to have people there trained in a Cert 4 in training and assessment, and therefore potentially then you as a breeding association would have to become an RTO to train your breeders in certain qualifications. A, is that practical? B, is it even financially feasible for councils in your view? And C, will it address any animal welfare concerns?
Okay, there's three questions there.
and that's to all.
He did say he had one last question, but he's bundled them up.
Value for money. Okay, so the first question was, what is my view of council officers?
Well, the question was, do you think it's feasible for council officers or councils to have have people trained in Cert 4 and training assessment and going out assessing people's competency in essentially animal care?
Absolutely not. Okay. the current workload for the regulatory officers within the local government environment, they have to inspect brothels, they have to look at trees, they have to intervene in fencing disputes between neighbours, they have to manage parking. So unless you are going to have a dedicated officer, which just doesn't work, who does nothing but these kennel inspections, it will be a question of economics. If you've only got 10 breeders, why would you have a specialist officer? Is there going to be enough work there for him? If not, he's going to have to cross-train in all those other areas, food safety, all of those sorts of things. So basically, I don't think it's practical, and local government is having enough trouble keeping up with all of the work they have to do. They just, it's just horrendous. So in terms of local government, I don't think it'd be acceptable, but I think you would need to canvass that through the OLG and LG New South Wales to understand what each individual council felt. Your second question...
I think that's answered it pretty well, but I might just allow Mr. Carr or Ms. Dr. Hedberg, because you've got specific breeds which may have specific needs in terms of care. So do you think council workers would be appropriately equipped to assess your qualifications or experience in caring for those particular animals?
So Mr. Carr first.
Well, you looking at the councils the way they are now and being able to assess dogs and knowing the different types of aggression, like food aggression, like protective aggression and things like that. I've seen, and it's quite common for councils to put down a dog and say it's not suitable for rehoming because it may have a guarding aggression of that kennel or something like that, and believe that will make a dog aggressive towards people. I mean, the officers running these pounds and having dogs are not trained to know the different types of aggression in dogs. And I would say I wouldn't trust a council in terms of being able to decide whether a property is suitable for a dog or not, or to give an assessment on a dog. They're simply at present just not trained to do those things which they are currently doing in terms of assessing dogs. So,
okay, thanks, Mr. Carr. Dr. Hedberg?
I agree with Mrs. Yuen that I think that you would have to have specially trained officers if you were going to apply this law, because to me, certainly in areas of where the dogs are related by blood, hereditary diseases and things like that, that's a very specialised area. And I mean, it's a fairly specialised area even for veterinarians to determine what is a hereditable disease and what is not. So I think, personally, I don't think the council officers have got a hope in hell of doing it properly or adequately.
Thanks, Mark. I've just got one question for each of you, and then I'm going to hand over to Ms Hurst. And it relates to one of our terms of reference, which is the Puppy Factory Task Force. Did any of you have any interaction or do you have views about the New South Wales Government's Puppy Farm Task Force? Well, maybe I'll start with Dr. Hedberg and move across.
Yes, the Puppy Farm Task Force, it has been in, and I heard some of the answers from the last one. They've been around, they've inspected various different kennels. Most of the problems that they've found have been fairly minor. Again, they've mostly been paperwork type issues where they haven't been keeping records properly, stuff like that. I think that the amendments that they've made recently to the codes has helped. But I think that if you're going to do that sort of thing in the future, I think the code needs to be worked through better and come through with a more complete overview of what dog breeding should be done and how it should be done. And I think that fixing up the code and putting a lot more work into it, I think, is where most of this should go.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carr, did you have any interaction with the Puppy Factory Task Force?
I think I agree with most of what Karen said, but I'm also concerned about people's liberties and things like that and flexibility, and I think some of that has to be built into any sort of legislation involving puppy farms and puppy factories and things like that and people breeding puppies. That's all I want to say.
How do you see that? How do you see that being worded in the legislation? Do you have a view?
It's probably difficult to put in the legislation, but I think it's something that might need to be discussed more. And
I'm happy for you to take that on notice. If you want to go away, you can think about it and then get back to us.
Yeah, okay, I'll take that on notice.
Thanks. Ms Yun, have you had any involvement with the Puppy Factory Task Force?
Not personally, no. I've heard horror stories far and wide about inspections where people have been bullied, people have been pulled up on things that really, in the scheme of things and for the overall welfare of the dog, are minor, very, very minor, and actually make no impact on the animal's care. So, for argument's sake, I have an acre property, I have fencing all around, my dogs are at liberty to run and enjoy that, but they're not 6-foot fences. If I were to have an inspection, I'd probably have a problem. So I think some of the specifics in the code of practice are absolutely ridiculous and need to be modified. I think what we need is, okay, get a collaborative code of practice that everybody agrees on, and then educate people rather than go in with the big stick and say we've had 70% of fail rate. Well, what were the failures? How can we do better next time? You won't get the breeder community, and most especially the ones you're trying to get with this, you won't get them on board if they don't feel they've got a stake and they don't feel they've got the information they need to measure up. We're not bad people, and yet we're being painted that way at all levels of legislation just now. And I think something's got to give, because what stands to, or potentially is going to happen, is you're going to drive good people out, leaving more market space for the backyard breeder, for the puppy farmer, and you'll just create a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I think it needs a lot of work.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand over now to Ms Hurst.
I might go with Ms Yuan again. We've heard, and I've seen a lot of submissions, a lot of breeder organisations require their members to undertake a welfare course and to have some kind of understanding around breeding. Do you have something like that in your organisation, that you require the breeders to sort of have some level of experience or...
Okay. Well, if I might explain the hierarchy. Mm-hmm. My breeder organisation is the German Shepherd Dog Council. We're affiliated with the ANKC. The regulatory body for the ANKC in New South Wales is Dogs New South Wales. My breeder prefix, my kennel name, is issued through Dogs New South Wales. As far as Dogs New South Wales is concerned, and unfortunately I've been around a long time, so in the old days we didn't do any breeder education. If you want to become a breeder now, it is rigorous, absolutely rigorous. You've got to do training. You've got to undertake the code of ethics or agree to the code of ethics. I'm bound by that regardless of how long I've been breeding. I have a copy of that here, which I will submit to you. Mm-hmm. And basically, I think we've come a long way voluntarily. And I think that's what needs to be recognised, that if you give us a chance, we can do better even next time. What we're trying to tell you is that the people you want are not us. The people you want fly under the radar all the time. And quite frankly, they're horrific, absolutely horrific. But the regulation that or the amendment that you're putting in place won't get rid of them. They'll just change their practice. So instead of a bitch being bred, say from 8 months, 9 months, being bred once every 2 or 3 years, which is what we're inclined to do, or what we're regulated to do, she will be bred every 6 months. And the minute she reaches her mandated number of litters, she'll be out the door. Now, given the attitude towards animals that that person is likely to have, you are likely to have horrible, horrible situations for those bitches. I think my biggest argument would be puppy farms are driven by demand, market demand. The purchaser needs to accept responsibility for the welfare of the animal being bred from. They need to know that that bitch has been bred into the ground in horrific circumstances, and that's why they get their cheaper puppy.
I've just got a follow-up question on that. I mean, and it is interesting because obviously that's an aspect. Some submissions have said, you know, that the purchaser needs to take responsibility, and then on the other hand, a lot of submissions are saying that there's so many smoke screens like pet shops and other issues where people are saying that the purchaser can't police this, that it's really difficult to know, and that obviously when there's dodgy practices, a lot of this is hidden. So how do we... And the other side of that is we get a lot of complaints from consumers that have bought a dog online, thought they'd done their due diligence, thought they'd done some online research. As you know, there are fake bin numbers out there, there are fake microchip numbers out there, there are dogs being sold online with glossy, beautiful photos, people with all these sort of wonderful reviews, and then they get this sick dog and they look a little bit further into it and they go, oh, maybe this is a puppy farm. And the other problem we have is a lot of people don't realise that puppy farming, that large-scale breeding, large intensive breeding is legal in New South Wales. So how does the consumer actually police this? If we say it's your responsibility, how does the average person out there that's looking to bring a companion animal into their home know? I mean, how do they find that information out?
And is that for each of the panel members, that question?
Yeah,
I'd like to hear all your views. Yep.
Okay. At the risk of repeating myself, I'll go back to my closing statements from my testimony in front of the animal welfare. You can do two things to clean up this situation in New South Wales. You can make it illegal for any person in New South Wales to breed a dog or a cat or a companion animal if they are not part of a recognised organisation. That's the first thing. And a recognised organisation that is accredited with some minimum standards. We are not perfect, but we have standards. They're minimum standards that people must live up to. So again, I think that's set a bar and make sure that people are, as has previously been said, you issue each breeder with a number that has to appear on all advertising, that sort of thing, and that can be done. The current companion animal register, I have a breeder number. So if you make that law that it has to appear on everything I do, every bit of paperwork I give, I'm quite happy with that. The other thing you can do is provide training for prospective purchasers. And as we've seen previously, you can do that online. It could be a method by which welfare is actually paid for, so that the intending purchaser has to do the training, has to be positively identified.
So is that like ensuring that if somebody has a companion animal that they've got a licence to have a companion animal?
Yeah. Basically that you've done... It's all right to say the breeders have to do the training, but, you know, somebody fronts up at my door, I don't really know them that well, no matter how hard I try. So put them through training, make them qualified.
Can I... Sorry.
I'll see if we can gather the views. So Mr Carr, have you got something to say in response to Ms Hurst's question?
Yes, I do. Like Yvonne, I'm a registered breeder with Dogs New South Wales, and I have a kennel prefix and a registration number, breeder's registration number, where people, particularly interstate, want to buy a puppy and they want to be assured that it's not a fake. They can ring Dogs New South Wales and confirm that. They can also get online to the forums and ask, hey, have you ever heard of, puppy from this person and this prefix? And they'll get a resounding yes, no, it's genuine, it's fine, it's, he's a reputable breeder. There needs to perhaps be some more work on the microchip numbers where, particularly if buying an adult dog, not necessarily a puppy, that a person can actually confirm a particular microchip belongs to a particular dog and a particular person. and perhaps be some more work done there that can actually confirm it's a real dog. Maybe the implanter number and things like that can be confirmed. That's something that could be added to. But I would say to people buying a dog, if you're going to buy a dog interstate, make sure you go through something like a registered breeder. If you can't go to the place directly yourself and see the dog, then that's the assurance that you need.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Hedberg, and then we're going to go to Abigail Boyd for the last question.
Okay, I would sort of say, yes, due diligence is definitely there. And for most registered breeders, you can go along and actually see the parents, see where they're kept, see how puppies are raised, and I would suggest that most people go and do that, and I find that part of what I would call people's homework. If you want to get a healthy puppy from people that are breeding properly, most of these people will sort of say, come along, you can see the parents, well, definitely the mother and the litter situation, and you can see how these puppies are raised, and I think that is part of due diligence. Getting a dog from McDonald's just because you've met it in the car park, I don't think is sufficient. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Boyd, last question, and then we'll get you all to wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Yoon, if I could maybe take us back to just the last question or your last response to my colleague's question, where you talked about, we were talking about the large-scale intensive breeding. You suggested that if we have breeders needing to be part of a recognised organisation with minimum standards, we're avoiding a lot of the issues. And I think I can agree with you in terms of the small-scale breeding. But do you think that the community would accept the concept of large-scale intensive breeding even if the breeder was registered with a recognised organisation?
Okay. Look, I'm going to relate this to a real instance so that we can. The problem I have with that is large-scale breeding of the nature is commercial. So it gives rise to custodial arrangements where I sell a puppy as that person and get it back for a litter at a later stage. Mm-hmm. There's no commitment or investment of time, intelligence. You don't know the animal you're breeding in that situation. Okay, so that puppy might have left at 6 weeks, 8 weeks of age, gone into a home, comes back at adequate breeding age and is then put in whelp. You don't know the temperament of that animal. You have no real affiliation with that animal to understand what is going to be the best breeding result. So in any breeding that you do, you should be selecting partners, firstly, that suit one another and will improve the next generation.
So does that mean then that you agree with the proposition that we should not be allowing large-scale intensive farming?
I would totally agree.
Excellent. Thank you. Do you also agree, Mr. Carr?
No, I don't agree, even though I perhaps feel it's much better that we don't have intensive farming. I think that should be part of our liberties. I think if people are doing the right thing and complying with the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act and complying with the trade practices and they're there for the breed, I don't have a problem. What I think the problem is those large intensive farming where you're actually breeding for profit, those particular ones where there's no or little determination in breeding partners, where things like genetic problems and breeding to improve the breed is not really happening. It's simply there to produce puppies and to sell puppies for a commercial point of view. That's sort of large-scale type of operation. I think we'll all agree that is not what we want. That's not what we want to see.
But you can conceive of a large-scale intensive breeding facility that is okay.
Well, I'm sure there are breeders that have more than 10 dogs. I'm sure that there are people who still, like it's not myself, but people who do have a number of particular bloodlines and things like that are doing the right thing and are complying with the code of practice and are breeding to improve the breed. I'm sure there are people out there doing that.
Dr. Hedberg?
I'm against large-scale commercial breeding personally. I think that whatever you're looking at, whatever the number of dogs, it's always going to come down to welfare. How are those dogs being looked after, whether you have 2 dogs or 20 dogs? And it should be how well are these animals being looked after? Are they being properly socialised? All of those things. So that are these animals getting the right care all the way through? That to me should be the basis of anything. But certainly large-scale commercial enterprises, I don't think you can socialise X number of animals beyond a certain point. And certainly the bigger guard breeds, you need to socialise far more than, say, the small little toy breeds. But it doesn't mean to say that you could have 50 or 60 toys and I still find that acceptable. No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. We're going to have to wrap this up. I'll start with Ms Yun. You get just 1 minute, literally, here, just to wrap up. If there's anything that you haven't said, but can I just, before you do, I do believe you said you had some things you wanted to table. Yes. So if you could hand those up to the committee secretariat, that would be fantastic.
There are sufficient copies for all members.
Okay. And then your 1 minute wrapping up statement.
Okay. The German Shepherd Dog Council of Australia asks that you make a clear distinction between those breeders that are a problem and those that have at the core of their activities the welfare and love of animals. The attached code of ethics governs us. The attached photos are those who need regulation and eradication. There is no comparison, and we ask that you recognise our worth and provide a sensible approach to legislation that rewards best practice. With regard to concerns about consumer protection, we believe that rather than protecting the consumer, educate the consumer to understand that they have helped to create the puppy farmer and must make conscious buying decisions that reject the gumtree approach.
Okay, thank you. Mr Carr.
I'd just like to say that I think really I'd like to see an authority, not our local councils, not our welfare organisations, but an authority set up that actually has some jurisdiction over councils and welfare organisations and breeders. I believe that a lot of this legislation is hysteria. I think that it, as I put forward in my statement, I think a lot of it is there because the price of puppies has gone up as a reaction to the lack of breeding dogs around. I come from a local council background as well in terms of animal control. And I just, to try and enforce all this just boggles my head from a local council point of view. And to believe that local council can possibly get involved and do this correctly, well, you only got to look at how pounds are run and the people that are in the pounds, and you get an idea of what you're talking, what I see and what I believe. That's I'd like to wrap up with there, please.
Okay, thank you. Spot on 1 minute. Dr. Hedberg.
I'd just like to reiterate, I don't think that this law is fit for purpose, this proposed amendment. I think that it's going to put a lot of, it's going to actually push down the responsible breeders, and it's going to indirectly promote puppy farms, which I think is totally against what anybody wants. And I think that responsible breeders from recognised breeding organisations, where they adhere to a strict code of ethics, should be given exemptions if these type of things are going to be applied.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance today. There's just a couple of things. If you go away from here and you think there's things I should have said, you have the opportunity to make a supplementary submission. You can actually make a further submission to the inquiry. I think, Mr Carr, you took a question on notice. The Secretary will get in touch with you about that, and you'll get 21 days to respond. And I would be actually really keen to get your views about how you see that being accommodated, if you could. Yes. So thank you for attending, and I think that's the housekeeping. That's all done. Thank you very much. We're just going to adjourn now for a very quick cup of tea, and then we'll come back at 11:30. It's 11:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
recommence, and we'll move to the next panel of witnesses who I welcome to the hearing. This panel it's a large panel, and we have sort of 45 minutes. So the way we're going to do this is I'll swear you in. You'll each get, each organisation, not each person, each organisation will get 2 minutes for an opening statement, a brief opening statement, and I will cut you off if you go past the 2 minutes. And at the end of questioning, you will all get, each organisation will get a minute to sort of wrap it up if there's anything you think you've missed, or if there's anything that you have said that you think may have been misconstrued or anything like that. So that's how it's going to operate, and the questioning will be free-flowing amongst the committee members as well. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll start swearing in. So from my left, your right, Mr. Donnelly, if you could state your name, your position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Michael Donnelly, President, Animal Care Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you. And I might get Ms Gilbert whilst we're here, who's online.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Codling.
Barry Codling, President of the Pet Industry Association. I solemnly and sincerely, truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you. And Mr Grimmer.
John Grimer, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you. And just for Hanson, did that work with that microphone? Were you able to pick Mr Grimer up? Okay, thank you. Mr Graham?
Jason Graham. I own the pet shop in Bondi, Westfield. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mr Brown, Ms Brown.
Namisha Brown, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start with Rooms for Pets. So just a brief 2-minute opening statement.
I don't really have an opening statement, just I've been in the industry for 27 years. There's nothing more that we hate more than puppy farms. Would love to work out a way to get them shut down. I don't think the current way is it, but yeah, there's nothing we hate more than puppy farms.
We may explore then what you think is the right way as a part of our questioning. If I could, Mr Groomer or Mr Codling?
Yes, we have an opening statement. So the PIA thanks the Animal Justice Party, in particular the Honourable Ms Hurst, for presenting the Companion Animals Amendment Puppy Farms Bill 2021, as it was the call to action that New South Wales has needed for many years. We also thank the members of the Select Committee for allowing the key stakeholders the opportunity to present their input into what the industry describes puppy farms as the leech on our industry. The Australian public has demonstrated their need for companion animals, where 70% of households now own a companion animal, with many remaining 30% either having owned or seeking to own a pet in the future. A recent survey from Pets in the Pandemic found that the companionship provided by pets continues to be highly valued by Australians, and the pandemic has given opportunity for some to experience the benefits of pets for the first time. In both focus groups discussions and survey findings, pet owners were near unanimous in advocating the benefits of pet ownership, wanting others to experience that same joy, as long as they understood the responsibilities. The demand for companion animals continues to grow throughout the Australian public, similarly across the world, where the pet industry is now the 5th largest FMCG category, generating an estimated $30 billion in Australia alone. The pet industry is deemed recession-proof, now COVID-proof, which with this focus generates the opportunity for bad behaviour and unscrupulous acts of the few. Puppy farms exist as we have failed to both define what a puppy farm is and to bring the appropriate laws to protect the consumer in acquiring an animal in an industry largely managed through self-regulation. The PIA totally opposes puppy farming and seeks to add value to the debate through extensive industry knowledge, whilst protecting the right for consumers to own a companion animal and our members in providing goods and services to care for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colling. That was a prepared opening statement. Would you be able to table that, please? Present that to the Secretariat, just that it will assist Hansard with the transcription of the service, of your statement. Mr. Donnelly?
Yes, I do have an opening statement, yep. And I would ask that it be tabled along with a copy of a survey that we've brought with us, which is a part of my opening statement.
Okay.
Great. There are an estimated 200 puppy farms located in New South Wales, which is a legal operation producing 103,000 puppies annually. Dogs are often living in filth, deprived, I should say, of social interaction, with animals kept in squalid conditions and forced to breed and produce litters until they can no longer cope. Dogs are often kept in small, empty crates for most of their life without ever seeing the daylight. Most puppy farms are secretive and out of public view and are almost impossible for authorities to locate. There are likely thousands of dogs living in squalid conditions on these puppy farms, but because of the secrecy of the industry, it's impossible to know exactly how many there really are. Those are not my statements. They're not from ACA. They are Ms Hurst's words from an article dated April the 2nd, 2022 in the Daily Mail UK. Also from the same article was the quote in regards to puppy farms being secretive. Animal Care Australia would like to ask, which is it? We have an actual estimate with a very specific number of puppies, or is the industry so secretive it is impossible to know? Rather than play the speculation game, I'd like to focus on some facts. Fact, the very conditions described by Ms Hurst in that article are not legal. They directly defy welfare standards outlined in both POCTA and the Breeding Code of Practice. Poor food, squalid conditions, mass breeding, restrictive confinement and so on, all illegal in New South Wales. The description outlined in that article and media propaganda produced focuses on what the general public find abhorrent, but nowhere in any legislation or even the terms of reference for this inquiry is an agreed definition of what an actual puppy farm is. It is agreed no one likes puppy farms, but what is a puppy farm? ACA is appalled by the idea of puppy farming, but in the real world, the primary issue we should be focused on is educating the breeders and the public on what are ethical breeders and what they offer as opposed to unethical breeders who blatantly disregard all the laws and act immorally. ACA recently surveyed all councils in New South Wales, which we're providing to you today, seeking data on the total number of DAs and DAs in the past 3 years, both rejected and approved for what council referred to as a dog breeding facility. We received 84 responses from 128 councils. The majority reported no puppy farms, or should I say breeding facilities, and most of the others, just 1 or 2 facilities were recorded. In addition, just 15 new breeding facilities statewide were recorded in the past 3 years. Based on the results of that survey, combined with the RSPCA New South Wales Puppy Farm Task Force experience, leads ACA to seriously question whether there is a significant puppy farm problem at all, and in particular, is this problem deserving of the funding and attention it's currently receiving?
Mr. Donnelly, do you have much more?
Just one more statement, if I can. Yep. The proposed New South Wales Puppy Farm Amendment requires all excess dogs to be desexed if they're to be kept. It also requires all non-breeding females to undergo a hysterectomy as an 8-week-old pup or kitten, which is not cruel. Yet, during this past month's inquiry into the Animal Welfare Act, the AJP and cohorts opposed surgical AI, a surgical procedure of far less implication than a hysterectomy. One is cruel, but the other isn't.
Mr. Donnelly, is that it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
So again, prepared statement. To the Secretariat. Thank you very much. And I think you said you had a survey or questionnaire.
And that's also ready to be tabled. It's just there in the pile.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all right. I'll take these.
Yep.
Those ones.
Can I give them?
Thank you. I'm going to open the batting for the questioning on this panel, then we'll go to Mr. Manasiak and then across to Ms. Hurst. So can I just, probably more for the pet industry, pet shop industry. Can I just ask? So the bill, as second read by Ms. Hurst, has some clauses there relating to pet shops and the sale of companion animals, particularly around rehoming from rehoming organisations. Can you just, I guess, explain to the committee what you see as the impact of those clauses, 61ZL through to, I think, 61ZO. But if you could, maybe I'll start with Mr. Graham and then I'll come to the Pet Industry Association.
We, as a pet shop ourselves, we've rehomed nearly 1,400 rescue pets. So we do that anyway, but we also sell puppies. And if we could only buy from rescue places, it would literally mean that me and every pet shop that I know of would have to close, because to be able to sell one or two rescue, and the rescue places are all full of staffy crosses, and they're not cavoodles and moodles and spoodles like you get from pet shops. But bottom line, if we got told that we could only take in rescue dogs and putting rescue dogs in the pens that we have, we'd have to close. We couldn't. It'd be impractical. My 10 staff would be unemployed. I'd lose my career, and so don't think that's going to result in rescue dogs being rehomed, because no pet shop would be able to do it. So it's not going to have any impact on the numbers of rescue dogs. In fact, it would stop us rehoming the 1,400 rescue pets that we have already.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Codling or Mr. Agrima?
So I have a retail store, Killable Pets, and we also rehome cats predominantly, because dogs aren't a suitable animal to rehome in a pet store, an adult dog, because we don't have the facilities to house a dog of that size, and also the behavioural issues of some of those dogs. We do have rehome cats in our store, and we've rehomed nearly 1,100 cats and reptiles, incidentally, and some other smaller animals. But we also do adopt puppies in our store as well, and it would be detrimental if we weren't able to have puppies in our stores. I see the pet stores as part of the solution, because we're 100% transparent, and authority can come in and audit us at any time. We're already legally obliged to record where our animals come from. They're microchipped from source, and if we remove that, we're removing the only transparent sector of the industry. And I believe it needs improvement, I agree, and we've talked about licensing, and we, as an industry body, we welcome licensing. We've been spruiking licensing for a long time. If we don't get licensing, this sort of issue is going to continue.
Okay. Do you have a code of practice or for your industry association? Anyone who's a member of your industry association, is that?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Is that publicly available, or would you be able to provide a copy for the committee?
We can provide a copy, and it's on our website as well. But our code of practice sits higher than the New South Wales legal code of practice for breeding dogs and for pet stores as well. So, yeah, we've already got one in place.
Okay, and then the next question, before I hand over to Mr. Banasiak, relates to, so when you source your kittens, your pups, what due diligence do you apply to the sourcing of those pups and kittens?
So I can speak from our own store. So we site visit every breeder. We provide all our breeder details to the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League. And we do a routine visit, whether it be annual or biannual. We go and visit them. We always talk about improving standards, and we move them, and we encourage breeders to step up. If a breeder is prepared to deal with us, and we openly tell them that we're going to provide your details to the RSPCA and they will come around and audit you, that says a lot about that breeder, that they are wanting to step up and they're wanting to do the right thing. Mm-hmm. Incidentally, also, we also have opened up built our own breeding facility in Bathurst, because I saw the need for a higher standard type breeding facility to be built. And we recently completed our facility out at Bathurst, and I've actually extended to the committee an invitation to come out and visit, because I believe we have got best practice there that's well above industry standards. In fact, it's based greatly on the Victorian model on the 50-dog licence permit down there, with a couple of exceptions. Thank you.
Mr. Graham, so when you source your kittens and pups?
Yeah, basically the same thing. I assume it's sort of industry-wide that I think the important thing for us is that the fact that RSPCA, as John said, the RSPCA can walk in any time and say, okay, that cavoodle there, where did it come from? And we go, bang, there's the address, there's the... I think that is absolutely essential. I think it's just a core of the industry that we are the regulatable part. just seems mad to me that people would take away our right to sell pups when we're the ones that you can look at. We can see who we've put people. There's no secrecy from us at all. I just think that's no-brainer.
Okay. Mark?
Yeah, sure. Just to you, Mr. Graham, just to pick up on one of your comments there, obviously about it would mean that a lot of the pet shops in New South Wales would close.
Yep.
Have you seen a similar, I guess, event occurring in Victoria with that legislation where pet shops have been forced to close?
Yeah, I got to say, I just own my own shop, so I'm not a lobbyist, so I haven't really kept a lot of tabs. John, these guys would know much better than me as to what's happened in Melbourne.
Well, I might throw to John or Barry.
Certainly, we haven't seen any pet shops that are closed, but what will happen is that the industry faces maturity no different than any other industry, where the corporate giants are taking control versus the smaller independents, which both Jason and John represent. So what happens is the smaller businesses go out of business or go backwards, and the larger businesses survive.
Have either of you sought any legal advice as to whether such a clause would constitute a restriction of trade?
No.
One more, then.
Yep.
Yeah. Mr. Donnelly, just go to your submission, and you're talking about the Puppy Farm Task Force, and it says that you sought, I guess, some transparency about these infringement notices and the inspections that they were doing under this funding, and it was refused by the RSPCA. What, I guess, at best, what anecdotal information have you got about what some of these infringements were actually for? Because we heard other witnesses say they were for trivial things like not having a 1.8 metre fence for a chihuahua, and not having your vet's details on the window rather than the fridge. Have you heard of similar stories in terms of what these infringements were for?
Yes, we have. Same sort of stories. Ironically, for the Animal Welfare Act inquiry, I actually had some copies of some 24N notices on me on that day that highlighted some of those trivial things that some breeders had been written up on, such as the vet number not being where the inspector wanted it to be located, paperwork for the requirement of a guarantee not being available to the inspector at the time. So the registered breeder is required to provide a written guarantee that they will actually look at rehoming the dog if there's an issue. But the fact that that person simply couldn't produce that written guarantee that day, they were written up for a 24N notice. With that particular issue. 1.8 metre fencing for chihuahuas was another beauty, and particularly another lady who was an elderly lady who was warned that if she didn't do her bag of dog food up, she would be issued with a 24N notice for having an open bag of dog food. So I do have copies of some of those 24N notices, happy to provide them on notice.
Can be my next thing to put them on notice for us, thanks.
Yep, thank you. Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Mr. Graham and Ms. Brown, we heard this morning from Dogs New South Wales and a variety of other breeder organisations, and the organisations that I have read from their submissions, they don't actually allow their members to actually sell their puppies through pet shops.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, do you then source from smaller breeders that are not members of an organisation?
Yeah, we get from, we've got some bigger breeders who we've gone out there and checked it all out, and they're all wonderful. But by the nature of the pet shop industry generally, a lot of people that I get dogs from, they just own mum and dad, or two females and dad. It's done at home. I do have some big breeders.
Members of the AAPDB.
Yeah, there's a lot of AAPDB. There's quite a few different societies that a lot of them are in. But yeah, the sort of Dogs New South Wales, their rules are, and it's, as far as I know, it's as long as I've been in the industry, their rules have been that you don't sell through pet shops. That's just that's always been the way, and it's understandable. They want to protect their own market. They don't want to be, and we don't really sell purebreds as a general rule anyway. Ours are cavoodles, moodles, spoodles.
And how often do you visit the breeders that you do source from?
Totally varies, but like if I went to one of my regulars and checked out, like we've been, Namisha's my match, she manages the shop for me, and we take Rachel, who's the assistant manager. We do road trips to check out our
the regular breeders.
Yeah, to be honest, once I've been there to one of my regular breeders and they're really good, I wouldn't realistically be going back there every month or something. I would then be happy to meet them halfway between us or whatever. But
might be one inspection at the beginning of the arrangement, and then only if you heard a concern or something that you would go back.
Yeah.
And I just want to also get from you, I mean, we've spoke quite a lot this morning about, you know, at the moment there's no cap on the number of female breeders any breeder can have.
Yep.
There's no cap on the number of litters that any dog can have, like by legislation. I know some of these organisations have different rules. There's no staffing ratios. So technically somebody could set up a breeding facility with 800 dogs and breed them continuously.
Yep.
I'm just wondering sort of what standards do you apply? Like, would you feel comfortable? You said you had some larger scale facilities.
Yep.
Would you source puppies from a facility that had there was a development application in Moama just recently for just over 300 dogs.
Right.
Would you feel comfortable with that? So where do you sit on that?
I would say, and again, it's not a hard and fast rule, but I've been doing this a while. My biggest breeders, of which there's sort of 3 or 4, they wouldn't have 30 dogs, would they?
Yeah, 30 dogs would
30,
be
maybe 30 would be the, I don't know exactly, but definitely none of my breeders have 50, nowhere near.
And would you feel uncomfortable if you found out that one of the breeders suddenly did change and moved into and had 100 dogs?
Yeah, not necessarily, because to me it's more about quality, the way they look after the dogs. Do they love their dogs? You can do that with 4 dogs. You can do that with, 30 dogs. I don't know. I've had no experience of someone who has 100 dogs, so if they could do it as well as they could do 30 dogs, fine, I don't see a problem with an actual number, but that's getting pretty big. I personally don't buy off anyone. No one's ever approached me who's been that size, put it that way.
Do you think as a pet shop that if a consumer came in with a lot of questions, and I guess, some of the submissions we've seen, some of the problems that people have highlighted with pet shops is they could be smoke screens.
Yep.
So you're sort of even saying, I don't know, if they did move up to 100, maybe that would be okay, I'm not sure. Obviously then, somebody that would be a consumer and whether or not people in the public find that acceptable, or whether they want to buy from a facility that has 100 dogs.
Yep.
If you're making that decision rather than the person coming into the pet shop, do you feel sort of a responsibility, I suppose, as a pet shop to kind of then work out what would be acceptable to your customers that are coming into Bondi Westfields and sort of saying, this is what we want and this is what we don't want?
Realistically, I can only be as successful as the reputation. You've got to have a very good reputation in this industry to make a go of it. And that's exactly what it's based on, is me making the decisions. Do I buy off someone who's got 100 dogs, or do I stick to 30 dogs? Having done it, like I've owned the Bondi shop for 12, 13 years, something like that. That's how you get a good reputation. So yes, I would assume that they are assuming that I've made the correct ethical, that when I go out and visit one of my regular breeders, they trust that I'm looking for the right thing, and that I'm happy if I'm happy with so it's not a formal thing, but yeah, that's what
you've got some sort of brand damage sort of issue going on here. And do you think that it would be easier for you if we had some kind of legislation that provided at some point a cap or restriction on the number of litters or the number of dogs, or some other kind of aspect. Something that we heard this morning was that everyone should be part of a registered organisation that comes under those rules. Do we need more legislation? Because otherwise, I imagine it's a lot of work to be running a pet shop and then having to also suddenly be a regulator and making decisions as to what the community would find acceptable for your shop.
I would think as long as those regulations aren't what I would consider crazy stuff, it'd be great. Like, I don't think, like, if you wanted to say cap it at 100, that'd be great. Or, but, the things like you can only breed a female dog twice, something like that. So I'm all for animal welfare regulations and anything that'll make it easier for us to know that every dog we purchase is being raised perfectly is great, but within reason. It's got to be practical, that you can't tell people the way to do stuff so much so that it makes it impractical for them to ever breed a dog. But yeah, if you can make it, if you can find the balance, I got no problem with, like, we're already regulated. I've got no problem with people knowing what's going on.
I think Ms Boyd's got a question.
Yeah, so some restrictions, it's just not necessarily the levels or caps that we have in this particular bill, but you would agree that we do at least need to?
Yeah, like for instance, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
For instance, no one should be allowed to breed a dog more than once a year. And that is just, that is a basic animal welfare thing that, I assume the puppy farms breed them more than twice a year. And how long you can breed your dog for, and how long you've got to wait for them, how old you've got to wait for them to breed before they can breed them. I'm not anti-regulation at all, and anything we can do to stop dodgy breeders is great. But we've got to do it without stopping good breeders.
We'll come to Mr Grimer and then I'll come back to you, Mr Grimer. Sorry.
I think there is a cap on how many litters a dog can have. I think the latest change to the Code of Practice says that a dog can't have any more than 6 litters, so there has been some change there. But the thing for me is that associations need to be there, but there needs to be an authority who can actually go out and visit breeders and actually see what they're doing. At the end of the day, associations can only cancel a membership. They can't actually prosecute, and they can't actually make anybody do anything. They can only just cancel them as memberships. The critical thing here is that we've always talked about bringing in licensing, and we strongly believe that's the only way we're going to eradicate the puppy farm issue, and it's licensing for all dogs and all breeders. At the moment, the entry level for a breeder is to own 2 entire dogs, and you can call yourself a breeder. And that's why we have an issue with puppy farms. So we need a regulator, an external regulator. We've already got some, being the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League, or a separate government regulator, but we need an external regulator to regulate pet shops and breeders to ensure that they are abiding by a code of practice and an improved code of practice that we have already.
Can I just ask a follow-up question about this code of practice that you're going to provide for us? Because of the code of practice, have you had any individuals leave your organisation, like lapse their membership because of the code?
Yes, we have. We have, in particular in Victoria, when the Victorian legislation was changing, we had some members that didn't want to abide by our code of practice. They had to hand in vet orders for their breeders, and they refused to, so we cancelled them as members. But again, we're an association. We're not an authority. All we can do is cancel the membership.
Thank you. Sorry, Abigail.
Mr Graham, I was hoping to ask you some specific questions around, I guess, and I hate referring to dogs as the dishwashers, but around the kind of market for pets. So how much would the average puppy be sold for?
That's sort of how long is a piece of string type question, but us being in Bondi and... Sorry?
4,000.
4? Average. Yeah, 4 is our average. Oh, there you go. Namisha manages the shop for me.
4,000?
Yeah.
But it goes anywhere from 5 to 3, but on average 4.
Okay. And again, apologies to my furry dog friends for referring to them as as products, but what's the kind of the margin, the profit margin on that?
Whatever I pay, you multiply. This is just me. This is, but it's roughly the industry average.
Yeah.
We multiply by 2.25.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's what you got to do to be in Bondi Westfield.
And how many would you sell per year, do you think?
So 9 a week, 9 on average a week.
9 a week? Yeah. So we're looking at kind of 500 a year?
100 a year.
Yeah.
I can't help but give a good pun. I just wanted to say that's oodles of spoodles and cavoodles.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we do, we do give a lifetime rehoming guarantee as well with every one of ours. So if in 5 years' time someone gets sent overseas, we guarantee they can bring their dog back to us and we rehome it. But because we are selling oodles, we only get one a year sort of thing that needs rehoming.
Yeah. So you say that you've been operating for about 12, 13 years, or you've been involved for 12,
I've been doing this
years?
27 years.
Wow.
My current shop I've had for 12, 13 years.
Can you, obviously it's not going to be very precise unless you have this data, but I'm curious as to how you've seen the trend in prices increase over the last even 10 years.
Slow and steady. Okay. Yeah, sort of. There hasn't been a dramatic, like the dog that we're now selling for $4,000, we were probably selling for $3,000 5 years ago. Like it hasn't. They've always been fairly expensive. It's not, which is good. It's what like we want it to be. That people got to think about it a lot. And it's all reputation. If you got a good one, you can charge more.
Yeah.
But no, there hasn't been a dramatic increase in prices. People seem to think there has, but they've always been. Cavoodles have always been expensive.
So in terms of then the supply, in terms of how easy it is to go out and purchase the puppies in order to sell them, has that supply sort of stayed steady as well, or has it been an increase?
COVID was different. Things went crazy in COVID. But generally speaking, no, it's no harder or easier than it was 10 years ago. It's roughly the same.
Yep.
It's all reputation. So we only buy off. We're very picky, and you have to be in Bondi.
Yeah.
But you have to be in a pet shop anyway, because we're right in the public eye. No, it hasn't really changed much at all in the last decade.
Thank you. And then just the final question. I have noticed, I live on the Central Coast, and I know that there are now pretty much no pet shops with that sell puppies.
Yeah.
But as was alluded to before, it does seem that we now have a bunch of really quite large corporate, very big pet shops, which are presumably making most of their profit off of buying and selling huge quantities of pet accessories.
Yep.
So what percentage of your kind of, I guess your average profit per year would come in from the sale of puppies versus the sale of all of the other
our
stuff?
sales, this is a bit of a guess, but roughly 30% of our... 35, there you go.
Yeah, okay.
It's good to have the manager.
So 35% would be sale of puppies
of livestock.
Of livestock.
Yeah, which is basically the only pets puppies and rescue pets.
Yeah, okay.
We don't do birds, fish, mice. So, yeah, 35%.
Thank you. That's really useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question is Ms. Cusack, who's on the WebEx. You right, Catherine?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. I just have a question about the microchips that are used in dogs, because the capacity, it just occurs to me that the capacity of the microchips themselves must be far greater today than when we first started using them. And I wondered if more could be done with the microchip. For example, GPS tracking of the animal if needed, actually storing data about the animal's history if needed. And that way, a microchip that was installed in a pup could ensure, just guarantee, absolute transparency around the history of that animal.
If I may.
We'll start. I think each of the panel should respond, so we'll start with Mr. Donnelly.
The concept of the pet registry under the Companion Animals Act in New South Wales is designed to do exactly that, what Ms Cusack is suggesting. It is designed to record the traceability of that pup from the time that it is microchipped to the time that it dies. The problem that we currently have in New South Wales is that pet registry isn't functioning correctly. If that pet registry was corrected and was updated and formalised in the way that it was intended and the way that the current stakeholders have actually been consulting with the Office of Local Government, then it would do exactly what Ms Cusack is actually asking. The other issue that you do have, regardless, is that microchips don't always last, regardless of how good they are, what brand they are, and they are not always scannable either. So it does take a little bit of ingenuity from a vet or a council pound or whatever to be able to trace that microchip if it is failed or it has failed.
Okay. Mr. Codlin?
There is other industries already using blockchain technology to actually to monitor the full supply chain of product. So yes, it's the information is ready to use and should be considered. And I reiterate the same. The current pet registry program is on hold because of lack of funding, I believe.
Okay. Mr. Graham, do you have a view about microchipping and maybe expansion or enhancement?
Not really anything other than just every pet or rescue pet that we rehome, everything's microchipped. It's put in, so it starts in the breeder's name, then into our name, then whoever adopts the dog goes into their name. So, yes, as you say, from birth to death, I haven't really found the issues that you guys have with the microchips. We've always found it works pretty well. Everything's on there. The council updates it. We send the paperwork off to council. They update it. We haven't really found any issues with it at all. We've found it, but, you know, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Catherine. Ms Hurst has a clarifying question.
I've just got a very quick clarifying question to Mr Greenber. I think you mentioned that the code caps the number of litters to 6. Are you talking about the Pet Industry Association's code, or because I just had a quick look at the New South Wales code? And
the Industry Association code is 5 litters, but if I understand it correctly, the latest release on the New South Wales code, which was done in August last year, had changed that to 6, unless I'd confused it with something else.
Yeah, no, I can't find it in there. It does say that there's a limit of 2 litres
if I could
for
just
2 years.
put that on notice and I'll come
yeah,
take it on
thank
notice.
you. That would be fantastic.
That would be good. Thank you. Can I...
Mr Chair, if I may, just for a second, touch on something from the conversation that's been having here in relation to staff ratios and larger breeding facilities. Animal Care Australia does not agree that there needs to be any restrictions placed on large breeding facilities. There's a recognised 1 in 20 puppies for one staff member ratio of 1 in 20 puppies. That's internationally recognised. If there was that implementation, not 1 in 5 that has been suggested, but 1 in 20, then there would be no reason why those larger facilities wouldn't be able to operate satisfactorily and provide all of the necessary needs for those puppies, as long as, again, they were being monitored. And we agree with what the PIAAA have said. If there's the appropriate authorities monitoring all of those facilities and the council are aware of those larger facilities, there is no reason why those larger facilities shouldn't be able to operate.
Okay, thank you. Can I? Our terms of reference, as you would appreciate, are quite expansive. It's a bit more than just the bill proposed by Ms Hurst. So, one of the things that we are keen to look at, though, is the Victorian legislation and any lessons that may be learned from the implementation of the Victorian legislation. Probably a question more for PIA and ACA, but have your members in Victoria got any views about lessons to be learned from implementation of that legislation?
I think Victoria is a good place to start. They have got some good codes of practice there, especially around the dog behavioural and social needs, because our code of practice doesn't allow for that. So some good lessons to be learnt there. They also allow a 50 female dog breeding facility, a commercial licence under permit, which is renewed and inspected, audited regularly, much like a licensing system. So from that perspective,
isn't that it's an approval by the minister? I understand.
That's correct.
Yep.
It's an approval by the minister, but banning of pet shops, and you can't own a pet store and a breeding facility as well, which I don't agree with. But it's got a good foundation of codes of practice for breeding dogs and ensuring good welfare practices.
Okay, thank you. ACO?
If I could also add, if I may, I think the greatest of the fear was the fact that we went through the COVID period where consumers were looking for animals, and unfortunately there isn't a very clear register to actually understand who is an approved source and who can sell animals, and that was a problem, and the black market still existed through the COVID period.
Okay, thank you.
I will defer to Kylie, who is actually in Victoria and who's our dog representative. But before Kylie does answer, I would like to add that 50 breeding cap that's approved by the Minister actually hasn't stopped anybody from doing that. What they've done is they've simply split their numbers off, and they have set up separate domestic animal businesses and capped each one at 50, despite the fact that all of the profits and all of the margins and all of the puppies are still coming back through the same actual business. So it's not actually proving to do what it was aimed to do. And I'll allow Carly to.
Yeah, so from a Victorian point of view, obviously I live in Victoria, I'm the dog rep for ACA, and I'm also a dog breeder myself, so third generation breeder. The legislation in Victoria hasn't done anything to stop bad practice. It's actually probably just given licence to breed to people who can afford to set up state-of-the-art facilities and have staff. And the flip side of that is it's also set up for people to own 2 dogs and be able to do whatever they want with them, with no oversight. They don't need to get, they need to register with the Pet Exchange Register, but there's no requirements for council inspections, where breeders who traditionally, within their house have tried to maintain genetic diversity, health testing, they're actually the ones that are facing consequences from the legislation. There hasn't really been many cases reported around puppy farms, and I think that's where we need to be very careful, because for me, a puppy farm is bad welfare. It's nothing necessarily to do with numbers. Traditionally, we've had dog breeders in the past who, have owned multiple breeds in order to maintain genetic diversity. They've had, multiple dogs on their property, and to ensure the welfare of those animals, they went out and did things like buying boarding kennels so that they had room for their dogs, they had staff, all of these sorts of things. It's not possible now, because in Victoria you cannot be have a breeding licence and also own a boarding kennel, for example. Now, pet shops are a totally different sort of subject down here. We've also got the issues around the planning laws in Victoria. So with the changes of the DAA, they actually, on the slide, went and changed planning laws. So if you own more than 2 dogs on a property and you want to breed, you have to change your land use. That comes back to giving the licence to the people who can set up large-scale facilities, because the average person can't afford to, get all the permits for their change of land use, and most councils actually won't accept them. So in my eyes, the Victorian legislation has gone too far to over-regulate the people that are already regulated, and it's done nothing really to stop bad welfare. Our shelter numbers that we're seeing, they're not coming from good breeders, they're coming from people who are breeding dogs to make money. And in my eyes, unfortunately, doing what I've done for a long time, if you're breeding dogs right, you're not actually making money out of it after you've done the health testing, raised those litters. It's all about maintaining the genetics, bringing in from overseas, and all of those sorts of things. So if I could speak to the committee to say that I wouldn't be following the Victorian legislation, we have some great codes of practice. They need work as well, but the overall Domestic Animals Act has not achieved what it was meant to.
Okay, thank you. And we're just going to have to wrap this up here. As I said at the start, you all get a minute now to sort of wrap this up from your perspective. So if you've something you think you really need to say to the committee, or if there's something you think you didn't say well in response to a question, you get a minute. So I'll start with Mr. Graham.
I've got nothing to add if there's no more questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Codling or Mr. Grimer?
I guess from the PIA's perspective, we still don't understand the definition of what a puppy farm is. And I think at the outset, we need to at least understand a clear concise meaning of what that is so we can all work towards eradicating that from the industry.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Donnelly?
Yes, from Animal Care Australia's perspective, we'd just like to point out that unethical breeders and or puppy farms, whatever that definition ends up becoming, are not going to go anywhere regardless of the outcomes of this inquiry. The only real way of reducing them is to actually start educating the public. For example, when was the last time you saw an advertisement from the government on responsible pet buying or responsible pet ownership or responsible pet breeding? If you want to stop the unethical breeders, you have to pull them out of the shadows by educating the public and allowing them to highlight where these people actually exist, because legislation and laws aren't doing that.
Okay, thank you. Now, I believe there were some questions taken on notice. The Secretariat will be in touch with you about arranging your response. You'll get 21 days to respond to the question on notice. And also, if you feel like when you go away from here that you think I should have said something else, you have the opportunity to make a supplementary submission to the inquiry as well. So thank you very much for attending the hearing today. Safe journeys and stay well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so next up we've got Ms. Grayson via WebEx.
Abigail?
Do you have questions for the cat Fancies?
We're all a bit like... Got lots of questions for cat protection.
Yeah.
I got two pages for cat protection.
She's unwell. I hope she's okay.
Yeah, I don't want to go first on this one.
Okay.
Mark should go first on this one.
You haven't gone first yet.
Right,
Your
okay.
turn.
Throwing you under the bus.
Yeah, your turn.
With the cat. All right.
Well, you can prepare yourself while we... So is Miss Grayson now on? Is Miss Grayson there? Okay. Hello, Miss Grayson. Can you hear us?
I can, thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the hearing, Ms. Grayson. Can I get you to state your name, your position title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, which I believe has been sent through to you?
Yep, sure. So my name's Michelle Grayson. I'm the Treasurer of New South Wales Cat Fancies Association, which is a voluntary position. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you. And the way this will work is we'll allocate a couple of minutes for you to make a brief opening statement and then go to questions from the committee members. And at the end of your session, I'll allocate about a minute where you can sort of wrap up anything you think that hasn't been said that you'd like to say, or if you think you've said something that may have been misconstrued, or you get that 1 minute to sort of end your session. And so if you've got a couple of minutes here to make an opening statement.
Sure, thank you. So our opening statement is as follows. Thank you for the opportunity to attend today. We all see the pictures and hear the stories of puppy and kitten farmed animals and the conditions that they are kept in, and this is how society visualises or describes a puppy farm. New South Wales CFA agrees that no animal should be forced to endure that sort of life. It should be clearly obvious to everybody that the people who breed dogs and cats in those conditions have no intention of complying with the various laws, such as POCTA, the Breeding Code of Practice or the Companion Animals Act. It is these people that need to be targeted and not the people who are doing the right thing and meeting the current regulations. The people who keep animals in these conditions are not members of recognised registration bodies who hold their members who are breeders accountable. They do not provide pedigree and registration papers for their puppies and kittens. They do not microchip. They do not desex puppies or kittens before they go to their new homes. They are not here trying to educate you on breeding. They do not welcome prospective owners into their homes. They do not spend hours and hours interviewing prospective owners. They are not applying for development applications for breeding facilities. They do not educate pet owners on responsible pet ownership. They do not consider genetics, health or social and environmental enrichment of their animals. What I have just listed are not the traits of responsible and ethical breeders who do all of the above, plus so much more for the animals. For most breeders are their family pets. The Puppy Farm Amendment Bill is a roadmap to stop breeding for anyone who is not able to meet the requirements of becoming a business. It will not stop people breeding in contravention of the relevant laws and will allow people who are not meeting the legislative requirements to continue to fly under the radar, whilst in practice the laws will continue to target breeders who are in plain sight. It is a far better welfare outcome for all involved, animals and humans, for people to be able to research and choose the pet that is suited to their lifestyle. That may be from a breeder or from a rescue. People should not be made to feel guilty about buying a dog or a cat from a breeder by animal rights activists who berate people into submission because their opinion differs. Rescues from shelters are not always the right choice for everybody. I watched a recent episode of the Doghouse Australia, and one of the dogs that was showcased was a German Shepherd cross. Now, I'm not a dog breeder, but I do know what a German Shepherd looks like, and the dog in question showed no resemblance to a German Shepherd. Breeders are able to provide information about their chosen breed, about the traits, the behaviours, the enrichment, and the life cycle of the animal. There are far too many animals in the shelter system and being euthanised, but we need to drive for more detailed data so that we can all work out where these animals are coming from to be able to determine what else is required to reduce the number of animals that end up in these situations. I would like to just table a small amendment to our inquiry response. On page 9, under item F of our response, the number of pregnant or lactating females for a small breeder should be 5 or less lactating pregnant females, not 5 or more. Thank you for your time, and I welcome the questions.
Thank you. Now, that appeared to be a prepared statement, Ms. Grayson, so I was wondering if you could email that through to the Secretariat. It just helps Hansard pull the transcript together.
Yes, I will do.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. So to open the question, we're going to go to Mr. Banasiak.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Grayson, for appearing. I might start with one particular clause of the bill. You didn't mention it in your submission, but others have raised it as a concern, and it's 61ZE, which is a mandatory vet certification before breeding, and it says that within 4 weeks before breeding a dog or a cat, that you must receive a certification from a veterinary practitioner that obviously the cat or the dog is okay to breed. We've seen submissions that sort of state that cats don't have regular seasons, and even some dogs don't have regular seasons. Is that the case, and what would the impact be if you aren't able to predict when a cat is going to come into its mating season? Would that make this clause pretty difficult to actually adhere to?
Thank you for the question. It does make it difficult in the fact that you can't guarantee, certainly with cats, you can't guarantee when they are going to come into season. So to set a time limit to say that 4 weeks before a cat is to be mated, it needs to have a veterinary health check completed, because you just can't predict it. There's no issue as such to having regular health checks, but that may be after the cat's already come into season. But you only have a short window of whilst that cat is in season, which is normally up to 10 days, before it then comes out of season again, and then it sort of, waits until it's ready again and its hormones are back in the right position, and then it comes back into call again.
Okay, so potentially if this clause was allowed to stay in this bill and this bill was passed, cat breeders could find themselves foul of the law simply because they weren't able to predict when their cat was coming into season and get them to a vet 4 weeks in advance.
That's correct.
Probably just one more question, then I'm happy to throw to others. The bill that's being proposed is of a similar nature to the Victorian one, and you've obviously listed some concerns there. Is it the view of the Cat Fancies Association that we should not be duplicating the Victorian legislation because of these knock-on effects that you've listed in your submission?
Yes, that would be our position. It's a case of the legislation that comes into effect sits in a position where it stands alone for a certain period of time, and then there's other laws that then come in, and then that then impacts that original legislation, and it becomes a flow-on effect, and then you get to a point where you can't breed, you can't own a certain number of animals, you can't have 5 pets and a breeding girl, or you can't have 5 entire animals on your property. So we think that the legislation should be relevant to each individual state. We think legislation should take into consideration what's happening in each individual state, rather than an overarching model that then is just simply applied to each different state in accordance to as they go through their processes to review laws and legislations.
Or just one clarifying question. You said that you have this legislation and other legislation sort of comes in afterwards. Are you talking about like planning laws or I guess local environmental plans through councils? Is that what you're talking about, these other laws that come in on the side that then somehow elevate or make these clauses in this bill worse?
Yes, so the example, as I've stated in Victoria, is the initial legislation was that breeders could keep up to 10 fertile females, and after they'd applied and been approved for a domestic animal business. Planning laws were then changed. That then said that you could only have 5 animals on your property. There was then different planning laws that came into effect that said people needed to have their properties zoned zoned differently, and they were only able to have 2 animals on their property. So it has knock-on effects as each different, I guess, government department or council department makes changes to different laws. It all then has a flow-on effect to what that initial legislation was designed to do.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass you back to the chair.
Yeah, thank you. Ms Grayson, I've just got a couple of questions about the... did you have much to do with the government's consultation paper, licensing and regulation of cat and dog breeders?
Yes, I did. I wrote the response for New South Wales CFA for that paper.
And so what was your view about the consultation by the government on that particular regulation?
So it was rather open-ended. So it kind of left a lot of opportunity for people to go off on different tangents as to what their opinions were or what their thought processes were. I felt that it probably could have been a little more targeted, so asking some specific questions, not what do you think should happen. But New South Wales CFA don't have an issue as such with a breeder licensing scheme or a licensing plan.
Okay. And can I get your views on the Animal Welfare Code of Practice, the breeding of dogs and cats? Do you think it's adequate? What are the pitfalls? What are its strengths?
So one of the pitfalls that we see as New South Wales CFA is that it deems everybody who is involved in breeding as a commercial business, which then has flow-on effects that inspectors can come onto your property and into your home because they deem it to be a commercial activities are happening. The code in itself is outdated. There are quite a number of things that need to probably be brought up to date to bring us into the current times. New South Wales CFA put forward a draft code of practice to that paper, and we provided that to DPI with some amendments and some changes that we felt would bring it more into current times and to improve the welfare of animals.
Okay. And can I just ask, so one of the other terms of reference here is actually the involvement of local government, particularly around puppy farms, but what sort of interaction do, I guess, your breeders, kitten breeders have with local councils?
Very little.
Yeah. Yep.
There's no involvement other than going to your local council to register, to a lifetime registration, or to hand in the change of ownership forms, or to pick up, microchip forms or change of ownership forms. So there's no real involvement currently for cat breeders that I'm aware of.
Can I just ask, it's probably comes under the any other related matter in the terms of reference, but can I just ask, one of the issues that does come up from time to time is around hoarding, cat hoarding, policymakers grapple with how we can address this issue. We understand that there's a lot more than just hoarding the cats, that often there are other issues to be considered. Do you have any suggestions on ways that we can address or at least try to minimise the instances of cat hoarding?
So it's a very difficult situation, in the fact that unless a council knows, unless, inspector, either RSPCA or AWL, are aware of the fact that there is a person hoarding cats or dogs or whatever, it makes it very challenging to be able to identify those people. Some of the things that we would suggest is that local councils are responsible for lifetime registration of dogs and cats. They are also responsible for the annual permit fee. So there's a requirement that if you have an undesexed cat or dog that is older than 4 months, you must pay for an annual fee. I think it's about $80. So if councils were a bit more proactive on following up those things, there might be an opportunity that they can build a database as to how many animals a person might have on that given property. The breeder licensing scheme, I guess, would also help with that from a breeder's perspective, because there would be data that's available through whatever licensing scheme is in place to be able to identify how many, cats that live on that property as as their home base or as their permanent residence.
Interesting. Ms Hurst?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. One of the things that was mentioned in the Cat Protection Society's submission was that, obviously kitten farming isn't at the scale that we see with puppy farming, but one of the big problems that we do have with cats is backyard breeding of cats or accidental litters of cats. And I'm wondering, what do we need to do to address that problem? I know it's a massive problem, the huge numbers of cats specifically that are being euthanised in pounds. How do we target that and make sure that our legislation stops that backyard breeding or those accidental litters of cats, because we've got such an oversupply?
So it's very challenging, and I appreciate the difficulties and the challenges to write legislation and enforce legislation to accommodate these things. Certainly one thing that could be done is the licensing scheme. So anyone who breeds a cat or a dog would need to register, that litter with a licensing scheme. Another option is that all breeders would need to be a member of a registration body, so such as New South Wales CFA. There's a variety, I think it's 3 others in New South Wales. Dogs New South Wales, NDBA, those types of places. That then allows some tracking to occur as to who is breeding animals and whether they are held accountable under code of ethics and things like that. Part of the problem is also irresponsible pet ownership. So people will have an accidental litter or buy from a backyard breeder and then don't desex, and then the cat gets out, cat's left to roam. Then 5 minutes later, the cat's pregnant, they then don't desex, they don't microchip those kittens before they give them away to other people. The new owners then don't desex, and then the life cycle just continues over and over and over again. So I think there's a big piece around responsible pet ownership that needs to occur, and I think the local councils can probably get involved there a little bit in relation to keeping up to date, keeping on track for for cats and dogs that are registered and microchipped, and making sure that they're following up on those sorts of things.
And I just want to ask a couple more questions, particularly around this whole idea of a licensing scheme, and this is something we heard this morning suggested as well. So would you propose, and what we heard this morning was that part of that licensing scheme would also require rigorous training for breeders. Is that something that you provide, and do you think that there would be sort of a training for breeders and then breeders would be licensed? Do you think that would start to sort of clean up a lot of the problems we're seeing?
I'm not sure whether training before being given a licence would curb the problem. Certainly what New South Wales CFA do is we require a member to be just an ordinary member for a minimum of 6 months before they can apply to hold a breeder's prefix. They need to complete a questionnaire, and it's about a 4-page document, and there's questions in there about specific legislation, code of practice, POCTA, what their requirements are, so that we can understand that person has an understanding and has a grasp of legislation before we then provide them with a breeder prefix. We are open to, providing mentorship, we are open to providing assistance. We hold, cat shows, we have affiliates that hold cat shows. There's a good breeder network that, if you come up against an issue or a problem that you've not seen before. There's help available through the network of breeders that we have. I'm just not sure what a training program might look like and whether there would be a cost involved. So I probably would need to see a bit more about how that might work and what the restrictions might be, and put some thought into how that might work. To be able to give a clearer answer on what I think about that.
Thanks, Ms. Grayson. Can I just follow up there? So do members of does the Cat Fancies Association have its own code of practice or code of ethics?
So we do. We have our general constitution, we have operating procedures, we have a code of ethics. Our code of ethics includes a clause that breeders must meet all regulations and all legislative requirements, such as POCTA, Breeding Code of Practice, Companion Animal Act. So whilst we don't set our own regulations in relation to the practice of breeding, we require our breeders to meet the government legislated requirements.
Are you able to send through to the committee your code of ethics?
Yes, I can do.
Thank you. Ms Hurst?
Yes, thank you. And I've just got one more question around the licensing, and it was also brought up today by one of the other breeding organisations around the idea of people having a licence to care for cats and dogs, and people already are required to have a licence, say, to have a snake or a lizard, and do you think that would also help? I know you mentioned about accidental litters, people sort of not really knowing how to actually provide the care for that animal. Do you think that we should look further into this idea of people having a licence to have a cat or dog as a companion animal?
No, I don't. I don't think it's a way that is going to be easily monitored. I don't think people should have to apply to be a pet owner. I think there needs to be a whole lot more education through breeders, through shelters, through rescues, through pet shops in relation to responsible pet ownership, whether that's a pact, whether that's an agreement that they sign with the breeder, that they're going to make sure that they do the things that are required. I'm not convinced that having to hold a licence to be a pet owner for a dog or a cat is a viable solution.
Thank you, Ms Grayson. I'm just quickly looking around the committee members. I think there are no more questions. Ms Grayson, you've got a minute or so to wrap up. Is there anything you'd like to say that you think hasn't been said, or anything you'd like to clarify?
No, there's nothing else that I think hasn't been addressed. I think our submission is quite detailed as to our position and what our thoughts are on this inquiry and what needs to perhaps be done. So no, I don't think there's anything else that I wish to raise.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your time today. I believe you took one or two questions on notice. The committee secretariat will be in touch with you about those questions, and you'll have 21 days to respond to those questions on notice. So thank you very much. Thanks for your attendance and your submission today. It's been quite valuable. And for the committee members, that means we're probably going to adjourn for lunch and we'll return at 2 p.m. Thank you all. Shouldn't take that long, I'm hoping.
Yeah, all right. And then
Catherine Van Eckert. Can you hear us?
Yeah, yep.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Well, welcome to the inquiry. Could I get maybe starting with Dr. Elliott to state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, which I believe has been sent through to you.
Thank you. Dr. Rosemary Elliott, President of Sentient, and I'll be taking the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Dr. Van Eckert?
Yeah, Dr. Catherine Van Eckert, and I'm Vice President of Sentient, and I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So the way we're working this today is that you'll be available the opportunity of a brief sort of two-minute opening statement, and then we'll go to questions, sort of free-flowing questions, and then at the end of the time I'll allow you a minute or so just to wrap up in case there's anything that hasn't been said that you think should be said, or if you feel something you've said has been misconstrued, you get a chance to just correct the record. So I'm not sure who will be making the opening statement on your behalf, maybe Dr. Elliott, but if you could, so away you go.
Thank you. Companion animals are an important part of our society and have long moved in status from being mere pets to loved members of our families. The way animals are bred has lifelong implications for those animals and their offspring. It is therefore unacceptable that the regulation of companion animal breeding in New South Wales is virtually non-existent and falls so far behind other jurisdictions that our state is being referred to as a haven for puppy farmers. New South Wales has no breeder registration system, allows the unregulated sale of animals in pet shops, and imposes no cap on the number of breeding dogs or cats, or on their lifetime number of litters. Needless to say, we have no progressive legislation that would effectively ban puppy farming. The Animal Welfare Code of Practice Breeding Dogs and Cats 2009 was an outdated document with very basic mandatory standards of care. It mostly consists of voluntary guidelines. For example, it is only a guideline that all dead animals or waste products such as faeces, bedding and food waste should be disposed of properly and hygienically. Is it any wonder that the images of dogs and their puppies living in cramped cages filled with excrement continue to be captured through exposés by animal organisations, or rare cases where the authorities actually locate and inspect these premises? New South Wales Joint Select Committee on Companion Animal Breeding Practices in New South Wales recommended a breeder licensing system scheme with a comprehensive database of breeders and a system of periodic audits and spot inspections. The New South Wales Government rejected this key recommendation. This was a missed opportunity that has allowed the poppy farm industry to thrive. Companion animal breeding has become another form of cruelty in the hands of the unscrupulous, and this includes backyard breeders. The focus on profit, the lack of transparency in how animals are kept, the breeding to surplus requirements in the context of companion animal overpopulation, and the complete lack of attention to whether animals are fit to breed has had a devastating impact on animal welfare. The consumer protection issues of this situation are also profound. There are countless stories of hopeful pet owners whose desire to find a companion animal and whose emotional reactions to photos of animals up for sale have been exploited. Particularly during COVID-19, many potential owners bought dogs or cats sight unseen and were either scammed or received animals with health and behavioural problems related to irresponsible breeding practices. There are similar outcomes with pets purchased from standard pet stores. We need more than education to prevent these tragic scenarios. We need regulation. For too long, people have acted on good faith to rescue animals from appalling conditions, supporting supply chains that should be abolished. Sentient welcomes and supports the provisions of the Companion Animals Amendment Puppy Farms Act 2021, which would ban puppy farms and backyard breeders whilst promoting responsible breeding informed by the health and behavioural needs of animals. In our review of this bill, we were particularly struck by provision 61Z, which requires proprietors of companion animal breeding businesses must obtain veterinary certification before breeding. This could be amended to include the requirement that veterinarians refuse to certify as any dogs or cats at risk of conformation-related health and welfare problems that would be passed on to their offspring. The veterinary profession has a professional and moral obligation to prevent, not just minimise, the negative impacts on animals of extreme morphology and inherited disorders. The current approach of breeding companion animals for appearance rather than health and temperament, along with the demand for brachycephalic,
Dr. Elliott, do you have much longer to go?
No, I have one sentence.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, unintended. Brachycephalic or flat-faced dogs and cats is responsible for animal suffering that is entirely preventable and should be banned in animal welfare legislation. These animals suffer gross physical deformities that make everyday life unbearably stressful. The current breed standards need complete revision, and we advocate this be the basis of a further inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you. And I gather that was a prepared statement. Would you be able to email that through to the Secretariat so it can be handed over to Hansard to assist in the creation of our transcript? Thank you. I'm going to throw to Ms Hurst to commence the questioning.
Thank you, Chair. And this is to either of you, but in a veterinary opinion, why is limiting the number of animals that a breeder can have an important animal welfare measure?
Thank you. I think we could probably share this. The first point I would make with this is that because we're unable currently to regulate the intensive industry of what we call puppy farming, but I'm also referring to kitten farming. It just isn't as lucrative, but it's out there. We need a cap on the number of litters.
Sorry, a cap on the number of dogs or a cap on the number of litters, or both?
Okay. We need a cap on the number of dogs, definitely, to prevent these really intensive systems. We need a cap on the number of litters as well, because what's happening with intensive breeding is dogs are being bred too young and basically they're pregnant or breeding all their lives, and this shortens their lifespan. They don't have the opportunity to recover in between breeds, in between litters, and it increases their risk of issues such as mastitis or metritis, those kind of inflammatory conditions of the reproductive tract. And it's happening in situations where they're probably not getting the additional nutrition that they need because the nutritional requirements are greater during breeding, lactating.
I mean, something we've heard today is that, you know, someone could potentially have 100 female dogs, 200 or 300 female dogs, but still be provided with clean water, food, veterinary treatment, the legal sort of limit of daily exercise. Is this basic welfare enough, or do these animals need more?
Yeah, I would say that would be in existence. That would not be a life worth living. I've had quite a good look at the breeding dogs and cats document, which is, I guess, the legal requirement, and the standards are minimal. If you had 100 dogs, you would certainly need good staffing levels to make sure that those dogs had appropriate exercise, enrichment, company, their needs. Dogs are actually domesticated for companionship. We've domesticated them. They appreciate human companionship. I sometimes wonder why. But a life in cages with a short walk during the day and just basic food and water, that's not a life with enrichment. They need far more stimulation. They need to explore. They need to play. They need to interact with conspecifics. They need human attention. I don't think you can provide that to 100 animals.
Further to that too, may I just add too, that the whole point of puppy factories, puppy farming, is obviously to provide pets for sale. So part of that has to be rearing animals that make them conducive to later becoming pets. As Dr. Elliott mentioned, that they're not providing sufficient enrichment at the best of times, but let alone setting these puppies up for successful rehoming in their family homes later in life.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess another sort of question I have, we've heard from in other inquiries about animals that are in shelters for too long experiencing kennel rage and the problems that occur with an animal being in a shelter environment for too long. And obviously some of these shelters are very well run. They're set up to often rescue animals. Is that sort of the similar concerns that could happen with having a large number of breeding animals in one establishment? Will they experience the same kind of health issues that we're trying to avoid with animals in those shelters for a long period of time?
There was actually a study done, I'm just looking now, in 2017 that we can send you later, but it was reviewed 7 published studies and another report of dogs that were born in high volume commercial operations, so what you describe, and compared to dogs that came from other environments, there were increased levels of a lot of behavioural problems, notably aggression towards owners and then other members of the family and other dogs, increased fear, and then other undesirable behaviours like separation and anxiety. There definitely are significant behavioural issues stemming from animals being raised in those conditions. And more to the point, yes, they're not ideal in shelter circumstances either, but
I guess another conclusion from that study, well, really all published studies have identified that pretty similar to other mammals, if there are major stresses during the puppy development stage, even in the prenatal stages and then postnatal, because we've...
I'm sorry, you've cut out there.
Sorry,
you're back. You cut out there, sorry. Can you repeat that, Dr. Elliott?
Yeah, most of the published studies following on from that have also indicated that when there are stresses for the breeding female, during both the pregnancy period and once the puppies have been born, those issues have an impact on that puppy's development. It's very similar to other mammals.
And those stresses, are they in any way related to the number of animals in one facility?
I think that's one part of it. The number of animals means less attention, but it's also the cramp. These are not dogs with large spaces. They're not dogs who can go and, have a walk in the yard, then come and sit on the lounge and then, cuddle up or have a sleep and get privacy when they need it. They're in environments that are sterile and cramped. Often they're filthy, and we know that from the exposés. And they are also likely in pain if they have untreated medical conditions, and there are lots of things that can happen. We know from humans, so, pregnancy is a stressful time on the body, the nutritional requirements are higher, there is a lot of risk of issues like infection. I think also there's the noise, the bright lights, the lack of stimulation or lack of positive stimulation, and who knows what the handling is like.
Yeah, I've got only a couple more questions left. I just wanted to dig into the whole idea of a cap on litters. What are some of the consequences from a veterinary point of view if we have repeat births for dogs and cats? What are the welfare implications?
Well, the body never has a chance to recover if an animal is,
Dr. Elliott's
pregnant and giving birth and pregnant again. It's very hard to keep up the nutritional needs for them, and it's very hard to avoid them getting infections. They don't have a lot of time to recover in between. You could see a reduced immunity.
Sorry, maybe Dr. Eckert, could you maybe try and answer that question? Sorry, Dr. Elliott, you're still breaking up. Maybe if you turn the video off.
Yeah.
Yeah, a great example of that is actually in dairy cows. Like obviously the dairy industry is designed to continually produce calves so that the mother cows can make milk. And what that has led to is that cows generally have a lifespan of about 5 years now as opposed to a good 10 or even 20 years naturally. And that's just because those mothers, the females, are just constantly deprived of sufficient calories and calcium as well as other nutrients. It's the same with dogs, same with people. I've actually just had my second child, and I can say it takes a long time to recover from all of the nutritional demands that it takes to grow a baby and then also to subsequently nurse that baby. Dogs can be prone to hypocalcemia at the best of times. So if you're breeding animals back to back, which we can assume a lot of puppy farmers are doing because they're primarily motivated by profit, then there's just not enough time for the body to recover its nutrient demands.
And what would the cap on what would you suggest from a sort of a welfare and a veterinary point of view? Where should we cap the number of litters, and where should we cap the number of total breeding dogs in a facility?
To be honest, that's a little tricky. We're happy with the proposal of the two litters for dogs. But really, there's such a variation in breeds that, I mean, I know that you're wanting some definitive numbers for the sake of legislation, but it should really come down to the particular breed. For example, a Great Dane lives much shorter, or has a much shorter lifespan than, say, a Maltese or something. So I'd want to, I don't have a concrete answer for you. I think a couple of things that would probably be more important are if you're going to increase the numbers beyond, say, 2 litters, that you're going to be wanting to ensure a good gap between matings of at least one cycle, ideally 2 or more. So if you're wanting to stick to a limited number and not include spacing between matings, then I think having a cap on 2 is appropriate. If there is room in legislation for also mandating breeding spacing, then you could probably go up to, say, Victoria, 5 litters or more, provided there was at least a break of 1 cycle between subsequent pregnancies, or ideally 2.
And just sorry, that second part of the question was also the cap on the total number of breeding females. If you had any sort of opinion about where a good, comfortable welfare would sit in regards to the total number of female breeding dogs at one facility.
An operation.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, as Dr. Elliott said, the more animals, the more stressful it is in general, and the harder it is for people to look after them and to provide sufficient enrichment. 10 seems like a reasonable number. Obviously, this is all highly subjective, but we feel pretty confident that 10 provides the ability for, a typical family, like one primary, 2 primary carers to look after dogs, say with a ratio of 1 human to 5 dogs. And then, I mean, again, this is, to be honest, it is very subjective, but you could theoretically have more dogs on premise, provided that they were not all housed in the same building. So one concern with the increased numbers is just the noise and the general chaos that comes with having multiple animals housed in the same environment. Assuming that it's not really realistic to have multiple different buildings to house different groups of animals, then 10 seems reasonable to us.
Thank you. We're going to move over to Mr. Banasiak, and following his questioning, it'll be Mr. Fang and then Ms. Boyd. So, Mr. Banasiak.
Thank you, Chair. We heard from witnesses earlier on today, and also through submissions, and these are witnesses that are vets, that some of these amendments that are in the proposed bill are not actually found in veterinary science or any animal welfare principles. Do you have any comments on that, or are there any amendments that you do have concerns about in terms of their, I guess...
Is there something specific?
They didn't specifically mention anything. It was a more broad, general statement. But there was and I do note, Dr. Ellie, you mentioned clause 61ZE, the mandatory vet certification before breeding.
Yes.
The Cat Fancies Association raised the concern that this time period of 4 weeks prior to coming into a mating season was problematic because cats don't have designated seasons, and I think also dogs don't necessarily have designated seasons, and that season is quite short for cats. So there was a concern that potentially cat breeders would find themselves foul of the law because they weren't able to adequately predict when their cat would come into season and then somehow get in to see a vet 4 weeks prior. I guess I'm putting you on the spot there a little bit, but...
This is for Miss Elliott?
Yeah, if Dr. Elliott's available, or...
I am available. You can't see me, but can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I wasn't sure where it said 4 weeks before breeding, whether it meant before whelping or before mating. Certainly before whelping, you'd want to be seen. You'd want them to be seen. I think it definitely would be applicable to dogs, and most of the intensive breeding does involve dogs and puppies. So I don't think... Look, I think in essence what really matters here is that these animals are certified as safe to breed from before you breed from them, before you mate them. Now, the timing can be negotiated with the vet, but if they're not certified as safe to breed from, and by safe I mean for themselves and also the puppies or kittens they deliver, then that is unethical breeding. We're just perpetuating inherited disorders and morphological features that actually cause huge welfare problems in terms of health and behaviour.
Well, look, while I accept all that, I can't really accept that it could be the time frame couldn't be negotiated with a vet, because if it's set in legislation, the vet and the breeder have to follow that. Is it perhaps that we maybe carve out cats from this provision because it's a little bit unpredictable, or we don't set a specific time frame and just talk in more general terms?
I think, as Dr. Elliott said, potentially removing the 4 week prior to mating, but substituting that for something like prior to intended mating or as soon as possible, after pregnancy is discovered.
That might be better. Yep.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Just one final question. I know from your submission you didn't really pass any comment on the Victorian model, and I do note that this bill is largely modelled on that, and we have heard some concerns from other witnesses that the Victorian model hasn't really done the job in terms of cracking down on puppy farms. If anything, it's pushed it further underground. I would just, seek your view in terms of your thoughts on the Victorian model of legislation.
Rosemary here. I think it was a good model and a good model for us in New South Wales. It's difficult to know whether something's working when you haven't been able to locate the premises in the first place. My understanding from what I've read, and I'm happy to take this on notice and look it up further, but is that a lot of puppy farmers have actually left Victoria and crossed the state, and there are applications in New South Wales to set up breeding facilities. So yes, that is, you could say that's going underground, but it's going underground here because we don't have that same protection.
Sure, yeah, I might just invite you to take it on notice if there's anything further you want to add to that question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair, and the witnesses for agreeing today. I guess it's predominantly a philosophical question that stems from the opening statements that you've made, but also the answers which I've been listening to during your testimony. There was some about
Where's you dropping in and out? Are you able to maybe turn the camera off?
Yeah.
Wes, it's the same problem as yesterday.
I had this yesterday. I'm just going to go to... Is this any better?
No.
No.
You're going to have to turn your video off.
What setting I've got? That, very better.
I sympathise with it.
You right? Start again, Wes, and we'll see how you go. But otherwise, you might have to turn the video off.
Oh, look, I'll just turn the camera off anyway. You've still got me? Is that any better?
That's better.
If I go to... Okay, I'll go to... and hopefully you'll have... The question I've got is a philosophical one that comes out of the opening statement that you made, but also some of the answers that have been given to this point. And it's about, I guess, the right of an animal who is perhaps not what you'd say an ideal pet or an ideal companion. So in human terms, obviously we have children who are born who have, a number of impediments, whether it be things like OCD, ADHD, and that's me, or even autism, which I'm also familiar with. That would potentially make them not ideal pets, but they have a right to live and a right to exist. In fact, they make a wonderful contribution to people's lives. And I'm saying that from a personal perspective. For animals who aren't perhaps ideal pets, but are born, whether it be from a puppy farm or the like, they still have a right to exist, I would imagine, in your opinion. But I guess you're advocating for a reduction in puppy farms or a reduction in that sort of style of breeding because it does result in less companionable animals. Philosophically, how does that sit? Because it almost seems like we're trying to dictate what we have from the animal world, which we never accept in the human world.
I think the primary difference is intent. We would never intentionally bring into the world, regardless of species, individuals who are going to suffer to the extent that many of these animals suffer, most notably because of the popularity, especially of brachycephalic breeds, bulldogs, Persian cats, whatnot. These animals, their basic existence is one of suffering. They literally cannot breathe properly. They can't sleep properly. They can't walk properly. We absolutely agree with you. I'm the mother of a neurodiverse child myself. We think that everybody has a right to life, but we also don't think that we should be intentionally bringing life into the world that we know is going to suffer. If it is brought into the world, we want to do everything we can to reduce suffering, which is why Dr. Elliott and I became veterinarians. But we don't want to be intentionally bringing them in, which is exactly what puppy farms are doing. Their primary motivation is meeting demand, which is just basic capitalism. There's nothing wrong with that, except when it comes to the well-being of individuals that have the capacity for suffering, and that is where legislation has a role to play, both to protect animals and to protect consumers, because at the moment there are a lot of people that want to bring animals into their home as companions. They're motivated to bring individuals to their home based on how those individuals look, without necessarily knowing the repercussions for that. So part of the terms of reference for this is obviously consumer interests and protecting consumers, and we need to make sure that we are best setting consumers up for success as well, in not imposing unnecessary veterinary costs. Like a lot of these brachycephalic animals are going to incur thousands of dollars worth of surgery just by their very nature. So does that answer your question?
You're right, Wes.
And can I answer that too? Thank you.
Dr. Elliott?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you, Catherine. Yeah, so Catherine's spoken about the, what we're doing is we're breeding for appearance because people think these animals are cute, but they actually have lots of problems in their physiology which reduce their quality of life. And I think what we need to do is learn to breed for temperament, which will bring people more compatible, dogs who are more health and temperament, and then you'll get dogs who have a longer lifespan, etc. The other thing I do want to raise, though, is, and I think you mentioned earlier the issue of aggressive or behaviour problems. These are also directly related to a lack of socialisation. So, a good breeder will keep their puppies until they're ready to be, weaned from the mother, and that's a gradual process. It won't be taken away too soon or suddenly. And they will also make sure that those puppies and kittens have plenty of opportunities to socialise, which means, getting used to a whole lot of different experiences. It's like a little kid going to preschool and then school and all that kind of thing. So it's their brain development, and that affects their behaviour. And I think if they're being raised in intensive situations, they don't get that. And that is also one of the reasons why some of the owners who buy these dogs are then disappointed that they find they're really aggressive or really anxious or really just not sort of easy to train. So that is preventable. And certainly if you get a dog like that, then you do everything you can, and there is help available for rehabilitation. But as Dr. Eckert said, I think if we can avoid creating it through poor breeding practices, then we should do.
Thank you. You're right, Wes?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, and good afternoon to you both. Thank you again for your submission and coming along to another inquiry. I just wanted to ask, actually just picking up on one of the comments that I think you were making, Dr. Elliott, in relation to that bond between the mother dog and puppies. In the submission from the Australian Association of Pet Dog Breeders, who we saw as a witness earlier today, on page 5 they talk about, basically it appears that they're trying to make the argument that if you allow a mother dog to actually have puppies, that you're contributing to them having a better life. It says, I'll quote from it, "A mother dog with her puppies in that first 3 intense emotional weeks postpartum experiences emotions that no desex pet would ever feel." It could be argued then that guardian dogs are having the opportunity to live their most excellent life. Can you respond to that? And particularly, I guess, the difference between the sort of ideal period for a dog to be with her puppies and for the puppies to be with her versus what we are routinely seeing in these kind of larger breeding facilities.
Yeah, and look, thank you for the question. And it isn't that we are against breeding. We are in favour of responsible breeding. But it needs to be done with a view to the fact that we do have a companion animal overpopulation issue. So there are many dogs who do need homes who don't always get them. And also that the breeding has to be ethical for all the reasons that we've discussed. Having said that, I have no doubt that a female dog engaging in natural behaviours such as suckling puppies and raising puppies is experiencing something absolutely wonderful. And if a dog has the opportunity to do that in a safe way, it's not that we're opposed to it, it's just that it's gone too far in the other direction with overbreeding. And I don't think it's an enjoyable experience for an animal who is very, very stressed. In fact, in some of those situations, she may even reject the puppies. It is also, I guess, a philosophical, ethical question. as much as an animal welfare question. A lot of people would say we should never de-sex animals because we're depriving them of the opportunity to engage in these natural behaviours. But I guess on the other hand, if they're all allowed to just breed, willy-nilly, then we're going to have a bigger issue in terms of dogs needing homes. And if they're not going to be bred, then de-sexing is very protective for health, particularly of female dogs, but also male dogs. So I don't know. I think, having had female dogs who've both had and had puppies, obviously those who had puppies, I used to rehome ex-breeding dogs, and I wouldn't say that the female I got as a puppy who was de-sexed had any less satisfying a life because of the affection and the stimulation and the training and all of the activities that she had. So I guess they don't know what they haven't had. But I do think that if somebody makes an informed choice to breed from a female dog, then they really do need veterinary advice about whether that dog is fit to breed and to not have them breeding throughout their lives. I don't really think that's necessary. And I think, as Dr. Van Eckert said earlier, it does place a strain on their body, and there's the other issue of welfare, an ethical issue of what happens to all those puppies.
And thank you for that. And from a psychological perspective for the mother dog, I guess what's the ideal amount of time for her to continue to be with her puppies before they're taken away from her?
I think it's probably longer than by law it's 8 weeks. I think maybe, and I would need to take this on notice. I'm not sure about research that's out there on this. I would certainly say 12 weeks would be better. There are a lot of things that they learn from, and they're still in that socialisation period, and with the mother and the litter mates, they learn about behaviour with conspecifics. And you can tell dogs who, a lot of dogs don't have any idea of how to relate to other dogs, and I think they didn't get that sort of nudging and slight nipping from their mums to know not to be sort of too in your face. So, I personally would like to see it as 3 months, but yeah.
And a final question before I hand back to the chair. What happens to the puppies from breeders, whether they be a small scale or a large scale commercial breeder? What happens to those puppies that a vet looks at and decides are not fit for sale?
Generally euthanasia.
And that covers behavioural issues as well as other sort of physical issues?
Yeah, that's a bit more subjective. I'm not sure that a lot of vets would be comfortable euthanizing dogs on their own grounds. We might have to take that on notice. I'm not sure if that information actually exists statistically, but just from my own experience in practice, if you've got a good breeder who loves their animals, sometimes they will keep them, or they'll at least say that they're going to keep them as companions. There may be instances where a vet will euthanize on behavioural grounds a puppy, but I don't know of that. Otherwise, I guess surrender at a shelter, in which case they're going to be euthanized there.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it's the chair again. Questions to Dr. Elliott. In your opening statement, you made some comments around the Animal Welfare Code of Practice, the breeding of dogs and cats, I believe. Can you just, again, for the committee, explain what you find what you think are the deficiencies in that particular instrument, but also what are some of the strong points that may be in that instrument?
Okay, well, I guess it's outdated. So it's 2009. We have learned a fair bit about animals since 2009. So it is due for updating. I think I can't speak very highly of it because, as I said earlier, the mandatory standards of care are pretty basic. Some of the issues that are actually voluntary are for the staff who are employed to care for animals to have formal qualifications. I mean, I think people purchasing animals should expect that those selling the animals can give them some guidance and that those people have actually known how to look after the animals. So there's no formal qualification, so anyone really could do it. I think that's really concerning that that's not in the code. And that's, I think, and a lot of the animal organisations have also been concerned about that. There's a point there about environmental temperature being controlled. I mean, if you have 100 dogs in a puppy farm and they're all in those small crate-type cages and it's a humid day, there's an awful lot of risk of heat stress there. So I don't think the thermoregulation or the control of the external temperature that assists animals with thermoregulation should be voluntary. I read out earlier about the cleanliness and hygiene issues. They're not always screening for any inherited disorders. That's, again, voluntary. So these are things that really speak to, are we breeding animals who are safe and sound, and should they then be bred from themselves?
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, did you have any input into the New South Wales Government's consultation paper entitled Licensing and Regulation of Cat and Dog Breeders? And what is your view of that consultation paper?
Would you mind telling me when that was?
It went out last year. Last year?
I somehow think we missed that. We were part of a discussion. No, I think I'm going to put it over to Dr. Van Eckert, but I think we missed that.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately we missed that. We might have to take that on notice.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for letting us know.
That's okay. Now, we're about to wrap up, so if there's any other questions from committee members.
No, throw one out. Is that all right?
Oh, sorry, Ms Hurst, one quick question and then we'll wrap this up.
Sorry, I just noticed there was something in your submission. You said that obviously a number of submissions that we've received in this inquiry is that the last committee in 2015 didn't recommend a restriction on the number of animals kept by breeders, but you said in your submission to this inquiry that it is something that you actually argued for in your evidence, an actual restriction on the number of animals kept by breeders. Was your evidence ignored or wasn't included in that formal report?
I think we'll have to look it up. We did put that in. We do think that restriction's important. Otherwise, how do you get away from puppy farms? So I will have a look and take that on notice as to whether we were actually quoted in the final report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Elliott, you've got a minute or so to just wrap this up. Is there anything that you would like to say that hasn't been said, or is there anything that you'd like to tidy up or you think you may have been misconstrued?
No, I don't think that, and we're very grateful for being present. I would like to repeat that I do think that we need to be working towards another inquiry into breed standards. And I know that those in the veterinary profession, whilst there may be disagreement, there are a lot of strong feelings and a lot of research that is leading us towards the conclusion that the breed standards are, we've actually reached the maximum capacity of squashing a dog's head in the wrong direction, and the implications for animal welfare are shocking. I think it's really an urgent issue to be addressed.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Van Eckert?
No, that's it. I guess the only other point that we wanted to emphasise was the need for independent enforcement, as is the case for much of this animal industries.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much for your time. I believe you took several questions on notice. The committee secretariat will be in touch with you about that, and you'll have 21 days to respond to those questions on notice. So again, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And then we move to our next witnesses when they come in, but I believe we'll have one. Miss Joanna Randall will be via WebEx. Yes, 4 pause. Can you hear us, Ms. Randall?
I can hear you now, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. We're just waiting for the other witnesses to come in and then we'll commence the swearing in process.
Sure, thank you.
Oh, really?
No, they've been to quite a few of these, yes.
Yeah.
Actually,
they've been moving in the van.
I'm not a specialist in animal work.
They've had more meetings than Adam Marshall.
Yeah. Not saying much.
Welcome back, Ms. Ward. So we welcome our next witnesses. We have Ms. Tara Ward and Ms. Sarah Margot from the Animal Defenders Office, and Ms. Joanna Randall, who's with Companion Animals Campaigns, or 4paws, who's on our WebEx link. What I'll do is I'll start with Ms. Randall. Ms. Randall, if you could provide your name, your position title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, which I believe has been sent through to you.
Thank you. Yes, so I am Joanna Randall. I'm the Head of Companion Animal Campaigns at 4paws International. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ward?
Thank you. Tara Ward, Managing Solicitor with the Animal Defenders Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Margot?
Hello, my name is Sarah Margot, Solicitor with the Animal Defenders Office, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Before I ask you to make a brief opening statement, the opening statement should be about 2 minutes. We'll then go into a free-flowing questions to assist with Ms. Randall's contribution. If members are asking Ms. Randall, could they indicate that that's who they're directing their question to? It just helps with Hansard also to record who you're talking to. And at the end of the questioning, you'll get about a minute or so to wrap up in case there's anything that you think may not have been said that should be said, or if there's anything that's been said you think maybe you've been misconstrued or misrepresented, so you get a chance to tidy things up. So about a minute at the end. So what I might do is, I think we'll start with Ms. Randall. Ms. Randall, have you got a brief opening statement?
I do, thank you. I'll get right into it. So thank you very much for the invitation to give evidence today. As I said, I'm the Head of Companion Animal Campaigns at 4paws International, and I also represent our Australian office today. Our response to the inquiry generally supports the provisions in the Companion Animals Amendment Bill on the basis that it would strengthen protections for both animal welfare and consumers. 4paws has been working to improve the breeding, sale and acquisition of pets internationally for around 15 years, culminating in a multi-stakeholder project in the illegal puppy trade in Europe, joining with classified ad sites and identification and registration database providers. In that time, we've seen the application of equivalent measures applied in Europe, particularly with good outcomes for both people and animals. As such, we greatly welcome the bill's proposals. In particular, we welcome the improvement proposed by the bill that breeders must not breed from a female dog or cat more than twice, in comparison with the previous restriction for breeding the animals not more than twice every 2 years. This is a very welcome and positive step. We also welcome the restriction to keep no more than 10 fertile female dogs or cats by any breeding establishment. We greatly welcome the proposal that pet shops offering puppies and kittens should only offer dogs or cats above a minimum age from rehoming organisations. However, in this case, the Animal Welfare Code of Practice, Animals and Pet Shops, also needs to be revised. Most importantly, our submission to the inquiry notes that in 4Paws' experience, it is the traceability of pets and the individuals involved in the breeding, keeping, transporting and selling of pets that is key for ensuring the welfare of animals, protecting consumers and preventing disease spread. It is largely due to the nature of the way pets are traded online, with little to no verification of the people selling the animals or where the animals originated, that has led to the illegal puppy trade being recognised by the European Commission as an organised crime with severe implications. A possible solution to this is to compare microchip numbers of pets sold and classified at sites with the animals' registered data to ensure further traceability and protect consumers at the point of sale. We look forward to being passed in order to meet the standards expected by the people in New South Wales who bring companion animals into their homes and families. I hope my comments and evidence today are helpful to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Spot on, 2 minutes. Well done. Well done. I believe you're reading from a prepared submission there. Are you able to maybe email that to the committee secretariat and they can forward that to Hansard to assist in the preparation of our transcript?
Yes, I've done so earlier today.
Oh, thank you very much. Even better. Even better. Yeah, that's right. And Animal Defender's Office, is someone making
I have a brief statement on our behalf.
Okay, away you go.
Well, on behalf of the Animal Defender's Office, thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence at this inquiry. So the Animal Defender's Office, or the ADO, is a not-for-profit community legal centre that specialises in animal law, and our team is constantly at capacity to meet the demand for our services. I've volunteered for years as a solicitor for the ADO, and I've been fortunate to provide services in a part-time capacity recently, thanks to a grant from the New South Wales Government. And the reason for seeking this grant was precisely because our caseload skyrocketed during the pandemic, and this is largely due to complaints from people after purchasing an unwell puppy or kitten. Given the current legal framework, the best we can usually advise the client is to consider a private civil action through Australian consumer law. The problem is that Australian consumer law is designed for standard consumer transactions, and it does not accommodate issues around sentient living beings. The challenges of accessibility and limited remedies of consumer protections are insufficient as a means of providing protection against rogue breeders. As we all know, dogs and cats hold an especially high place in terms of personal, familial and community value, and the community expects that dogs and cats should be afforded the highest levels of legal and regulatory protection. So when we discuss the regulations and legal system today, we have to remember that anything short of best standard is failing those animals. This means that any business with a high number of breeding mothers and litter outputs must be considered through a strict lens. And the question should be, what kind of businesses can provide the level of individual care and attention expected of animals bred to be family members? The ADO supports the precedent of a maximum of 10 breeding females per business at any one time as the current best standard established by other Australian jurisdictions. Likewise, it's time for New South Wales to modernise the pet shop industry. Just as Victoria and Western Australia have already done, the logical next step for New South Wales is to close the cycle of overbreeding and oversupply of animals by facilitating the rehoming of rescue animals through pet shops. And pet shops have an important role to play in this by helping to educate the public on these issues. These important reforms, alongside significant enforcement reforms, are reflected in the bill that we're discussing today, and the ADO supports this bill and strongly encourages the New South Wales Government to pass the proposed amendments into law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, you're reading from a prepared...
Yes.
Would you be able to hand that up to the Committee Secretariat? Thanks.
It has some handwritten notes, so I'll supply a clean version.
Oh, if you can do that?
Yes.
As long as we get a clean version and off to Hansard, that would be very good. Thank you. So, members, it'll be Ms Abigail Boyd, Mr Benasiak and then Ms Hurst. So,
thank you, Chair. And good afternoon and good to see you again. I want to start by asking about why we need a limit on the number of breeding cats or dogs in this state, given the evidence this morning from a number of witnesses that what really matters is the welfare standards rather than the absolute numbers of breeding animals. What is your sort of response to that, and why do we need to cap the number? Please.
Thank you.
I'm conscious of the finding, I think it was, in the 2015 inquiry that I think made the finding that the number of animals is actually not sort of linked to welfare outcomes. However, I think there must be, I mean, it stands to reason that the more animals, the more sort of potential welfare problems you're going to have, and therefore in an industry that should be regulated, because we're talking about dealing with sentient animals and sentient animals who usually end up in someone's family home, it just makes sense that the legislation and or the regulatory framework imposes a limit, provided there is sort of scientific and other evidence to support that limit. And I would suggest if it's been done elsewhere, say setting it at a certain number, such as 10 in Victoria, neighbouring jurisdiction, then that's a good precedent to follow.
I would add to that as well, in addition to what my colleague has stated, that we've heard from experts in shelter or rescue environments that this concept of a capacity for care has a limit. And that capacity of care refers to managing an animal population at an optimal level. The lower that number, the higher the capacity for care. The higher that number, the more risk there is to those animals in the facility. And ultimately, in terms of capping the number of breeding animals, we support any measure that makes it harder for puppy and kitten farms to operate in New South Wales.
Thank you. And I'll ask you as well, Ms. Randall, and maybe I could ask, in addition to sort of, why we would need a cap, if we weren't to have a cap and if we were to do what some in the industry are asking, and instead to require, I guess, certain standards for those larger, intensive, large-scale breeding facilities, what would you need to have in place in order for the welfare standards to be sufficient in a facility for, say, like 50 or 100 breeding animals?
Look, I think the short answer to that question is that the welfare standards could not ever be met sufficiently in an establishment of that scale. In our time as an organisation investigating, researching the puppy trade around the world, I don't think there's ever been a case of viewing an establishment of that scale that was ever able to provide adequate welfare for the animals in it. I think the question here is, what is adequate welfare for those animals? And the science would say that companion animals like dogs and cats need regular interaction with both people and other animals in a way that facilitates their natural behaviour and that encourages healthy behaviour at a very young age as well. So providing those abilities for proper and adequate socialisation and learning at a young age from puppies as well is incredibly important. An establishment of that scale, going on the provisions made in this bill, would require hundreds of staff members to be able to monitor the welfare of the animals adequately, potentially, depending on the number of the breeding dogs kept there. It would require enormous investment in veterinary care, in sterilisation, in vaccinations, in any kind of disease prevention efforts to be made. And I think in addition to that, is this meeting community expectations? I think not. I think that's very clear, due to the number of submissions that we've received to this inquiry alone, and to reports on this issue in Australia. So, yeah. The answer is that simply wouldn't be possible, but if it were to be attempted, it would require enormous investment from the proprietor of the establishment, and in our experience, we've never seen that done adequately.
Thank you. That's very, very clear. Just one more question before I hand over. In relation to, I guess, the pet shop market, we heard again earlier today concerns that if these restrictions or similar restrictions were to be placed on the sale of dogs from pet shops, that we would be looking at, a lot of these pet shops going out of business. Is that what happened in Victoria? And do we have any lessons out of the Victorian experience that could maybe shine a light on what we would expect to happen to those pet shops?
ADO?
Yes, sorry, if I could start with ADO.
Thank you. So just to mention that we are not from Victoria, and it's one of the jurisdictions we focus on less than others, just because there are other animal law. It's blessed to have other animal law experts in Victoria. So from the outset, I just want to clarify that we are not certainly not experts in the Victorian regime or scheme. However, I would just suggest that while I did try to listen in this morning from the bus up from Canberra, it dropped in and out, but I wasn't able to hear any, or I didn't hear any evidence of where pet shops had actually closed due to this. In fact, I heard that, and I think we've all experienced this, that there are thriving pet shops that don't sell any animals at all, and certainly they're staying in business and expanding, if anything. So while it remains a hypothetical, we wait to see the actual evidence to show that there is any kind of realistic prospect that would eventuate.
Thank you, Ms. Randall.
Yes, thank you. And likewise, also, I'm located in the United Kingdom and have been for the last few years. So I can't comment extensively on the Victorian impact. However, I can offer some insights into what's happened when a similar ban was brought into place in the United Kingdom. In 2020, there was a ban on third-party puppy and kitten sales, beginning in England and spreading out across the rest of the United Kingdom. So that obviously included a ban on any third-party sellers, including pet shops, no longer being able to sell puppies or kittens under the age of 6 months. And I can really confidently say this has had no negative societal consequences. And just as my peer said earlier, pet shops are thriving like never before all across Europe and in Australia too, according to reports, largely due to a huge increase in number of people acquiring pets during the pandemic, but also due to, I think, heightened expectations about how to provide for pets through appropriate treatments and products and accessories, things like that you can buy for your pet in order to give them a good quality of life. So personally, I have no worries about the pet shop industry being able to continue to thrive and adapt in such a situation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Venasio.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome back again. It seems like it's almost a weekly occurrence.
I could get used to this.
I just turned a couple of lines of questions for the Animal Defenders Office. This concept of a breeding arrangement has come up several times during today's hearing, and there have been some concerns raised about it, including that it has implications for breeder-to-breeder arrangements where you might have a male and female coming together from two different breeders, as well as also concerns about whether this clause or amendment is best placed in the Companion Animal Act. So I maybe just ask if you could take it from a purely solicitor point of view, purely legal point of view, not necessarily appreciate you have some philosophical views about animal law, but is the Companion Animal Act the best place to deal with this, or would it be better, this sort of arrangement be better placed in somewhere around consumer law, but also tying in perhaps an expert from the veterinary field to assess that suitability to continue in that breeding arrangement or not? Would that be a better place to house it, or do you think the Companion Animals Act is the best place to house such a thing?
Thank you for that question. I think our position on that would be that the Companion Animal Act is the most appropriate place for those kinds of provisions. When we defer to consumer law to guide us on these kinds of issues, there are a lot of shortfalls and obstacles for any kinds of clients or consumers in that case that don't adequately address or provide the kinds of remedies that would be sought if there was an issue with a breeding arrangement. And ultimately, at the centre of the breeding arrangement, we're talking about the welfare of animals, and so it must appear or be carefully regulated in our animal welfare legislation.
Do you think a council worker is the best person to adjudicate that, or do you think someone from fair trading in conjunction with, one of the ACOs or a vet is best placed to adjudicate that? Because under this legislation, it would be a council ranger who would be going out there and making that decision based on a letter from a vet.
Can I just ask for clarification? So what particular...
1B.
Oh, 61B. So sorry, when you're talking about breeding arrangements, so we're not talking about the guardianship?
Yeah, yep.
And so what kind of decisions would the council... Apologies for the questions in return.
I'm only assuming that because this falls under the Companion Animals Act and the Office of Local Government, it would fall to someone in local council to make a decision about a local breeding arrangement. I would probably argue that someone in the animal welfare field might be better well equipped. Now, whether that's an ACO, whether that's a vet, whether that's DPI, I'm happy to have suggestions, but I just think perhaps
I don't think that's actually in the legislation that the council would oversee a breeding arrangement, just to clarify, in the proposed legislation that I've put forward.
Well, it's unclear. It's just silent in terms of who would actually make this decision. So,
and sorry, what decisions would be being made? I'm just
whether the breeding arrangement ceases between the two parties and whether the animal goes to the person that wants...
So usually our experience has been that these arrangements are subject to contracts, so contract of sale, although it's not a sale. So some kind of contract. In fact, they quite clearly make out that it's not a sale because there's this strange sort of not quite transfer of ownership. So we're talking about situations where a member of the public would pay a certain amount of money for a puppy or a kitten, and for all intents and purposes would take ownership of that, except for this clause in a contract where the breeder would be able to regain possession of the animal for breeding purposes. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, and this is it seems like a very complicated and convoluted consumer arrangement.
It's almost like leasing of the animal.
Yeah, it's like a lease. Lease back.
It's very strange.
Which is why I think it's maybe not the best place for it in the Companion Animals Act. It needs to have some sort of element.
The problem would be that if you have sort of regulatory clauses in other types of law, I mean, we're just getting further and further away from the core issue, which is that we're dealing with sentient animals. So at least in the Companion Animals Act, and if it weren't to be in that, we could suggest it would be in the in POCTA.
That's why I asked. I'm happy for suggestions.
But somewhere where it retains that sort of keeps front of mind that we're dealing with animals, and this is part of the problem. The animal, in our experience, we've seen that animals will have there will be issues that arise, sort of veterinary issues that crop up. Say at some time after the new owners have taken possession of the animal, usually a dog. And situations arise where something needs to be done. For example, the animal, for veterinary reasons or whatever, needs to be desexed. We've had cases such as those, and yet the contract would prevent that. And so in that case, in the best interests of the animal, certain action needs to happen, but that would, in a sense, sort of terminate. And it's out of the hands of the current keepers of the animal to make that decision currently.
I think I've piqued Mr. Searle's interest here.
Yes. Can we'll just allow the...
and then I've just got one.
We'll allow the barrister to have a go.
I'm far from expert in these matters, although I do have some... My question is describing this arrangement about how people would sell or transfer ownership in a pet and sort of have this sort of clawback, as it were, for any purpose.
Great question.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking you. You come from but in this sort of field is
well
this sort of thing that happens regularly, and should it be continued?
would suggest on our experience that it should be regulated much as is proposed in the bill. And so it's certainly an area that needs regulating because these issues do arise, and legally it's a very strange situation where for all intents and purposes that a title is being transferred and yet it isn't. So and the keepers of the animals end up in quite a difficult situation with no recourse other than sort of breach of contract. So I would suggest, and there are all sorts of ethical issues associated with it just from our limited experience that we've had exposure to. The fact that I think we detailed those in our submission, so I won't go over them other than just the obvious. The fact that they're dealing with an animal who is unwell and needs certain veterinary treatment, and yet that would be in breach of the contract. Having to take the animal, even if the animal isn't unwell, they have to take the animal physically, travel back to the breeders, and they can be many, many, long distances from where the animal has ended up. So there's all that travelling time. If the animal is a female animal, then they're away from their family home, what has become their family home for long periods of time. So I would, I guess, with a sort of, the ideal outcome would be to not allow such proposals in the interest of the animals. But currently they are out there or happening, and therefore regulating them would be the sort of minimum that New South Wales should do.
Follow-up question.
Okay.
Which was going to, I think you were saying before, some of these contracts actually have a provision.
That's, yeah.
All the animals I have purchased, whether it's from, all had to be a minimum age, and they all came desexed. Shouldn't that be the sort of the default setting?
Absolutely.
Given some of these curious practices in the industry, make it clear that these things aren't lawful.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mark?
Yeah, just one final question on one of the other clauses. It's section 61ZE, and I raised this with Sentient just before, and this is about, I guess, prescribing a time frame prior to breeding of cats and dogs where they have to get a mandatory, I guess, a veterinary assessment. And there's been some concerns raised through the inquiry that it's possibly not suitable for cats who have a bit more of a sporadic mating season, hard to predict. And I just want to seek Animal Defenders Officer's opinion as to whether you would be amenable to, I guess, amending that to make it a little bit more flexible for cats in terms of when they have to go get that assessment, given that they have a sporadic mating season and a very short mating season. It seems like the 4 weeks.
10 days, was that mentioned? Yeah.
It seems like the 4 weeks may not be, the best, legislative setting, I guess, for such a thing. I'm happy for you to take it on notice and go and have a think about it, or...
I think the bottom line is that a veterinary check happened. It's just a question of, and of course, this is what these consultation exercises are about, is finding that sort of, appropriate time frame. But as long as a veterinary check or certification occurs, because we see the other end of it, and that is when these animals are, end up in a new home, and there are serious health problems that usually can be traced back to the breeding situation. So I think that would help, all sides, including the animal. If there could be a check, it's just a question of when, and I'm sure, the best sort of period or flexibility built into the legislation could occur.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hurst.
We've been hearing, and I'll start with ADO, and I do have some other questions for Ms. Randall. We haven't forgotten you there. What we've been talking about this morning in New South Wales, there's no legislative cap on the number of dogs, no legislative cap on the number of litters, no staffing ratios. So potentially somebody could say tomorrow, I want to set up a facility with 500 female dogs. I'm going to breed from them their entire lives, with having sort of 2 a year. And I'm only one person that's going to try to look after those 500 dogs, and that would be legal at this point when they're setting it up. The arguments that have made from some of the industry submissions is that one person can't look after 500 dogs, so eventually they would end up breaking some law under POCTA, and enforcement officers might find them, and then they would get prosecuted, and so therefore it would eventually become illegal. I just wanted to get your thoughts on this kind of reactionary approach and relying on underfunded enforcement agencies to actually try to discover these facilities breaking the law, or whether we should have laws that actually prevent that cruelty from happening in the first place by actually legislating some of these caps and litter limits to make sure, and staffing ratios so it doesn't get out of hand.
I'll start with this and then defer to Tara afterwards. Okay. I think at the heart of this we're talking about offences against animals. So animal cruelty is a criminal, we're talking about criminal law. I think it would be unwise to approach criminal law as a reaction in a reactionary way. We need to have very clear regulations and limitations and guidelines for people to know how to operate safely within the law before something becomes a criminal offence. Now, in some cases, things may be regulatory instead of criminal, but ultimately we're talking about welfare being risked, or welfare at risk. I think it's also important to note that other jurisdictions have already introduced precedent that surpasses what we have in New South Wales, and in best legal practice we should meet those standards that are provided in other jurisdictions, and those have been subject to inquiry and have been considered in depth already and found to be suitable and satisfactory for to be passed into law.
Can I just ask a follow-up question on that one? We've had some submissions saying that if we imposed a cap similar to other jurisdictions where you say there's that precedence, that essentially they would all go out of business and that animals would cease to exist, that dogs particularly would cease to exist. Is there any evidence that that's what's happened in other jurisdictions or potentially overseas where we have tougher laws on this?
Just to clarify your question, do you mean that we would cease to see the existence of companion animals were we to cap the number of breeding females?
That's some of the submissions that we've received, yes.
I can't imagine that being the case. I think the demand for companion animals in Australia is strong. Most families, most households do have companion animals, and I can't imagine there would be a reduction in they would cease to exist companion animals here, quite simply.
Or that demand would suddenly drastically outstrip supply. I think we also need to keep in mind the many tens of thousands of healthy animals, cats and dogs, who are put down every year because they can't be rehomed. So we must remember they're in this equation as well, and that is a huge welfare issue. And so I think we have to factor those creatures into the equation before we can talk about there being some sudden sort of lack of supply.
Thank you. I've got another question for Ms. Margot, because I know you talked a little bit about the whole sort of consumer side of the issue, and it was brought up this morning that really it should all be sort of placed on the consumer, and it should be their responsibility to educate themselves and to investigate and make sure that they're not buying from a puppy farm. Do you think that that's a fair way of doing this? Do you think that that's going to work realistically in practice, that it's up to consumers out there or people who are looking to adopt an animal to actually do all of that investigative work and make sure that they're not supporting these puppy farms, even if they're legal?
No, I think that would be an inadequate course of action. No consumer that I've come across intentionally wishes to purchase from a puppy or kitten farm, and the fact that these operations are covert and have clever ways of operating below the line that we're unaware of is the very reason we have issues in the first place. The consumer law as it currently exists is already inadequate. I'm happy to go into those issues if that's of interest to the committee.
Just briefly.
Sure.
Briefly.
So essentially, when we have a consumer law issue with a person who has purchased a puppy or kitten and they find that animal to be unwell within days or sometimes, in a matter of our clients, within hours of purchase, it suggests that there's been an issue at the point of breeding, and it implies that there's substandard or inadequate breeding practices. This doesn't immediately denote a puppy or kitten farm, but it does strongly suggest or allege that the breeding practices are non-compliant. The problem for our clients is that there's a very high threshold to, first of all, it's intimidating and expensive to commence legal action. It's stressful. You've just adopted a sentient being into your family and suddenly you're faced with this a legal course of action. And the threshold for establishing that the problem was established by the breeding facility is quite difficult to achieve, and it requires a lot of veterinary expert evidence, which can sometimes surpass the cost of the animal in the first place. And then when we get to remedies under Australian consumer law, they consider the finance, and that puts a dollar amount, which really doesn't get to the heart of the issue. So some people will offer a refund or return of an animal, which none of our clients have considered this as a reasonable course of action for compensation. You become bonded to an animal quite quickly. You've invested time in their treatment and welfare. They're part of your family. Returning an animal for a refund is just simply unfeasible. And also, when courts do award compensation, it's usually significantly low. It's not worth the trials of going through the consumer law in order to seek remedy here.
Do you think, though, that within the consumer law, just sort of stepping away from the legislation that we've discussed or that I've put on the table with the Animal Justice Party, do you think we need some kind of extended liability scheme for breeders where there's some kind of responsibility on breeders to cover for veterinary costs, for example, if an animal is sold that turns out to be sick?
Any other related matter? Okay.
Yeah, any other related matter.
That's a really interesting approach. Some things that are built into the bill already would go some way towards this approach, such as the required veterinary checks, reports being registered, limiting the number of animals you have. All of these kinds of provisions not only protect animal welfare, but in some sense would also protect a breeder in establishing that they have sound, compliant practices. I think that would be a matter that, unless Tara would like to speak to it, I'd need to take on notice to address further.
You can do that.
Yeah.
Just one further thing that I might add is just thinking of some of our cases. There's also an issue with pet insurance where the new keepers of the animals have been unable to rely on the pet insurance, even though the breeder in some of the cases has actually paid for the insurance, because there's a 7-day or a certain period from transfer of ownership in which you can't actually rely on that policy. And what we're finding is that, if you take possession of an animal from the breeder and that animal it's immediately obvious that the animal is unwell, you can't rely on that pet insurance. So once again, the new keeper is faced with huge vet bills on top of the already huge cost price of the animal themselves.
Just before we go on, Ms. Randall, you dropped in and out there a few times, I noticed, whilst we were asking questions to the Animal Defenders Office. Were you able to hear the full inquiry, or did it just drop right out on you?
I've been well so far, I think. Apologies, guys, I was dropping out. It may be because I'm loading things on my desktop.
No, you're right. It's okay. I just want to make sure you're still with us.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask about councils as well. We've heard reports that a lot of councils on that New South Wales-Victoria border have had a dramatic increase in development applications for large-scale intensive dog breeding facilities. One of those councils actually got some legal advice because they had a development application with over 300 dogs and which they didn't want to approve. But the legal advice said that if they rejected the development application, that they could end up in the Land and Environment Court. And obviously for very small regional councils that are underfunded, this is quite sort of terrifying territory for them to end up having to go to court. And they said, they've actually reported in the media that they've had an 800% increase in development applications for these large-scale intensive dog breeding facilities. Is this a real issue for councils, and particularly some of these small councils, that they could end up going to court if these development applications, and there isn't any cap, so there's no sort of legal basis for them to be rejecting them?
slightly outside our area of expertise, but I think it just shows that that where if there is an unregulated or particular industry is unregulated in a particular jurisdiction, that's where people will go. So people have, according to that, those accounts, breeders have moved from the regulated jurisdiction to the unregulated. I think that sort of makes it clear that what you need is regulation and a much stronger regulatory framework that New South Wales currently has, and New South Wales unofficially has the reputation of being a free-for-all, because in effect it is, because it's so unregulated.
I've also got another question. We heard today a couple of the breeding organisations suggested that one way to get rid of puppy farms is to say that every breeder has to be part of a registered breeding organisation. Do you think, though, that say we found some way to make that a regulation, that we would end up seeing a whole lot of new substandard breeding organisations that have very little rules and oversight to get around that? Is that a real problem that we could be facing if that's the direction we went in?
I would say yes to that question. I think the thing that we really need is harmony, and for the same set of laws and regulations to apply statewide. I think deferring to specific organisations to come up with their own minimum standards will just create issues amongst issues for breeders, issues for consumers. There'll be lack of clarity and ultimately less regulation and less assurance that animal welfare standards are being met.
Thank you. I've also got some questions. We've had a bit this morning as well around the fact that there's been no agreed definition of a puppy farm. I'm just wondering if you think that from a sort of a legislative framework, whether that is problematic or whether that actually has to be, an actual definition needs to be in the bill to actually define what a puppy farm is, or is it not necessary in regards to the legislation to operate and improve conditions for animals within the industry?
So I think the expression or term puppy farm is simply a colloquial term that we use to refer to any kind of breeding sort of setup that has poor animal welfare outcomes, at a certain level. I don't think that it should be defined in legislation. I think it should just be kept for what it is, and that is a sort of a term that we use in the vernacular, so to speak. And it would just be very problematic to try to define that. Of course, legislation has to be clear. We have to be clear about what is the what are the policy issues that we're dealing with, the policy problems, and provided that is clearly defined in either explanatory material or the legislation itself, then that's the problem solved. If we're talking about, for example, intensive breeding of dogs and cats or just intensive breeding of dogs and cats, then that's the issue that we're dealing with. So a definition of puppy farm or whatever other sort of colloquial expression we want to use becomes redundant.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask about the whole idea of, within the legislation, there's also a proposal to ensure that there's a fit and proper person test for anyone looking to run a companion animal breeding business. And I wanted to get your thoughts around that kind of provision and whether you would support it. From memory, the new WA legislation has incorporated this concept. Yeah, and that has passed and is, last time I checked, hadn't commenced, but is due to commence at some point. In other words, it's passed. And early days, but I think it would be a useful way of a useful sort of check and balance or accountability measure to ensure that some kind of checks have occurred regarding individuals who want to sort of take on this practice of breeding dogs and cats.
Can I just follow on from this? So part of this issue about a fit and proper person test is that, so someone who may well be breached for animal welfare issues in Victoria or South Australia and they come across to New South Wales, they essentially come across with a clean sheet. It's not picked up. So do you think is it important for this cross-border acknowledgement of animal welfare breaches in other jurisdictions?
Yes, I think that would make sense with, everything that we're talking about when it comes to animal welfare. This problem of having the different jurisdictions and sort of little communication between them is a perennial problem, including even from a usually dog management, well, always dog management situation. Another area that, is sort of, dogs declared dangerous, etc. We need to have that cross-border flow of information.
Sorry, Mr. Nassak's got a follow-up.
Yeah, just a follow-up. Do you think this fit and proper person test should be well defined to the point where it really only deals with those animal welfare breaches? I know there's a clause in the bill that talks about if someone's been found bankrupt, that they would also not be able to essentially become one of these companion animal breeding businesses. Do you think it should be quite tightly defined in terms of around animal welfare?
I think it's a fairly standard legal concept, and there would be plenty of precedents and examples out there.
A lot of the precedences are quite broad and vague.
Well, I don't know then how you would justify having a very narrowly defined concept in this particular instance. So it would just be that sort of either relying on sort of tried and true standard definitions of the term, or being able to justify a very narrow interpretation or definition of it in this particular context.
Just to carry on from that point, I think from memory there's sections in the proposed bill that create a different standard of criteria that are discretionary and mandatory for consideration when we're talking about registration of companion animal businesses and the like. Something such as bankruptcy could be a discretionary consideration, but I think that certain things such as a prior animal cruelty offence must be a mandatory criteria for excluding someone to be a fit and proper person, especially because we're dealing with people who are in charge of a vulnerable sentient being.
Agreed. That's, I guess, the kind of point I was trying to get to. Yeah.
Yep. Emma?
I've got some questions for Ms. Randall. I just want to ask about community support and where you felt that the community sat in regards to these sort of large, intensive factory farming of companion animals in these commercial facilities. And if somebody was running one of these large, intensive commercial facilities for dogs, but their basic welfare legal needs were being met, whether you felt that the community would support that kind of a framework, or whether they expect more when it comes to the treatment of companion animals.
I think undoubtedly the community expects more for companion animals, and I think they have done for a very long time now. We are a society that has cats and dogs as members of our family, considered to be members of the family, and where I think there are a lot of people who would be appalled to think of the existence of any kind of intensive breeding facility. I think the public in general has been quite vocal about this question that you're asking already, and would have higher expectations of the treatment of animals, yes, certainly, but I don't think any person who is familiar with the needs of a cat or a dog and the socialisation they need, the attention they need, the individual care that they need, could ever really consider an intensive breeding facility, regardless of whatever the standards are that they're required to meet, to be an appropriate way of producing new companion animals. I think there's a lot that needs to be said also about the way the treatment of animals by responsible breeders is communicated to the public, and I would really we see this everywhere in the world, by the way, that we have kennel clubs, we have with responsible breeder schemes, we'll have breeding associations, and you'll have fantastic reputable breeders who really need to be given the ability to talk about what the difference is between what they're providing versus what an intensive breeder or an intensive breeding establishment is providing in terms of quality of product, whether that is going to then grow up to be fit for purpose in a family environment.
Thank you. I might just quickly go back to the breeding arrangements, if that's all right. Just because one of the submissions that we've received said that the breeding arrangements as they currently stand are fine because consumers are already protected under fair trading laws. Is that correct? Do you feel that the fair trading laws as they currently stand help anyone that's stuck in one of these breeding arrangements and is concerned about, say that they're the person caring for the dog? Do the fair trading laws help in those situations, or do they need to go further?
I think the fair trading laws in those scenarios would default to standard contractual provisions. They wouldn't set a minimum standard of welfare or expectations specific to the breeding of animals, and that needs to be provided for elsewhere, such as it is in the bill.
And on the topic of fair trading, we talked a little bit before about consumer law and if people end up being sold a sick animal. I know lots of calls that we get in our office is somebody that's bought this sick animal and they've called the breeder and the breeder says, that's fine, return the animal and we will reimburse you. And when they ask what will happen to the animal, the breeder says, well, we will kill the animal. And then they're told, if you don't return the animal, then we won't reimburse you. And so there's this whole mix of emotions and stuff, and people don't want to return the animal that they've built a relationship with, knowing that that animal will get killed. What do we need to do in this situation, given that it's not returning a lamp or a car? How do we sort of fix the legislation in that space?
One possibility, obviously we haven't given any sort of extensive thought to that particular question, but...
you could take it on notice if you...
I would just reiterate, thank you, we would take that on notice. I would just reiterate that, the whole idea of refunding, offering a refund for an animal or a companion animal is just so often not appropriate and doomed to failure in this instance, because you're dealing with companion animals. And I think, as we said in our submission, people bond extremely quickly. They don't even have to have met the animal and they've already bonded with the animal due to sort of just video footage provided by breeders as the animal sort of grows to the minimum 8 weeks when the animal can be rehomed. So, it's just an inappropriate measure or remedy in this instance dealing with sentient animals.
Thank you. I've got a couple more questions. One of them is about the penalties that are in the proposed bill. So the proposed bill penalties mirror the most recent New South Wales penalties around aggravated cruelty. They're for the higher level offences in the proposed bill around actual intensive factory farming of dogs, the puppy farming aspects of the bill. There's been some concern amongst breeders that those penalties are too high. I wanted to get your thoughts around those penalties and if it's an appropriate mirror to aggravated animal cruelty if someone was actually running a puppy farm.
I would suggest that it is appropriate. I think, as we've seen in a majority of animal cruelty prosecutions and precedents set by the courts, very rarely are the full scope of penalties enforced. We usually see very low, lenient sentences handed out, if any at all, and reducing the maximum available penalty wouldn't serve the purposes of disincentivising the action in the first place, and ultimately those maximum penalties are there for the most severe cases of those offences. It wouldn't be the case that every person suddenly is slapped with a very large fine or imprisonment for a minor offence. It would be proportionate.
Thank you. And would introducing the idea of a source number and traceability scheme also help authorities to track down dodgy backyard breeders? I guess that's something else that's come up in this inquiry, that there's the focus on these large-scale intensive dog farms, and then we've also got some dodgy backyard breeders that are just people who don't know what they're doing, but it might have 1 litter, 2 litter. Do you think that the source number process and traceability scheme is a mechanism, and do you think that we need to go beyond that mechanism to try to stop those sort of unethical backyard breeders?
Just to start on the first part of your question, I think it's a very important mechanism. The thing that allows these kinds of covert operations to flourish is an easeful point of sale. It's very difficult to find them otherwise, as we know enforcement issues with a surreptitious or clandestine operation is very challenging. But at the point of sale is essentially the part of the transaction that these operations depend on to be profitable. And if we can introduce any kind of measures that would hinder the sale of an animal or create an extra step for someone to be assured that they're purchasing an animal from a reputable or legitimate breeder, we fully support those kinds of measures. That was the first part of your question. Apologies.
The second part was, what other measures should we be looking at potentially to clamp down on backyard breeding, dodgy backyard breeding? Ms Randall might have an answer to this as well.
Oh, great. Look, I shall just, I'll just refer very quickly, sorry, Ms Randall, I'll be very brief, just to the ACT and where a licence is required for anyone breeding an animal. That is your accidental breeder, your mum and dad, letting the pet cat or dog have one litter. Anyone is required to get a licence. And so we would support that kind of measure as well, where we're not trying to distinguish between types of breeders and numbers and everything. It's just anyone breeding should go through those checks and sort of balances and accountability measures to get a licence to breed.
And is that working in the ACT? Is that system working the way you would hope it to?
I would need to take that on notice. With any of this kind of information, it's a little bit difficult getting this kind of information. So we would be happy to look into that. But certainly from our experience, we have seen where people who are your typical, not even backyard breeder, but they are just your person whose dog got out and had and then has an accidental litter. We have seen them being issued with fines, etc., for being in breach of that requirement.
Okay, thank you. I think Ms Randall.
Ms Randall, so did you have anything on that question as well?
Thank you. So your question is around traceability and what mechanisms can be put in place to increase traceability. And as ADO have already it's about the consumer user experience when buying a pet online, which is where the vast majority of pets are bought and sold these days. It's normally happening on a classified ad site, sometimes on social media sites as well, where a connection can be made between a seller and a buyer as well. But more often than not, people are still using online classified ad sites for advertising their pets for sale. And this is where quite often cruelty and suspect practices can thrive. It's in the anonymity that the online marketplace provides, unscrupulous puppy farmers and dealers who don't want members of the public to know the conditions in which they're breeding animals, don't necessarily want to be meeting them face to face or having conversations with them before luring a buyer in with a lovely image of a puppy that they've already fallen in love with before they've even met them. So traceability is absolutely crucial to ending the cruelty inherent in puppy farming. One way that you can do this is certainly through source numbers, and we actually find it very exciting to see the inclusion of source numbers and the description of them in this bill, combined with the breeder registrations as well. I think that this would put New South Wales on a par with what we see across the EU now, since the implementation of the EU Animal Health Law, which came into effect in April last year. And within that law, there is a requirement for anyone in the business of breeding or selling animals to register with their national competent authorities and to have their registration details and all the kind of information that's included in this bill as well on file with their competent authorities, so it can be verified. In addition to that, we are also trying to harmonise identification and registration of pets across the EU, and this is what you already have in New South Wales as well. So that identification and registration of pets requiring a microchip number, the source number, and your breeder registration files as well, provides just a tremendous data point to be able to secure traceability. What we work on at Full Paws is developing a technical system that would then enable that data to be connected directly with classified adverts, and we're developing a system with a body called EuroPetNet at the moment, which could certainly be applicable in Australia or anywhere in the world, in order to ensure that anyone buying a pet online will know that the person who is advertising that puppy is the registered and verified owner of that puppy, and their information is held somewhere in a database that is accessible to authorities, to enforcement officers, and so if something does go wrong later on down the line, if the buyer finds that the puppy has fallen sick soon after purchase, for example, and they want to seek compensation, they can identify the exact origin of that puppy, where the potential source of a disease outbreak might be stemming from, and the person selling the puppy online can't simply disappear seemingly and not be able to be found by authorities to be able to seek appropriate compensation. This is a really important part of ensuring traceability of the online trade, and we would really like to see some inclusion around the role of classified ad sites, if possible, within this bill or any following legislation, to make it mandated that classified ad sites will be required to do those verification checks as well. We recently saw some legislation in France come out at the end of last year in their national animal welfare legislation, where this was made a requirement. And we're seeing it come through in other countries across Europe as well. So it's quite an exciting and interesting time when it comes to improving traceability of pets around the Western world. So we would really, really encourage inclusion of that, and a real focus on what can be done to improve traceability around the online trade in particular for puppy sales.
Thanks, Ms. Randall. One last question before we wrap up, and that question will be Mr. Searles.
Yes. There was a discussion earlier about whether we should have a definition. In the bill, there's already a definition of a
Exactly. I think, yeah. And that adds to the sort of making it clear what is the sort of policy issue that the legislation is there to deal with.
And that's the distinction between a business versus someone just giving away animals.
That's right, yeah.
My last question, which was simply, and I'm happy for you to take this on notice, I'm just interested in groundbreaking, in terms of what happens around the weather provision. WA or Victoria. In terms of, I think you were talking about harmony earlier. Not that there's anything wrong with being a trailblazer, but it would just be interesting to know what the relationship, if any, with regimes operating in the other jurisdictions.
Look, there's a lot of variance between each jurisdiction, although those that have stepped up and produced progressive reforms, including particularly Western Australia, Victoria and the ACT, the provisions provided for in the bill for New South Wales would meet those best practice standards. I don't believe it would go significantly beyond.
So would it be fair to say then that the measures, although different in their own ways, would be consistent with the progressive direction of other jurisdictions like Victoria?
Okay, thank you. And we will now wrap this up. If I could just get Ms. Randall, you've got about a minute to, if there's anything you would like to say that you feel has not been said that you really want to put on the record, or if there's anything you want to clarify or you think may have been taken out of context, you get a minute to do so right now.
Sure. Well, I'll take the minute, thank you. Just to say in conclusion that I really congratulate the committee taking on this ambitious piece of legislation. I think it would bring New South Wales on a stronger platform and on a par with what's happening around the world with regards to the way animals, companion animals are being traded, especially with regards to the online trade and improvements of traceability around pets as well. I would say that any further measures that can be taken to improve the traceability of the online trade would be very welcomed by 4paws as well. And I would encourage you to not underestimate, the public sentiment on this topic. The thing you would want is to have a trade in New South Wales that is considered as an organised crime, like it is now considered in Europe as well. So really strong measures and strong enforcement of those measures would be very, very welcome in order to put New South Wales ahead of the game in that regards. So thank you very much for the invitation to speak with you today. It's much appreciated.
Thank you. And would someone from the ADO like to make a 1-minute wrap-up?
Sure. I did have one very swift comment in relation to an earlier question on the topic of source numbers. I'd just like to add that I've read in some of the other submissions that relying on the existing framework should be sufficient. We disagree and submit that the existing framework is somewhat a haphazard approach because some adverts will list a microchip number, others will list a breeder identification number or a rescue organisation number. This really needs to be streamlined because with the existing framework, it's simply too easy for puppy and kitten farms to sell. And in terms of a general comment, again, thank you very much for taking on this topic. It's very much needed and urgently so. And the ADO strongly supports the provisions put forward in this bill and look forward to a state without puppy farming.
Thank you. Now, I do believe there were some questions taken on notice during this panel session. So the committee secretariat will be in touch with you about responding to those questions on notice. You'll have 21 days to respond. So you'll be hearing from the wonderful committee secretariat soon. Thank you very much for attending and your submissions, and have a lovely evening. And we will now break for a quick afternoon tea, and we're back at 4 p.m.
Thank you.
Panel of witnesses, the last for the day. So we have the RSPCA New South Wales and Animal Welfare League New South Wales in attendance. If we could, I might start with Mr. Godwin. If you could state your name, your position title, and then swear either the oath or affirmation, which I believe may have been sent to you. Mr. Godwin?
Matthew Godwin, Animal Welfare League New South Wales Chief Inspector. I'm just finding the copy that I have. Trying to find it. Sorry about this.
You're right. Do you need me to? You could always just copy me, follow me. Would that assist?
Yeah.
Yep. Are you taking the oath or the affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Thank you. Repeat after me. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare.
And affirm that the evidence now about to be given.
And affirm that the evidence now about to be given.
By me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
By me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And I believe we have Mr. Slater on the screen. Can you hear us, Mark?
I can, Mr. Vet. Thank you.
Mr. Slater, if you could state your name, your position title, and then swear either an oath or the affirmation that should have been sent through to you.
I might have to follow you on the affirmation. I'm sorry. My name is Mark Slater. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Animal Welfare League New South Wales, and I'll swear an affirmation, please.
Yep. So just repeat after me. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly.
Declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given.
Declare and affirm now that the evidence about to be given.
By me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
By me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Dr. Arnott, if you could provide your name, title, and an oath or affirmation.
Liz Arnott, RSPCA New South Wales Chief Veterinarian. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jerd.
Catherine Jerd, RSPCA New South Wales General Counsel. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Myers.
Scott Myers, RSPCA New South Wales Chief Inspector. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. So the way this will work this afternoon is each organisation will get a couple of minutes, to make an opening statement, and then free-flowing questions. And at the end of the session, you'll get about a minute to wrap up. So if there's anything you think that hasn't been said that you think you would like to put on the record, or if there's anything where you feel your statements have been misconstrued or may have been misrepresented, you get a chance to tidy that up. So there'll be a minute for each organisation at the end. They're about to do that. So we might go with the Animal Welfare League. A brief 2-minute opening statement, if that's possible.
I might throw to the Chief Inspector in regards to the puppy farming. It's a predominantly an inspector issue.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Godwin. Godwin, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be part of this. I've not prepared anything as an opening statement, so I have nothing to present at this point in time.
That's okay. You don't feel compelled. Thank you very much. And someone from the RSPC, Dr. Arnott.
I might just take one of their minutes if you can.
Well, we'll see how we go.
Okay. The breeding of dogs and cats is undertaken on different scales for different motivations and using different approaches. Regardless of the differences, in all cases, it is a community expectation and a moral obligation of dogs and cats to be bred responsibly and ethically. RSPCA New South Wales inspectors regularly encounter breeders who have clearly neglected their animals. These breeders can have few or many animals. The neglect can primarily be the result of greed and maximising financial gain, while others have seemingly lost control of their situation, possibly contributed to by human physical or mental health issues. In cases of obvious failure to care for animals, RSPCA is empowered to identify and investigate illegal activity under the current Prevention of Cruelty to Animals regime. The capacity of New South Wales Police and the approved charitable organisations to do so is limited by available evidence and the resources necessary to adequately enforce the law and subsequently care for the animals. For the many members of our community that are concerned about the care afforded to breeding cats and dogs in New South Wales, they will feel reassured that RSPCA New South Wales was, over the last 18 months, able to check on around 8,000 of these animals used for that purpose. The prioritisation of inspectorate resources, according to an intelligence-led auditing program, has been effective, with non-compliance identified and addressed in the vast majority of cases inspected. However, if this inquiry simply focused on the cruelty that exists in these non-compliant and neglectful breeding operations, this does little to inform decisions about what regulatory changes are likely to be effective to ensure ethical, responsible breeding activity and high welfare standards. The issues that require closer examination are, firstly, whether compliance with the current laws and codes related to breeding is sufficient to achieve acceptable animal welfare, and secondly, whether large-scale breeding establishments carry an unacceptable risk to either compliance or to good welfare. Our submission describes why compliance with POCTA and the Code for Breeding of Dogs and Cats in New South Wales alone is not synonymous with good welfare, and so we support a meaningful review and update of this standard. The decision to exempt certain breeds or categories of animals, for example, greyhounds or, as some suggest, hobbyist breeders, needs to be carefully considered. In our view, there are currently no compelling arguments to carve out exemptions in a welfare standard designed to improve the lives of animals being bred in New South Wales. The second issue, as to whether large-scale intensive breeding operations should be permitted, is a complex one, as it encompasses considerations of both animal welfare science and ethical decision-making around what compromises to welfare standards are acceptable to meet consumer demand. On both a theoretical basis and supported by some research on the point, high-volume breeding establishments are at higher risk of producing animals that have lifelong challenges. Keeping animals in numbers that requires their prolonged confinement increases the risk that they will experience boredom, frustration and poorer welfare as a result. As an organisation responsible for sheltering thousands of animals every year, RSPCA is very familiar with the challenges confinement presents to animals and the subsequent requirement to invest time, to invest resources to prevent poor outcomes. But ultimately, it's our reliance on foster care and expediting adoption and a removal from confinement that really confers the animal welfare benefit. So while it may be possible for intensive large-scale breeding establishments to comply with the laws relating to breeding, we do believe it requires closer examination as to whether the animal's welfare can be sufficiently safeguarded in these environments and what level of staffing, staff qualifications and animal care that would require. We believe a sensible starting point would be to require licensing of anyone who breeds cats and dogs to ensure transparency and accountability as possible. Over time, this would allow the possibility of linking licensing to competency requirements, performance monitoring, and the ability to set licence conditions, which may certainly include limits to animal numbers where justified. Since 2012, there have been several versions of inquiries into companion animal management in New South Wales, with various outputs described as a result. However, our evaluation of the success of any of these outputs or evidence of actual outcomes are apparently absent. We hope that this committee will, by adopting a considered evidence-based approach, be more successful at driving real change for cats and dogs in New South Wales.
Thank you. And Dr. Arnott, that
Yes,
appears
I
to
can
be...
table that. It's definitely a prepared
excellent.
one.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll get the committee, someone from the committee secretariat will come across and take that out of your hand. I'm going to open up the questioning and then we'll probably maybe go to Abigail. Just a couple of questions. First one is, Dr. Arnott, in your opening statement, you talked about no carve-outs. So can you elaborate on what you mean by that and what are the concerns of RSPCA in New South Wales about there being the possibility of carve-outs?
Yeah, I guess that issue's been raised in a couple of different contexts. Certainly the licensing paper released by the DPI last year, I think largely spoke to who should not have to comply to the standard for breeding dogs and cats. And I guess it just makes no sense, and I haven't actually seen a justification to be considered as to why certain dogs or cats should not be afforded these protections. The Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act alone would then be left to protect these animals, and simply providing food, water, shelter and veterinary care doesn't really do much to go to those issues I was talking about that equal good quality welfare and ethical breeding standards.
Okay, and Animal Welfare League, do you have a view about whether or not there should be carve-outs?
Yeah, we do. Thank you, Mr. Beach. We agree with what Ms. Arnott was saying in its entirety.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Slater. Can I also, I'm interested in the digital intelligence officer who assisted the puppy task force officers. Could just explain a bit more about what that role is and how it works? Is that you, Mr. Meyer?
Yeah, that can be me. So the digital intelligence officer mainly uses open source investigation methods to pick up similarities in a number of different things, and then we create a database from there and do proactive inspections.
Okay. And the puppy task force is one of our terms of reference. Can you just advise the committee how that came about and what role the RSPCA played in the creation of the Puppy Farm Task Force?
I think it was something we identified quite some time ago after, doing a number of large investigations in relation to companion animal breeding or dogs, and it sort of grew from there, obviously, with different conversations with government and about sort of trying to investigate large-scale breeders. The problem, it's not really a problem, but in terms of with the task force, we didn't receive a list of breeders or anything like that. We used our own methods to investigate and identify breeders, and went through a process of investigating a number of large breeders, but pretty much it was every complaint we received or intel we had. So there's been some suggestions that we've worked off a list to be able to target certain members of different breed organisations or associations, and that's completely false. At the end of the day, we don't know what's in someone's backyard when we walk up a driveway.
So when you talk about large breeders, what's the definition of large?
Look, we've got stats from every inspection we've done over the last 12 months, and we would have out of 448 inspections done in the last 12 months. There were a number of people that had over 50 dogs, between 50 and 100, and then over 100. I think a very important point to make is we've seen people with 10 dogs or under 10 dogs, that there are a number of issues, non-compliance with the law, and a number of welfare issues, and we've seen people with over 100 dogs do it very well, and we haven't been able to identify any welfare issues or compliance issues with the code. So for me, I would say that I agree that it's harder to maintain compliance with the code of practice with the more animals you've got, but there certainly are very well-run facilities across the state.
Okay, and so are you able to, what are the current figures for the activity of the Puppy Task Force? So how many facilities have you visited? How many facilities have you visited more than once, even? Mm-hmm. How many breach notices have you had to issue, that sort of thing? Do you have those statistics to hand?
I do. So for a period from August 20 through to February 22, so there were 448 inspections. Out of those 448 inspections generated 199 revisits. Revisits are normally conducted when there has been, it has been identified that there is a non-compliance issue with the code. There were 200 24N notices, Section 24N notices issued, which obviously then would generate a revisit. Normally a 24N notice is issued when there's non-compliance with the code, or it could be a fail to provide vet treatment under POCTA, could be a number of different issues. From that, there were 62 infringement notices issued, 3 prosecutions initiated, 141 animals seized, for 8,678 animals inspected.
Okay. Well, that's a lot of numbers there to write down. So we'll go to the follow-up questions, because clearly we're just going to have to analyse those now.
Yeah, so is that all right? Yeah, I just want to jump in, because your submission says that of the 133 breeding facilities that you inspected, 77% were not compliant with the minimum requirements of relevant animal welfare laws. We had comments made this morning, and I just wanted to give you the opportunity to give your side of what was said. But essentially, we heard breeders say that within that 77% were minor offences. That they said most of those offences would have just been paperwork offences, and the height of fences. One accusation was that they had the vet number on the fridge and that they had to move it to the window, and that would have been included in the 77%. I wanted to get your side of that, given that that's what they've said. But
yeah, certainly. I mean, look, specifically, I guess, the previous code before the updated version in August, one of the requirements was actually that the number for your veterinary surgeon or veterinary practitioner had to be in a location where it could easily be seen by visitors and members of the public. On a fridge in somebody's dwelling may not be able to be easily seen. In that case, I would be very surprised if there was a 24N direction issued. It would be a conversation where, do you have a number or do you have the details of your vet? Yes, it's on my fridge, it needs to be somewhere and it's moved. Okay, I would be surprised if that made it into a 24N. However, having said that, we only have the legislation that we work towards. So in terms of fence heights, and I agree, there was a lot of talk about fence heights, but when you're investigating a complaint about a dog that has been mauled because it's been stuck on the top of a fence, because the fences have been non-compliant, we obviously enforce the legislation.
so you're saying that within those 77%, like if we had a breakdown of what those offences were, some of those things are actually major welfare issues potentially. Like I think one submission said, it had something to do with blankets. But I'm assuming if you've got a dog with no access to any kind of blanket or bedding.
And sorry, and if I can just jump in, the minimum standard within the legislation, Section 24N, in order for an inspector to be entitled to issue a direction in accordance with that provision, it requires a suspicion on reasonable grounds that a contravention of a provision of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act or regulations has been undertaken in respect of an animal. So there's a threshold, there's a statutory threshold that has to be met for the issuing of a Section 24N written direction. And I think we've discussed in several inquiries so far about these kind of quote-unquote paperwork standards. Not only have they been elements of the law and regulations and codes for upwards of 20 years, sometimes longer, they relate to very fundamental aspects of the keeping of animals safely in somebody's custody. And so if an inspector attends a premises and says, how many animals do you have on this property? And the answer is given either I don't know or a number is given that turns out to be incorrect, then the inspector is, you might think, justified in thinking that this proprietor doesn't have a very good hold on the animals they're taking care of every day. So what might be considered to be kind of vague paperwork obligations actually might be, for example, obligations that relate to the keeping of vaccination certificates and unvaccinated populations of animals are at high risk of lots of illnesses and diseases, communicable diseases. So I suppose we take issue, I take issue with these kind of paperwork claims not equating to real animal welfare risks, and certainly the statutory threshold has to be met in respect of the giving of 24N written directions, and in that regard the court has oversight over when and whether powers are properly exercised by inspectors in respect of matters that come before it every day of the week. And I am unaware, I do not know of one occasion where a criticism has been made by a judicial officer about an inspector giving a person the opportunity to rectify issues.
I'm sorry, Mr. Myers, you said the numbers there on the notices, that you might be able to break those down for us. Are you able to provide that to the committee on notice? So we've got an idea of the offence, the numbers, categories of the offences?
I'm just inquiring, are you asking for a breakdown further of a description of type of,
Yes.
of the issue on the 24N notice?
Yes.
Is that? Yeah.
Okay. You can take it on notice.
24Ns are given in real life. They're handed over to a person, and we keep a copy in a real life book that's maintained by the inspectorate to go through each and every one over a 12 or 18-month period will require an individual person to go through and categorise those.
Okay, so you don't already keep those statistics?
In a vague form, but not individual things like
not online.
No.
Okay.
Not without going through the books.
Sorry, Abigail, you following up?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask also in relation to the 3 prosecutions that came out of this task force and the 141 seized animals, were those 141 seized animals coming out of the same 3 incidents that led to the prosecutions, or are you able to give us more detail around that?
I don't know if I know the answer to that question, and I think all 3 of those matters are still before the court.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
With the 77%, I mean, that's quite shocking that the majority of breeders that, and I suppose you did sort of clarify, Mr. Myers, that you weren't just going to a list of breeders, you're actually seeking out complaints and doing some online investigations. But 77% is quite high. The majority of people that you visited weren't meeting the minimum requirements. Is that really because most of these breeders and facilities have never been inspected before? And is that one of the reasons why we need to be doing more proactive inspections on breeders to make sure that those standards are being met?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I know this personally as well, but I also hear it from the inspectors on the ground. You turn up at a property where animals are bred, or dogs are bred, or cats are bred, and the first thing they'll say is, I'm a member of X, breed association. So then we'll say, okay, that's great. So are you aware of your obligations under the Breeders' Code of Practice? They'll say, I don't know what you're talking about. So throughout this process, we had, out of 3 main or major breed associations, a number of them were very good and very proactive in reaching out and saying, speaking to their members, getting their members on board to have inspections and see how they went, whether they were compliant, non-compliant, what they needed to do to make sure that they were providing safe facilities. They were keeping everything they were required to keep under the code, which obviously then contributed to best animal welfare practices with their animals.
And do you think that, given the success of this program, do you think, and I'm not sure if there's any funding left in the program, but do you feel that this is the sort of program that needs to be continually funded by government to maintain that oversight, given it's sort of an area that hasn't been proactively inspected previously?
I certainly think it needs to continue. Obviously, with the funding that is now finalised, we're still doing work in this space with 2 dedicated people. However, they are now twice as busy. Okay, I think when you look at all the trade inspections, this is probably the one that requires the most notice. When you look at how busy our inspectors are on a day-to-day basis, doing proactive inspections is something that's not a priority, okay, because we're responding to ASAP jobs and urgent jobs in relation to, animal welfare complaints. I certainly think it's something that needs to continue on.
Okay. Can I just then, did we do any mapping? Are we looking at postcodes? Are there issues that are specific to, geographic locations? Are there issues that are specific to the breeders? You said that they're the breeder organisation. You said that some people would say, I'm a member of XYZ breeder organisation. Are there issues? Are we doing any work on the data that's available now from these notices and visits around that sort of activity to help inform things like education programs?
We certainly keep stats in relation to where people are located, but one thing we've quickly established is it's not a regional thing and it's not a metropolitan thing. We've had jobs in the past, in the last 12 months to 2 years where we've seized 60 dogs, kept in cages, stacked 3 high out of a 2-bedroom unit in Sydney. So it's not something that's based into either, as I said, metropolitan or regional. It's a bit of a problem that's across the state, personally.
Okay. I've got a couple other questions on different areas, and I'm going to hand over to Ms Boyd. Do you have any suggestions on how we can? We've heard a bit of testimony today about the New South Wales Pet Registry, and whether or not it is fit for purpose. Or do you have any suggestions on what could be done to improve the New South Wales Pet Registry? And I might start with the Animal Welfare League, and then I'll come across to the RSPCA. Mr. Slater.
Yeah, I think in terms of the content and data that's gathered up with Pet Registry, if we could make it an easier beast to use, right now it's fairly labour intensive. We see that in the shelter. I'm not sure how the RSPCA feel about it. I would think that creating an app and or something that's much easier to use as far as vets, 16D rehoming facilities are concerned as well, would be a great starting point. It would be much easier for us to harvest data as well, which can be referred to veterinary practitioners, new owners, especially when you're rehoming an animal, and or for inspectors to do follow-up checks with new owners as well, Mr. Beach.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure who at the RSPCA would take that question, but have you suggestions on how we can improve the New South Wales Pet Registry?
I just don't believe it's delivered its full functionality, so hopefully that will happen. So I'd probably defer to Scott, but in terms of it really assisting his investigations, I don't understand that it's at a point where it's been particularly useful in that respect. I don't know, Scott, if you'd agree.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. Yeah, I think the only time we're probably using it is to confirm ownership details of seized animals. We certainly don't go looking through the database for data or intel. It's normally only used just, as I said, to confirm microchip details of a seized animal.
Okay.
Or a stray animal an inspector might come across on the side of the road.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And then my last series of questions really relates to compliance activity. So whenever there's a new regime brought in place, I gather so there's animal welfare reform going on, subject to another committee, Ms Hurst's bill. If the legislation's to get up, how long does it take your organisations to gear up for your compliance activity against the new standards that are in place? And do you look at the capacity to enforce the compliance requirements? Again, I might start with RSPCA this time, and then I'll go across to Animal Welfare League.
I think obviously certainly with any new legislation or change of legislation, there's a period of time where we need to be able to understand it, interpret it and enforce it. I think it's probably appropriate to mention the advertising guidelines now have been particularly difficult. We receive, a lot of complaints in relation to animals that are advertised for sale that don't meet the requirements. It's extremely hard to investigate those matters because you're coming across breeder identification numbers that are false, are just made up, microchip numbers that are just made up. Because a lot of these online advertising meetings you just need to put in a 15-digit number. So when we receive that information, we might just have a mobile phone number. We'll call the mobile phone number. We need to advise who we are. We can't pretend we're someone looking to buy a puppy and it goes nowhere very quickly. So, I think, we need to be able to understand the legislation, as I said, and to interpret that, to be able to enforce it.
So would you require a phase-in period?
It's related, I'm sorry, but obviously enforcement's not my area, but this does have a knock-on effect to our shelters and vet clinics, quite a significant one, some of these changes. So my response to your question would be that if there are likely implications, there would be increased enforcement activity, and therefore there would be more animals that we come across that require immediate care and seizure. It does take a real demand on our resources to provide for those animals in terms of the shelter and the veterinary hospital. So yes, that requires some planning and it requires money and resourcing.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, and can I have a third go? If the commencement date is 12 months from the date of assent, presumably as at the date of commencement, any female dog over the age of 12 months that's had more than 2 litters is therefore no longer able to be bred from. If that interpretation is right, then a very large number of dogs will need to be desexed and become available for either rehoming or retention as a pet by the breeder, hopefully. But the demand on veterinary services to desex this whole population of animals that, and a population of animals that may have come out of a breeding facility that doesn't necessarily lead towards them being pet ready particularly, then there will be, as at the date of commencement, a flow-on consequence. I think it's right, and I agree with the Animal Defender's Office that some time is given, but I'm a little bit concerned about what will happen in that 12-month period and how many litters will attempt to be bred in that 12 months, and then what happens to the dogs no longer eligible to be bred from as at the date of commencement. And it's not, I'm sure, the intention of this legislation to increase wastage, so it's just something that has to be considered. And you know, if a number is to be given at some point as to the limits on breeding, size of breeding facilities, then some form of grandfathering over time down towards a more socially acceptable limit might be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Slater?
Mr. Beach, in terms of getting ready for any sort of new legislation, I agree there needs to be a period post-assent. We continually work, so our board have an Animal Welfare Advisory Committee, and we also have an ethics committee that we work with. And our budgets, while set over a 12-month period, are reviewed every 3 months. And we look at our corpus in regards to these kind of changes as well. So while we couldn't ramp up, excuse me, in the space of a 6-week period, we could do so accordingly with a 12-month notice period to our capacity. And what we would be prepared to do, as we had done previously, is do a tour of our facilities and also provide this committee or any other committee that was interested our capacity and our working ratios as well. So we don't work on a staff to animal ratio, we work on a headcount ratio based on 80% of our capacity in our shelters. And that would give context to this committee and any other committee interested as to what our physical capacity was. Matthew, would you like to add to that?
I just think from an inspector point of view, yeah, there is a period of time to get familiarised with the changes and what is required of the inspectorate, but again, it just comes down to a resourcing of personnel and finances to actually be able to implement a strategy from the inspectorate's point of view.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Boyd and then Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. I wanted to touch on some of the issues that were raised this morning, and in particular the pushback on the idea that we needed to cap the number of dogs and cats that are kept at these facilities. What's your, view on the interaction between, and I have read your submission, thank you very much for the detail you've put in here about this, but if you could elaborate, it would be great, around the interaction between welfare outcomes and pure numbers of animals, particularly around that point of difference where you've got animals in the domestic environment able to go and do what they like versus those that are kept in, facilities with 200 others and are necessarily kept to a cage. Could you elaborate on that?
I'm happy to start. You mentioned pushback this morning. I was actually interested in some of the evidence from breeders who did acknowledge the benefits, I think, of having smaller breeding colonies. I think it was the WrightPaw's representation who said that, in talking about guardian homes, it was a nice way for them to be kept, and they said they haven't come across, breeding facilities in the hundreds that were doing it particularly well. I think the gentleman from the Room for Pets place said he doesn't source from places generally over 30. So I think it was interesting to hear the experiences of those people, and that definitely does accord with my, informed intuition on what is best for animals. And certainly there are some studies. I think that's this Small Animal Veterinary Psychiatry text that quotes Appleby and colleagues from 2002 that found a benefit to animals bred in homes rather than in a kennel environment. It's probably reasonably obvious why, but I'm happy to speak to it further. The animals themselves are afforded more choice and control, so it's not requiring a human to provide them entertainment all the time. It's not required for them to anticipate whether they're hot or cold, whether, exactly where they would like to lie. If they have the run of the house and the garden, they're given opportunity to meet their own needs and less likely to be frustrated, bored and whatnot. But I think the real issue, a really significant issue, is for the offspring born to those animals. So what we know is that the more closely the stimuli of the dog's environment in those early years, in that socialisation period, that sensitive period, approximates where they are expected to live as adults, the more likely they are to, be prepared in adult life. So it stands to reason that pups that spend, the first, 3 to 12 week period in a home around, whether it's kids, other dogs, cats, the vacuum cleaner, the washing machine, will be more likely to meet community expectations, which quite frankly can be quite high for our pets. Come into my home, don't be scared, don't be nervous, don't be aggressive, accept the children. And so we're really setting them up for success when they're in that environment, not in a cage, and as per, the legislation, kept in a 3.5 square metre cage for 23 hours and 40 minutes a day if someone was to meet those minimum compliance standards.
Thank you, and I guess also a question for you, Mr. Myers, and also for Mr. Godwin. In terms of the enforcement burden, would it be necessarily helpful for there to be a cap in terms of, not needing to inspect those much larger facilities? So if, for example, under the legislation we had that 10 dog cap, would you anticipate that your enforcement actions would be easier or not necessarily?
I think it's certainly the more dogs or animals that are located on a property, I think generally the longer it takes to investigate and seek compliance with those types of situations. But as I said earlier, we've certainly seen even under 10, there's been massive welfare issues and total non-compliance with legislation. And then on the flip side, numbers of over 50, and people run a very good business, I guess. But certainly, the more animals it's got, the more animal on a property, the harder it is, I would think, because, it's not just even non-compliance with the code. You've got socialisation issues, and then you've got behaviour issues with dogs that tend to lead to other sorts of things that require veterinary treatment. So it has an ongoing effect.
Thank you, Mr. Godwin.
I'd be in complete agreement with Chief Inspector Myers on this one. Also, from a resourcing point of view, obviously the larger the operation, the more resources are required. That is a complication, but I don't think for welfare standards discriminate between large and small operations.
Thank you. And finally, before I pass to my colleague, the lessons that have been learnt from Victoria, and in particular in your submission, you talk about the loopholes that have been existing in Victoria, particularly around the puppy brokers, etc. What can we learn from Victoria that hasn't already been addressed in the bill that we're considering?
RSPCA to start?
Sorry.
RSPCA to start?
Yes, please.
I might correct our first dot point on that, which I have sought clarification on, but also answers your question. So rearers and puppy brokers are covered under their code, which is indeed called breeding and rearing. The issue they have identified is that the legislation does not require many details of rearers to be kept on their version of the pet registry. So although breeders have to provide quite a lot of information when they go to investigate an issue with a puppy broker and use their pet registry, I think they have perhaps a name and a mobile number, which gets them nowhere. So that is one piece of feedback that we were given. Other than some high-level feedback, I don't have a lot of expertise in what's happening there and how successful it's been. I think the thing I've reflected on is they speak of the result being the fracturing of businesses to smaller businesses, and that idea that individual animals are being sent to keep numbers low. I guess from a purely welfare perspective, perhaps that is beneficial. I don't know. I mean, I assume the aim of the legislation, these types of laws, are not to frustrate people's income potential. So if one person owns them, if it's to improve welfare, then we go back to talking about, well, if there are fewer animals in homes to keep their numbers low, perhaps that is, does meet the outcomes we discussed. But I don't have obviously any experience in that statement.
Currently, they have some definitional problems whereby the definition section refers to premises, but the offence creation provisions relate to, I withdraw that, the definition provision refers to enterprise, but the offence provision relates to premises. So a premises generally constructed properly would indicate one place, whereas an enterprise might occur, a single enterprise might occur at multiple locations. So there are some kind of tips for new players, I suppose, about that, but that's kind of unique to their context, I think. And I suppose from my perspective, I heard a lot of evidence, and I've read some submissions that are very concerned about those definitions. What is a puppy farm? What is a large-scale breeder? What is a small breeder or a micro breeder, for that matter? And from my perspective, it accords with Chief Inspector Myers' view that we encounter good and poor animal welfare in lots of places, and labelling it, and particularly labelling it, from my perspective, puppy farming or puppy factories or puppy mills, whilst that has a lot of social and cachet, I suppose, and it means a lot to people. I'm not saying it doesn't mean a lot to people. What I'm saying is, in a regulatory regime, we're more outcomes focused than that, possibly. And so I personally talk of breeding compliance, because our plan is to get breeders compliant with, at the very least, very minimum standards of animal welfare regulation. And then we hope for more. So I choose to focus on that kind of language rather than on getting too caught up in the definitions about things.
So can I just follow up with a question just on something Ms. Jurd just said, and then we'll go to
Okay.
I just want to just check, when you're saying that you don't want to get caught up in the definitions, do you mean that a piece of legislation, whatever that looks like, would not need to define a puppy farm versus a non-puppy farm? Like, a legislation can just have breeding regulations, and that's enough in and of itself?
And I think too, from the perspective of the people, the subject of that enforcement activity, to have it kind of labelled in a way that to them is disparaging, when what we're trying to do is get them to comply with, and potentially they believe they're doing the right thing, like they think that colloidal silver might treat a dog fight wound, whereas we know that antibiotics and modern medicine is required. And so to kind of, in the very legislation that you're using, try to, in their minds, somehow diminish what it is they do is possibly not the way to go about it. That's just my personal view, and I've been involved in other fora where it's not received very well, and so there's a resistance to the very idea of regulation called a puppy farming bill, rather than whether or not they're actually concerned about, well, do you have more than 10 dogs? if you have no more than 10 dogs and you breed them appropriately and you get them veterinary treatment when they need it, then this bill kind of doesn't apply to you. But they think I've been kind of grouped in with these group of puppy farmers or, you know, people who do really horrendous things to animals. And if they don't feel like that hat fits what they do, they're just going to kind of up stumps. And the worst that we want is to target harden. And this place sees it all the time in all sorts of criminal law enforcement. I watched it in respect of drug offences in the early 2000s. It's a very bad idea. And so I guess the best of my judgment is that labelling that way isn't necessary to get good law done and might be counterproductive.
Okay. Mr. Slater, do you have any comments to make in response to Ms. Boyd's question?
I do, thank you, Mr. Beach. And if you don't mind, I'll refer to a conversation that came up into the SCO inquiry the other week that you and I had, and that was about education. I think the nature of animal ownership in Australia could be described as parochial. If we're going to enact laws for the benefit of animal welfare, which we are entirely supportive of, I think we have to look at the laws in parallel that support that work, but then also the education of people about intensive breeding practices and what may or may not be or constitute good welfare outcomes. And look at and educate people what the baseline of welfare actually is and what we're trying to achieve. I think if we can define success, to put it in layman's terms, with the breeding groups and the breeders' associations, and work with them, induct them into our businesses and to how it all works, there should be less resistance if we're speaking with them rather than at them.
Okay, thank you. Okay, look. Thanks, Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. I might go to, well, actually, this I guess is for both people. I'm just, sorry, for both RSPCA and Animal Welfare League. Are there situations where you're able to seize dogs and prosecute somebody under POCTA, but the person's just able to acquire new dogs and continue breeding or operate the breeding facility under the name of a family member? Like, are there loopholes like that that are proving to be problematic?
So was it August 2019 amendment of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, maybe July, tried to fix that by extending the orders available against persons convicted of criminal offences contrary to POCTA and the regs for that matter. And so it prohibits participating in keeping or attending any arrangement whereby an arrangement is made. So it would capture these kind of breeding arrangements that are described in the draft bill. And then subsequently, during the maximum penalties amendment, the definition of disqualification order was effectively taken out of section 32 as it was then and put into section 26 of POCTA, and generally speaking that works quite well. As long as the court is inclined to make such an order, then
do you find that the courts are making those orders for, I know sometimes there's mandatory automatic bans, but are you finding that when you're going to court that those orders are being made appropriately?
It's difficult to answer. There's differing judicial opinion out there, and sometimes, as any litigation lawyer will tell you, you have easier and harder times of it in certain places. And, you know, sometimes the defendant doesn't oppose the application made by the prosecution in that regard. So it's an order that the defendant accepts is appropriate for the court to make, and the court makes it effectively as a matter of consent. Sometimes I take a prosecutorial discretion to either limit ownership rather than outright banning someone. So, for example, a very aged person who has one desexed companion animal in their home, I take a kind of kind, frankly, view to that they shouldn't at this point have that animal taken off them if what they have done is not some egregious form of cruelty. So it is a bit of a synthesis, and so you hear a lot of judicial officers talk about instinctive synthesis on these points, and really that's an example of that.
I also wanted to ask about the large breeding facility that's been reported on quite a bit in the media on the border of New South Wales and Victoria, that was linked to a man that was also found guilty of animal cruelty in Victoria. And I understand he got a ban, but the ban was on operating a breeding business. It wasn't an animal ban. I mean, is this another problematic thing that we have in New South Wales, and is there something that we need to change to be able to overcome that? I know that the council said that they didn't want to approve that facility. It had over 300 dogs, but they also felt hamstrung by the laws.
I think the problem there is how the Victorian legislation speaks to the New South Wales legislation, not the other way around. And so it was specific to the law in Victoria, but it was also specific to the particular order in respect of that individual. So there was no overcoming it, is what I'm saying. I read and I've reviewed that order twice at various people's requests, and so it's not particularly useful, I don't think, to try and legislate for those very specific instances that are unlikely to occur again. I think we did make a submission about this point in our submission on the draft Animal Welfare Bill about the interstate recognition of prohibition orders. Frankly, until we get to a point where there is and you'll hear I still fall into calling them prohibition orders even though they've been disqualification orders for nearly 12 months, until we get to a level of uniformity in language across the Australian jurisdictions, there's going to be some trouble there, I think.
Yeah. I've got a question for Mr. Slater as well. I'm wondering if, well, first of all, I've got a question that I sort of spoke to the veterinary experts from Sentient about, and that's about this whole idea of animals, I suppose, being at a large facility, but having all of their basic welfare needs met. And I suppose one of the mirror ideas I suppose I propose to them would be, I guess, having an animal in a shelter environment where it's a well-run shelter where they're getting, good access to veterinary care, water, good food, exercise, outdoor time, interaction with other dogs. And at the same time, we're sort of talking about the fact that obviously within shelters, there's still this emphasis about getting animals out of the shelter because of things like kennel rage or moving them through foster care situations to improve their welfare. And I wanted to get your sort of view around whether that's sort of similar, I suppose, to potentially some of these larger operators performing at their best. Is there still that sort of risk of behavioural issues associated with those commercialised environments and that lack of living in a family environment?
Yeah, it holds true for our facilities as it does for any breeders' facilities if they're industrialised. I mean, it's counterintuitive to think that an animal, if I can group those facilities up as being shelter facilities, it's counterintuitive to think that any animal will thrive in those sorts of facilities, which is why, ourselves and the RSPCA have a massive network of foster carers as well, which is, akin to a guardianship program. It should be a part of the baseline of welfare that's provided for animals in any care environment or commercial facility. It should be a barrier to entry, essentially, what you don't want. Because you can achieve diminished results for animals in a home environment as well if intensive breeding practices are being undertaken and the animals, regardless of the species, welfare are not being focused on with enrichment and food and such. Like they may be shoved into a garage or a laundry essentially and left to their own devices. So I think the baseline of welfare really does need to be met in terms of those facilities.
And you mentioned, that was great. Yeah, that was great. Thank you. And in regards to the guardian arrangements that you met, we've spoken about them quite a bit today. You seem to be implying that I guess if we're going to say that shelters are similar to large, better run facilities, I put that in inverted commas, and a guardian arrangement could almost work like a foster care system. Do you think that we need to, in some way, regulate these guardian arrangements? I mean, I've had complaints to my office from both sides, and I've read articles where breeders have said that people have disappeared with animals, and then I've had calls to our office that the breeder has said the animal's their property, they have to return them, even though the vet's saying that it could potentially kill this dog. What do we need to do with these breeding arrangements to make sure that they actually work, if they are to remain a thing?
Again, I think it's an education issue. We have seen some issues, unfortunately, unfold and become civil issues when the guardians, obviously take ownership of an animal. The animal-human bond can't be underestimated. They're asked for the animal back, for example, for the animal to be bred with, and all of a sudden, emotional baggage or emotional issues come into play. They don't want that animal to be bred with. I think educating about a guardian program and what it means is a big piece of the puzzle, because unlike foster, with foster, you refer to foster fail as being a positive thing. You might have a foster carer that takes an animal on, essentially falls in love with that animal, and that animal can stay in their home environment, doesn't have to go and find their new home. So that's probably the one massive difference between a guardian program and a foster care program. But again, let me reiterate that education is key, and a widespread education campaign for people to understand what it is and what it means.
Yeah, Adam, did you want to follow up?
Look, I just wanted to ask, perhaps all of you, whether or not these breeding arrangements should actually be lawful, or whether they should be banned practices.
Sorry, can I just say, I think in terms of the guardianship, we saw a spike in that, a couple of years ago. The hardest thing about that is we only know if we're told, because there's no records that exist. So whether it's a way of just moving animals around to avoid compliance with the law, I'm not sure, but there's certainly been a spike that we've seen in the last couple of years.
And trying to undo those sorts of civil arrangements, I've heard reference to there being contractual arrangements. I personally have never seen a contract that achieves what this, however you describe these arrangements, I personally have never seen such a contract. Of course, I'm mostly focused on crime, but we do get a number of matters that to untangle that web of ownership after a successful prosecution, because it's not the RSPCA's job to determine ownership of sometimes very valuable property. And unfortunately, this is where we are. And, I've heard evidence being given about these sentient creatures, and that's all well and good. And of course, I agree and believe that they are, but at the end of the day, they are some of them very valuable aspects of property. If you can sell a puppy for $6,500 and breed potentially 12 of them a year, then that in anyone's book is a lot of money. These contracts don't actually exist in real life, in my experience. And so I think if you're going to permit this sort of arrangement, then the requirements for establishing them, monitoring them, and being able to check on the welfare of the animals, the subject of them, is vital.
Okay, and just to wrap that up, does Mr. Slater, does the Animal Welfare League want to respond to Mr. Searle's question?
In terms of breeding in total, Mr. Beach?
I don't know, with regard to the lawfulness of the guardianship arrangements.
I agree with what Ms. Jerd was saying. I think it's quite a complex matter. I think it's something that does need to be focused on. And you can have people move animals around. I think there's issues at both ends of the agreements in regard to the breeder and the care provider as well. It's not clear enough, and it's very difficult to resource as soon as an animal goes into a private home, where that animal's gone to, and identifying who's the responsible person if the animal's just gotten there, if you're prosecuting welfare issues, those sorts of things. Matthew, is there anything you wanted to add?
No, I think just to echo what Chief Inspector Myers was saying, is in my experience, I guess it's been guardianship has been used to move animals around and make them very hard to find. I think that's the issue from an enforcement point of view. From like any inspector that's had anything to do with it.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much for your attendance today. I'll just give each organisation a minute or so just to wrap up anything that you think hasn't been put on the record that you'd like to put on the record, or if there's anything you'd like to clarify or you feel you may have been misrepresented in the questioning. I've got the RSPCA in front of us, so would someone from the RSPCA just like to take the opportunity of that 1 minute?
Can I just say two things about powers?
Okay.
The first is the power of entry pursuant to clause 69 capital J3 is less stringent than the proposed animal welfare bill. If you compare section 67 brackets 1 bracket C of the animal welfare bill, or section 24 capital E of POCTA. So 24E of POCTA is more stringent on what an inspector has to believe before they enter a residence than 69 capital J. I don't know if that's intended, but to my mind they should be clarified.
Okay.
The final thing I have is in respect of 69 capital L2, if an inspector, relevant inspector, I'll just call them that, seizes a dog or a cat, what then? If they commence proceedings under this bill, do the court processes follow as if it's a POCTA, as if they're POCTA seized animals or not? So 69L is the third last section of the bill, and there's no detail around what happens to the animals once they're seized for contravention of this bill.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Slater, 1 minute. Is there anything you would like to, last statements to be made?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Beach. Animal Welfare League New South Wales believe that a deep diving, broad range education program for animal ownership in general is what's required. If I could refer to, the drink driving laws, everyone knows 0.05 is your limit. If we can boil it down to some bites of information for the general public for what they should be looking for. And I'd love to be able to work with the RS and this committee on doing that as well. No mean feat, large job to do, but I think if we can focus on that, given the level of ownership in Australia of animals in general, it would go some way to helping this issue.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your attendance today and your submissions. I think you took some questions on notice, so the committee secretariat will be in touch with you if you did, and if you did, it's 21 days to respond, and otherwise, thank you very much. And for the committee members, we have a very brief, hopefully deliberative right now, so don't go away. That includes you, Wes. Don't turn off just yet.